Song Yicheng darted through the buildings, and he lightly complained, "You should have told me about the time traveler earlier." He turned his head to look at the system and continued, "Now you're even losing track of their whereabouts." The system immediately retorted angrily, "Clearly, I already said I smelled someone from another time period. You're the one who brought up that meaningless topic." Anyway, the situation was still stable, so this issue wasn't too big of a deal. Song Yicheng couldn't help but furrow his brows and thought to himself, "The wormhole hasn't disappeared, and time travelers keep showing up in the same city. Is this all just a coincidence?" Suddenly, the system pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Discovery." Song Yicheng immediately looked over. In the outskirts, there was an abandoned factory, guarded by thugs. Inside the holding room, there were disabled children, some with missing arms or legs. They lay on the ground, weakly moaning and calling out, "I'm so hungry, it hurts." With a loud crash, one of the men holding candy in his hand opened the metal door and walked in, smiling faintly. He smiled lightly before speaking, "The people from the Tang dynasty are here to feed you." When the children saw someone entering, they eagerly shouted, "You're back. We can eat now, brother." But then, a blond man following behind Shah kicked the guy into the ground and shouted angrily, "Eat my foot. Can't you see what time it is? Hurry up and get out." He flung the boy from his arms to the ground, then straightened his leg and stomped on the pile of hard candies with a crackling crunch, not forgetting to curse. A bunch of lazy bums. Even if they lost a limb, they still wouldn't earn a few banknotes. He cruelly hurled the boy into the room and gave a heavy slap. The other boys winced at the sight and cautiously urged him to be careful. But the man only sneered cruelly and shouted, "Wait until I pack you lot up and sell you for a tidy profit." Maybe Guangxu can even claim credit from the gang leader and become an elder who sits back and enjoys the spoils. No sooner had he finished than a few of the children stepped forward begging, "Brother Huangshu, this is today's earnings. Please don't sell us." Huang Shu delivered a sharp, resounding smack across the boy's face and disdainfully said, "More of these filthy coins. Do you expect to live off the smell of them?" The remaining children continued to plead, "We tried our best, but many places wouldn't let us in." Huang Shu raged, "Damn it, I should have twisted that arm off you sooner, you useless bastard." The poor children, defeated, could only sit and sob, "Someone, please save us." Who? That evening, Huang Shu's thug henchmen grabbed each boy by the scruff and forced them into a truck. "Don't dawdle. Move it." Another group carried a few kids off in a different direction. Someone standing at a distance, watching, couldn't help but wonder, where are those bastards trying to take the children? Looking more closely, it turned out the ones carrying wrong were heading elsewhere, saying, "The premium goods go over here." Suddenly, an iron door creaked open with a piercing sound. Shah and his lackeys were taken aback. "Who's that?" Another one spoke up. "Over there too." Swish, the rolling door just opened completely. There stood Hong Bagong, towering in the doorway, blocking their path. Behind him were their men, but all of them had already been knocked out. The bald-headed thug blurted out in shock, "Got a death wish, huh? How dare you barge into the new gang leader's turf?" Just then, the sound of shattering glass rang out, asterisk crash. Asterisk looking up, they saw Song Yicheng leaping down from above. The bold thug panicked. "There's someone up there too." Song Yicheng landed lightly amid the falling shards of glass. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a thunderous blast echoed, making them topple over in terror. Asterisk boom. Asterisk another blast thundered, and once again they collapsed in fear. Hong Bagong swung the staff in his hand once, sending the gang crashing down in a heap. After that, he shouted loudly, "To be a disciple of the beggar sect and yet have no conscience. Today I, this old beggar, will purge the sect for its sake." Having said that, he turned his attention to where Song Yicheng was standing, and couldn't help but think to himself, who would have thought that this chaotic sect could actually attract such a powerful fighter? I must take him down first, before I can rescue the children." As he charged towards Song Yicheng, the latter immediately saw his information panel. Hong Bagong, Martial Arts World, Mission Rank C. Seeing this, he found it somewhat hard to believe. Hong Bagong, he just transmigrated and already became the beggar sect's leader. Then Song Yicheng suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, he just said he wanted to purge the sect. Doesn't that mean he's not on the same side as those bastards? Then, all that could be seen was Hong Bagong charging towards Song Yicheng, saying, "Take a blow from my stick." Song Yicheng quickly raised his staff in defense, and a loud clang rang out. Then, he softly reminded Hong gang leader, "Please don't get too worked up." But Hong Bagong did not stop there. He struck his staff against Song Yicheng's pole, and then kicked him in the knee. Song Yicheng managed to dodge each of his attacks, causing Hong Bagong to comment, "He dodged again." Meanwhile, Song Yicheng continued to reflect. "I read about Hong Bagong. His strength is well known. He is quick-witted and righteous. Aside from having a strong appetite, he is a true hero in his own right." Hong Bagong swiftly retreated, then roared, "You little brat! You're full of tricks." He started to channel his energy, swinging his staff and speaking in a deep voice. "Walking this wicked path again. Today, I must rid the world of your harm for the people." A gust of wind blew past, and in front of Song Yicheng appeared the subduing dragon 18 palms. He couldn't help but curse. "What?" Song Yicheng, slightly in disbelief, exclaimed, "Is this really the subduing dragon 18 palms from the legends? What do I do? I'm a bit scared, a bit excited, and honestly, I kind of want to fight back." Amidst the tense situation, Rong Rong's frantic scream echoed. "Grandpa, save Rong Rong!" Song Yicheng and Hong Bagong were both startled, regaining their composure. When they looked back, they saw Huang Shu holding the children in his arms, escaping from the scene. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up, don't miss the deal. The gang leader is far more terrifying than them by 1,000 times." Sha, confused, asked, "Brother Huang Mao, where are we going? Rong Rong is still crying. Grandpa, come save me." Hong Bagong immediately showed concern and comforted the little girl, saying, "Rong Rong, don't be afraid," but then saw Song Yicheng rushing forward. He even reminded him, "Senior, be careful. Don't let yourself be consumed by anger. The safety of the children is the most important." Hong Bagong shouted loudly, "You little brat." But Song Yicheng was already quick on his feet, charging towards the group of young subordinates, landing punches and kicks. They screamed in pain nonstop. I was wrong. Hong Bagong was left speechless at the sight. That little brat is a good person. Then he saw Song Yicheng hand over the children to him and instruct, "Hong gang leader, take care of the kids. I'll chase after them." Rong Rong, like a small child, kept urging him, "Grandpa, no." Rong Rong immediately rushed towards Hong Bagong, calling out, "Grandfather." He hugged Rong Rong into his arms and comforted her. "Rong Rong, don't be afraid." Meanwhile, he looked out towards the outside. He watched Song Yicheng from afar, continuously striking and scolding those who were bullying the children. He then saw Hong Bagong release the little ones. He thought to himself, the old beggar couldn't wrong a good person. He couldn't let him fight alone. The little girl looked up at him. She immediately understood and spoke up, saying, "Rong Rong is a heroine. The heroine can protect everyone. Grandpa, hurry and chase the bad guys away." Hong Bagong gently patted her head and said, "Rong Rong, take everyone and hide well. Grandpa will be back soon." Rong Rong obediently nodded and replied, "Yes." As Hong Bagong was about to step outside, he froze in place, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. He stopped dead in his tracks and with astonishment, softly asked, "Little brother, who exactly are you?" The children behind him also gasped, exclaiming, "Wow!" At that moment, in the vast sky, Lan Ling and the children appeared, riding on the snow jade elephant dragon, looking down at the scene below. Song Yicheng had swiftly dealt with Huang Shu's subordinates, to the point where they were begging Zhu Shangxi for mercy. Meanwhile, the prince was being trampled beneath his feet, his body a broken, mangled mess. It was only then that Hong Bagong realized the truth, that he was Zhu Shangxi. The kids on this side couldn't help but cheer with excitement. "It really is Zhu Shangxi. We can finally go home. That's so cool." Hong Bagong, seeing their reaction, let out a soft exclamation. He smiled, stroked his beard, and gave a quiet compliment. "Indeed, heroes are born among the young. Very good, very good." Song Yicheng turned his head to look at him and said, "This isn't over yet. If we're going to clear out the sect, we need to do it thoroughly." He purposely asked, "Do we need to wave them off, Hong gang leader?" Then he turned around and kicked Huang Shu in the back, giving him an order. "Why don't you get rid of these dogs of mine?" Huang Shu obediently replied, "I know I was wrong." Meanwhile, on a highway, a suspicious truck appeared. The driver, with a long face, softly spoke. "Little friend Song, this wing is really tasty." They ignored the road signs and kept throwing trash on the road while passing through, saying they have to take me to meet that old man called KFC. The barrier was hit with a loud, screeching bang. The truck continued speeding down the road towards the dock, completely ignoring the crushed and broken signs behind it. At this moment, in the dock's lobby, a group of people in black surrounded the man sitting on the sofa as they listened to him ask, "Don't ship them out. What are you still waiting for?" The boss grabbed both of the boys by the wrists, then opened his mouth and continued, "The buyer from across the river will be here from Gonghai any minute now." But one of the henchmen hurriedly reported, "Sir, Huang Shu's people still haven't arrived. We might have to wait again." The boss, who had been drawing on his cigarette, froze at that. "Himph." He shoved the cigarette into the henchman's face and said coldly, "Or should we just wait until you die, and then choose?" The henchman trembled and stammered, "And no, I'll arrange it right away, sir." Then he waved his hand to give orders. "Bring all our men up here and line them up by quality. Quickly." As the guards brought the stock in, the henchman began his presentation. 24 prime ones, uninjured, disease-free, according to the price set by the child snatching crew that hired us, 80,000 apiece. The children who had just been brought in began to sob. "It hurts. Boo-boo. Don't sell me." The boss rose and looked each child over. When he said nothing, the henchman continued, 86 average ones, lightly injured or mildly ill, about 50,000 each. 208 poor ones, missing limbs, about 10,000 each. The boss just stared at the face of one trembling child among them, then said, "If children from our nation H are worth so little, mark up the price of every one of them tenfold." The face of the man showed a vicious expression as he exclaimed, "Although these children are small, their bodies are a treasure trove. This heart, this liver, kidneys, lungs, bone marrow, eyes, taken out like this, how can they possibly be sold for 30 to 50,000? Ha ha." Suddenly, a truck arrived, screeching to a halt. The group of people immediately began asking questions. They're here, it's the princes. Damn it, let's see how I deal with their corpses." When Ursha, Han Bagong, and Song Yi Chang stepped down, the thugs looked at each other in confusion, asking, "It seems like I've never seen these guys before." "Ursha," one of the underlings quickly ran up to inquire, "What are you doing? Get out of the way. Where's your prince boss?" Then they heard Song Yi Chang speak, saying, 50 combat forces, 5 scums, and also Lan Ling responding, and 20 professional watermelon pickers. Upon hearing this, Song Yi Chang sneered and asked, "Is 10 minutes too much time to deal with them?" Han Bagong gently raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. Then they heard him say, "Take it slow." Song Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. The thug kicked Ursha in the face and yelled loudly, "Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? Aren't you bringing the goods here?" Suddenly, a stick was thrown out to block his foot. Han Bagong violently swung the stick upward, striking it over the thug's head. The gangster immediately fell to the ground, rolling after being kicked away. Before dealing with the scum, he turned to give instructions to Song Yi Chang. "Be careful. Please ensure that both of you protect the children well." Song Yi Chang turned to make arrangements. "Brother Lan, do you want to cooperate?" Lan Ling immediately agreed. "Got it." The two of them split up to take action, each going in a different direction. Suddenly, a truck appeared from afar, heading straight for the thug who was lying unconscious on the ground. Han Bagong moved towards the group of thugs, his voice sharp with anger. "A bunch of heartless bastards, and you dare call yourselves a gang." At this point, his anger flared into a raging fire. Han Bagong loudly challenged them. "Then let me, Han Bagong, come and teach you a lesson." His speed was incredibly overwhelming. In no time, he reached them, striking each thug until their faces were bruised. He made sure to show them what his gang was capable of. The sound of slapping faces was excruciatingly painful. Seeing this, the boss retreated cautiously, trying to protect his face. "Where did that stinking beggar come from? Boys, draw your weapons. Kill him for me." Those thugs, emboldened by the few weapons they had, suddenly grew loud-mouthed. Excited, they cried in unison, "Kill him!" One even sneered arrogantly, "This knife of mine has been poisoned." The whole gang surged forward to attack Hong Bagong, repeatedly hacking at him with sharp implements, the blades whooshing through the air. Yet from beginning to end, he showed no sign of pain or injury. They were baffled. How could he not be cut? More than that, each sword that struck Hong Bagong shattered into fragments. Hong Bagong's eyes flamed red like a beast's. He laughed savagely, scornful, relying on those broken blades to try to wound this old beggar. Then, wielding only a thin wooden staff, he sliced one gangster's body in two with a single stroke. The man only managed a single, stunned cry of pain. "What?" Hong Bagong roared. "Teach those bastards a lesson, so they remember who destroyed our sect." He snarled, "Kill." No sooner had he spoken than the men were spurting blood. Hong Bagong seized each by the collar and hurled them like balls. The traitorous leaders were killed. One after another, every man struck, rolled, and collapsed onto the floor. Yes, his blows grew ever more brutal. The ruthless killer mercilessly slayed, blood splattering everywhere. Swish! The swings of the club gradually turned into a whirlwind. Wherever it struck, death followed. The damned scoundrels killed those who oppressed the weak, killed them. The ones who tried to flee could not escape. Ha! The man, filled with rage, repeatedly shouted his command. "Kill, kill, kill." Finally, the noisy crowd began to fall silent. Foul, sticky blood dripped down from the tip of the club. Plop, plop. After taking care of half the thugs, Hong Bagong continued to advance toward the remaining ones. They were terrified, their limbs trembling as they retreated. "Don't come any closer. This isn't a human." Each one stammered in fear. "Save me." Hong Bagong's terrifying gaze rose, and they all stared, wide-eyed mouths agape. "Is this the living king of hell?" The others scrambled to turn and run. "Run! Save yourselves!" While the subordinates were being pummeled mercilessly, the boss managed to escape to a corner. He called to inform the big boss. "Yes, someone's raiding the goods. They want you to come there." "Thank you. The great army is greatly indebted." He waited for a while, and then saw the silhouette of his rescue ship approaching. The sinister smile began to appear. "Once my reinforcements enter the harbor, there's only one road to stop me, and it leads to death." A gunshot rang out. The demon blade sliced through the harbor's railing. Song Yicheng tried to reassure the children. "Don't be scared, little ones. I've created protective circles to shield all of you. You can head home safely now. Thanks to me, they can relax as well. We're not afraid." Each of them looked at him with admiration. The golden light claw was truly impressive. They started to understand the lesson. A true expert in the martial world takes action in a way that's unlike anyone else. Meanwhile, Hong Bagong grabbed each gangster by the neck, forcing them to confess. But each one squirmed and denied. "I don't know where the gang leader is. He might have sought refuge with some foreigner." Lan Ling put the children onto a truck to escape. Seeing the gruesome scene of bloodshed, he couldn't help but sigh. "These people are so wicked. If we followed the laws of my homeland, even being torn apart by 5 horses wouldn't be enough." Suddenly, he noticed something strange approaching. His eyes widened in surprise. "Quiet. Mom, what is that?" From afar, a loud sound drew closer to the shore. It was a large ship, and there were many strangers aboard. On the ship, there was a group of tall and muscular individuals. This time, they were equipped with heavy weapons, so they were extremely confident. "Try the taste of artillery fire." Song Yicheng was startled and frightened. It was then that he realized the intention of these bastards. This damn beggar gang wanted to sell the children to arms dealers. He felt uneasy for Hong Bagong. "It's over. Hong gang leader." Song Yicheng couldn't stand still. He handed the task over to Lan Ling. "Brother Lan, the children must be handed over to you. As for me, I'll go to the danger zone." Lan Ling immediately accepted the order. "Don't worry, even the foreign guns can summon reinforcements." On the other side, the sharp eyes of Hong Bagong also noticed that someone had joined the fight. He stood proudly on the truck roof, not at all flustered, openly challenging. It seemed that the old beggar had underestimated these thugs. The other side wasted no time, firing several rounds of cannonballs towards the shore. Bang! Bang! Song Yicheng quickly rushed over and shouted loudly, warning Hong Bagong. Hong gang leader, be careful, those things can't be stopped. Having said that, he swiftly moved to intercept the cannon fire hurling toward him. Whoosh! Hong Bagong slowly cultivated and called forth Hang Long. Yet the speed of those projectiles was still a few seconds faster. They struck his body, causing him excruciating pain. Gunfire cracked in a relentless barrage. They even tried to finish him with a ballistic missile. Thud! The missile smashed into the truck. A tremendous explosion thundered. Boom! The truck was quickly reduced to a pile of burning wreckage. Fortunately, Song Yicheng had quickly hauled Hong Bagong out. He laid him down and, heartbroken, shook him awake. Hong gang leader. Hong Bagong's body was marked by severe shrapnel wounds, but he still managed to gasp out each word. Kill the foreigners. You Song Yicheng. Leave him there to rest. Hand him over to me. Wait until my unit has wiped them all out. We will return immediately to treat his wounds. Alone, he faced the massive cannon ship. The golden light claw was also unleashed to protect him. From beside the truck, Hai Chong, stunned by the terrifying power of the golden light claw, stood frozen. He murmured, "Huh. No wonder they even dared make trouble at my new Beggersek. So it's the illustrious Zhu Shangxi. Unfortunately, I am just a fool, charging headfirst into the mouth of the cannon. With any chance of survival, how could there be?" However, he didn't think twice about it and calmly sat back, smoking his cigarette as he watched the drama unfold. Hai Chong, I managed to keep this precious life. After some time, I might be able to return to my old self. After saying that, he let out a delighted laugh. Ha ha. Suddenly, as soon as he opened his eyes, a terrifying figure struck him with shock. Huh? On top of the truck, above his head, Hong Bagong stood up again. His body was engulfed in flames, and he shouted loudly, "Hang Long, the mind of the Black Cauldron is never confused. No, this can't be. You're dead. You can't get up. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion." Hong Bagong practiced his art, shouting loudly. 18 strikes. The flames erupted like a volcano, and he unleashed his move. Regret of resisting the dragon. A series of enormous fire dragons appeared, roaring fiercely, ready to devour him whole. Hai Chong's eyes were filled with fear. His face turned pale, unable to believe what he saw. It must be an illusion. How could such a person exist in this world? And the move, the fiery dragon, lunged toward him, opening its massive jaws. Grow! The scream echoed terribly, incredibly loud. Hai Chong was swallowed whole by the fire dragon, his mouth filled with flames. He cried out in pain, begging for mercy from the intense heat. A Grandmaster! Grandmaster, spare me! The dragon shot up, denting the truck's ceiling. Boom! However, once Hong Bagong's fury reached its peak, it could not be shaken. Shameless! Our beggar clan is the greatest faction in the world. Our reputation fills the martial world. Our power shakes the heavens. And we will never allow ourselves to be slandered or defiled. Die! Hong flung his hand and threw the man straight to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, both the ground and the truck were smashed to pieces. Song Yicheng stood from the truck, witnessing the fiery dragons rampaging on the shore. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Hong gang leader, truly deserving of being one of the 5 supremes of the world. Too powerful." The noise grew louder, mixing together. Boom, rumble, boom grew. The few survivors, using the last of their strength, struggled to stand and flee. Ah! Run! Each of them screamed as if they were reaping a bountiful harvest. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Help!" The fire dragons caused explosions on the shore, sending shockwaves far and wide. Bang! The men operating the cannons on the ship began shouting to each other, for their enemies also had heavy weapons. Everyone intensified their firepower. The thugs immediately unleashed a massive barrage of bullets at the shore. Die! Bang, bang, bang! Amidst the rain of bombs and bullets, the sight was completely obscured. They spotted a shadow speeding towards the ship at the speed of light. One of them reported, "Someone is attacking us." Song Yicheng leaped high into the air, landing directly in the center of the ship. The men on board quickly drew their pistols, aiming at him and shouting orders. "Kill him immediately!" He gripped his sharp demonic trident and thrust it straight down. "You want to die, do you?" The trident's blade slammed into the deck of the ship. Without hesitation, he yanked it out, causing the floor to crack open. Eventually, the ship couldn't withstand the pressure, leading to a massive explosion. The men on board lost their balance, one by one tumbling into the river. They screamed in panic, the ship sinking. One of them desperately clung to the cannon. But unexpectedly, the gun fell directly towards the ammunition box. His eyes widened, and he screamed in despair. In a moment, the two halves of the ship exploded into pieces. Everything was nearing its end. Hong Bagong stood on the shore, watching as the burning ship gradually sank into the river. He sighed. Truly a battle that brings satisfaction. What a magnificent sight. His breath grew lighter, and he thought to himself, "It's a pity that the legendary roasted chicken seems to have no fate to be enjoyed." At this moment, Hong Bagong's strength was gradually running out. He coughed once and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before his eyes, familiar figures suddenly appeared. Wrong, the little one must have returned to her mother's embrace by now. And there was Wronger, my good disciple. His body continued to weaken, and his consciousness was fading. His master wouldn't be able to return anymore, nor would he be able to enjoy the roasted chicken his disciple had made for him. Song Yicheng rushed towards him in a hurry, the soul of the gang leader. His body dissipated into the void, leaving only the staff behind. She trembled as she walked over to pick it up, her mouth quivering. How could this happen? How could this happen? Song Yicheng cried in anguish. Just earlier, you were still able to unleash such a powerful move. At that moment, Little System appeared beside her to comfort him. She explained. Even though his martial arts were strong, it was still hard for him to rely on his body to withstand such intense firepower. As for that final fatal blow of his, the strength? That kind of strength doesn't seem like it could come from someone who's about to die. Looking at the objects that had fallen from him, she believed that he had been incredibly strong. Perhaps what had supported him all this time was something you all would call belief. Upon hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Song Yicheng's mind. He exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." He immediately called out to Soul Pearl, "Zhang Ge, come here quickly." Zhang Ge appeared, looking confused, and asked, "Brother Song, is there something you need?" He hastily activated his power. "Quick, didn't you say Soul Pearl can communicate with the realms of Yin and Yang? Help me find the soul of Hong Bagong." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ge got to work without hesitation. A wave of energy caught the signal from the underworld and began to spread. A fragment of a soul appeared out of nowhere, flying toward them, and entered the Soul Pearl. Zhang Ge reported back, "I have summoned Hong Bawang, but unfortunately, he is not from this world, so there is no way to reincarnate him." Song Yicheng froze, repeatedly confirming, "You didn't summon the wrong person, right? After all, there must be quite a few wandering souls nearby." After a moment, he peered inside the Soul Pearl and saw a sleeping infant. His eyes widened in surprise, staring at the little baby, none other than Hong Gang Leader. Zhang Ge nodded and explained, "When a soul enters Soul Pearl, it returns to its original state." The Little System, observing intently, remarked with confusion, "Is he sleeping?" Zhang Ge reassured them, "He is too exhausted. It's inevitable that he'll fall into a deep sleep for a while. If he nourishes himself in the Soul Pearl for some time, he might wake up. There's no need to worry." Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng felt a sense of relief. "I see. I hope that one day I can bring him back to a true family." Zhang Ge revealed a truth to them. Within the soul of the Hong Gang Leader was a pure and untainted essence. Even when he died unexpectedly, there was not a single trace of regret. In this way, Brother Song wept, fearing that he had gone against the leader's wishes. After hearing this, Song Yicheng had to suppress the pain, pretending to be happy. "It's a long way off before I cry. Song Yicheng is impervious to blades and spears. How could I cry? Who would see me cry?" Zhang Ge could temporarily feel at ease. After saying this, he left. "That's good. It's just that this old Zhang, must be busy with state affairs now. After you've made such a ruckus, it's up to me to clean up and send him on his way to the heavens." Before leaving, Song Yicheng didn't forget to give a final important instruction. "By the way, old Zhang, you can't just let those death spirits by the river go and reincarnate like that." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ge's eyes lit up, and he gave a sinister smile. Rest assured, their actions, driven by their conscience, would inevitably lead them to the animal realm in the cycle of reincarnation, where they'd have to wander for a while. However, on the way back, Lan Ling still had to encourage him. "Brother Song, lift your spirits." He entrusted these over 300 children to us. We need to take care of them. Song Yi-chang nodded. Yeah, don't worry. Nevertheless, his face remained gloomy. He confessed. I figured it out. I know how to arrange things properly for the children. Hearing this, Lan Ling was somewhat surprised. Huh? Before he could explain, Song Yi-chang took out the wine gourd and the staff, using them to inscribe a spell. The runes slowly floated up, circling around him. He paused, wondering. Is this the incantation for the technique? The runes began to merge into his body, and his eyes gleamed brightly. After a moment, the system sent him a notification. His martial arts cultivation had reached the peak of the first rank, and he had learned the following techniques. Dog-beating staff technique, 9 yin manual, 18 dragons subduing palms, and wandering umbrella. At that moment, he realized the true purpose of Hong Bagong was to assist him in leveling up. Song Yi-chang came to his senses. The Hong gang leader expressed his gratitude. I will surely inherit your legacy and become a righteous and heroic person. Lan Ling sat beside him and softly reminded him. Hey, Hong Sr. is not dead yet. Meanwhile, a suspicious vehicle had arrived at Song Yi-chang's house. The sound of the car stopping in front of the door was followed by a strange figure walking toward the entrance, wearing a sinister smile. Ha! Finally found you. He placed something odd in front of the door and quickly fled. This grand gift is a package that hasn't been opened yet. I hope you'll like it. At the same time, at the Dragon Tiger Mountain building, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Corporation was located. Outside, there were numerous trucks loaded and parked. A servant hurried to wake Zhang Ku-lin up. Heavenly Master is waiting for you this way. Zhang Ku-lin, still half asleep, followed the servant's directions, constantly grumbling. Who on earth is it? Ruining my sweet dreams? The servant quickly reported, Your master is in the large conference room waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ku-lin immediately woke up and blinked in surprise. Master, what? To his shock, his office had been transformed into a children's animated movie theater. He had come here that evening to watch a film, and as his eyes scanned the room, he saw a familiar figure taking care of the children. It was Song Yi-chang, holding a glowing orb. In an instant, he performed a light magic trick in front of the children, who were completely mesmerized by the spectacle. I also want to pray with Aladdin. From those terrifying lightning bolts, they suddenly transformed into shimmering golden strands of hair, gently floating across the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone looked up in unison and shouted loudly. Look, everyone, those glowing threads are softly falling down. The children leaned forward, trying to catch one. What is this? The group watched intently, lost in wonder, as the cooled strands felt surprisingly soothing to the touch. Ah, everyone's mouths dropped open in awe. It's so magical. The special thing was that as soon as the strands touched them, the wounds on the children's bodies instantly disappeared. They suddenly exclaimed in amazement, My legs are back. I can see again. My wish has been granted. This is so wonderful. Zhang Ku-lin stood outside, his eyes shining like car headlights. Impressive. It was time for Song Yi-chang to leave, so he handed the task over to Zhang Ku-lin. These children have probably already been reported missing. From now on, you'll be responsible for getting them back home safely and soundly. My good disciple. Zhang Ku-lin stood frozen for a moment, but he still nodded obediently. Mem. He stretched and sighed in relief. It's been a long night. I'll find a place to sleep for a bit. His eyes were deeply sunken, but his heart felt incredibly at ease. A divine seed had finally been used up, and it truly was a meaningful day. Before long, the second day arrived, and the children were reunited with their families. Unable to contain their emotions, they rushed to embrace their mothers. Mom, the mother, finally reunited with her child, was teary-eyed, gently patting the child's head and holding them close. Let me see, are you hurt? The children completely forgot their fear. Eagerly, they began recounting the story to their mother. Last night, a very powerful immortal healed all of our wounds. Zhang Ku-lin stepped forward to join the celebration with the parents, seeing the children all returning home safe and sound, and even the Heavenly Master himself felt a deep sense of joy. However, one child turned away, eyeing him with suspicion, while Mark Freeman, that's definitely not his parent. The mother stood frozen, speechless. Poor Zhang Ku-lin, caught off guard, had no idea how to clear his name. Meanwhile, Song Yi-chang had caught wind of the situation here and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he had a good laugh when he saw how awkward the situation was. It was definitely the right choice to entrust this task to that kid. Not only did he complete the mission, but he also managed to bring some unexpected joy. Haha. Just then, the phone rang. Song Yi-chang opened it up and discovered the content inside. Ah, an advertisement. Moreover, there was a highly eye-catching and visually dynamic video attached, primarily focused on emotions. Teaching you on the spot. It was quite meticulous. He tried to justify himself. Xiao had been working overtime a lot lately. Surely just a quick look wouldn't hurt, right? In the end, his accidental slip of the hand caused him to click on the screen by mistake. Ah, I wasn't careful, it expanded. A moment later, his eyes unconsciously leaned in to read the top 3 rankings. Suddenly, he unintentionally saw something that shocked him so much that he threw his phone away. Damn it, couldn't have expected this. He had just stumbled upon a live stream of Xiao. She was live streaming an English lesson, interspersed with some jumbled English phrases. Below were a series of comments praising her beauty. I can't hold back anymore. I need to launch a rocket. Some will even fervently express their affection on air. I will forever love you. Xiao. Some people sighed with regret. I thought you were so perfect. Can we not have homework today? If my teacher had been like this back then. The increasing number of donations and support from viewers made Xiao a little embarrassed. She gently reminded, you all should listen to the lecture seriously, and no launching rockets at me is allowed. Just now, many people continuously sent her golden rockets as a way to show support and admiration. As soon as she finished speaking, this time it wasn't just a rocket, but a whole golden yacht crashed into her face. On the notification feed, users with big guns have fun sending large golden yachts. The yacht blocked Xiao's face on the screen, forcing her to shift to the side. They even launched the yacht. The sender was none other than Song Yi-chang, who, from the other side of the screen, kept recharging his account. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. Recharge successful. Every 100,000 VND was being deducted continuously as he relentlessly competed. No one could love Xiao more than I do. In the midst of his enthusiasm, suddenly, there was the sound of the door opening automatically. Click. Lan Ling walked in, holding a strange large box, and asked Song Yi-chang, did you jump out of the yard yesterday? A large box like this placed right at the door, and you didn't even notice. He stood up, scratched his head, trying to recall. Recently, it seemed like he hadn't bought anything online, but what was it, again? Before he could remember, Ding Jai rushed over and tore open the crate, inside of which gradually emerged a book cover. Song Yi-chang hurriedly read it aloud and exclaimed, the experimental book *2 to *, and it's the first edition. He rushed over and hugged Shen Tongheng, even faster than Ding Ji, caressing it like a child, and it even had the latest edition. Ding Ji was suddenly kicked aside, thrown to a corner with shocking cruelty. Song Yi-chang eagerly opened the book to read, discovering that this latest edition couldn't even be found online. Perhaps it was about to describe the siege and occupation of the Yo Tower. Kang, my Kang. The book was titled Great Immortal Cultivator in the Black World *. He flipped to the first page to catch up with the story and immediately cheered in delight. Finally, we've infiltrated the largest forbidden area of the otherworld, the Yo Tower, where there is no return. While he was engrossed in reading, Lan Ling suddenly raised a call. The ringtone blared loudly, a duck flapping its 2 wings. He turned to Song Yi-chang and said, your phone's ringing. On the other side of the line, a voice sounded, and it was obvious that something was up. Song bro, it's me, old Zhao. He lazily picked up the phone. General Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Song-sin panikedly reported to him. Ling Ni, something has happened to her. She's gone missing in that anomaly. Song Yi-chang immediately stood up, abandoning the book in his hands. Squish, he didn't notice, but something like a coin clinked out of the book. Clink, Soon after, they swiftly made their way to the research base of the anomaly. Zhao Song-sin recounted the entire incident to Song Yi-chang. In the end, no one had the chance to probe inside the anomaly, which had a very stable structure. So you had already predicted Zhao Ling's impulsive actions, but you're still furious and punishing her. She went in on her own. How could someone as esteemed as the captain of the Special Reconnaissance Team be so reckless? He slammed his hand down on the desk angrily. At that moment, a strange noise rang out from the screen. Even the sign hanging on the wall, which read, "Learn from the super handsome comrade Zhu Shangxi, and resolve the problem of the anomaly with determination," fell down. Zhao Songxin sighed in frustration. The child was a bit too hasty, but her entering the anomaly wasn't completely without some kind of plan. At the same time, he also shared some good news with Song Yicheng. The specialized equipment to block the anomaly's interference capability has been successfully developed. It was simply because the materials needed to manufacture it were extremely rare, which is why there has been no way to mass produce it yet. Inside, a complete machine had been successfully created, and the research project on wormholes was the most classified of all secrets. After hearing this, Song Yicheng's expression eased somewhat. He promised Zhao Songxin, "General Zhao, I understand. It was actually I who invited Zhao Ling to initiate the wormhole research. I will definitely make sure to return Zhao Ling safely. Please rest assured." He moved closer to the small stream in the room. With a sense of pleasure, Song Yicheng eagerly tested the first device, putting it on. It really did allow him to approach the wormhole just like normal. He could only hope that everything would go smoothly on this trip. Once everything was set, he wasted no time and dove straight into the water. Beneath the lake was the temporary wormhole research base. Song Yicheng swam directly down to the deep bottom. As soon as he descended, his necklace activated the propellers, and a net of light spread out, enveloping his body. Song Yicheng marveled, cool. With confidence, he headed straight toward danger. From up close, he could already see that at the bottom of the lake was the legendary wormhole. Without hesitation, he charged forward, letting himself be sucked into it. Song Yicheng moved through as if he had entered another world. A mystical space unfolded before his eyes, and he gasped in astonishment. Going outside is like stepping into another world. Song Yicheng quickly flew toward the light, which appeared like a portal. He silently prayed, "Zhao Ling, you absolutely must not get into any trouble." On the other side of the world was a pristine, incredibly peaceful scene. Song Yicheng stepped out from the portal on the tree trunk. The sound of his footsteps echoed across the water. Plop! He looked around, wondering, is this the homeland of Kit? Arriving at his destination, Song Yicheng gathered the light net. Suddenly, he vaguely spotted a figure on the water nearby. Humph! There was someone ahead. Just the right opportunity to investigate. Song Yicheng happily ran over to make acquaintance. "Hello." At that moment, Little System thought for a moment. The homeland of Cupid might speak the ancient HL nation language. Just speak normally. The system will automatically translate, although there might be a few small hiccups. But the current problem is not one that can be solved just by language. Energy fluctuations rippled all around. In other words, as the two of them approached, they discovered that the person was actually bathing in the lake. They instinctively slammed on the brakes. The girl gasped and screamed. She quickly covered herself, embarrassed, and scolded Song Yicheng. You actually dared to spy on me." The sound of water splashing violently echoed. Splash! Song Yicheng hurriedly shielded his eyes, trying to explain to the girl, "It wasn't my fault. You turned around on your own." However, in truth, he had no pure intentions in his mind, and even felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Haha, the classic situation of a male lead finally came to me. Sure enough, the noise from the argument and commotion between the two reached the ears of the girl's nearby brothers. They quickly rushed over and attacked Song Yicheng, accusing him of being a pervert who dared to spy on little junior sister while she was bathing. Unexpectedly, her four brothers quickly gathered, challenging him. Heavenly contention, 5 elites absolutely do not accept this. The girl, who was still bathing, was now surrounded by 5 men, and was even more panicked than before. "You guys, father's test. Song Yicheng. Who were these people? What were they plotting by invading the sacred grounds of the Tian King sect?" However, every one of them was just as lecherous. While speaking, their eyes were constantly glancing toward the girl bathing in the water. The atmosphere was thick with lust. This dark intention was clearly seen through by the girl. She hurriedly splashed water to drive them away. "Damn it, San, Wu Master, you guys aren't even allowed to look. Song Yi-chang was caught up in their strange questions, and he stood there in a daze, confused. Huh. Tan King's immortal cultivation world. Did I take the wrong script? And now I have to avoid that young lady? Swish, the masters began to make their judgments. Looking at the attire of that demon, it was highly likely that he was with the same group as the demoness who had fallen here a few days ago. Brothers used the heavenly stem 5 elements formation. A single punch should deal with him. Song Yi-chang was struck dumb, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He vaguely started to grasp the situation. The heavenly stem 5 elements formation? Wait, is this the world of Tuda wormhole messed up? No way are they saying Zhao Ling has also come here. He scanned the area more carefully, then concluded, looking closely, could that young lady really be the legendary heroine Ta? Ah, if I had known, I would brought my phone to take a photo with her. But the group of swordsmen didn't give him much time to think. They drew their swords and charged at him. Lustful wolf, prepare to die. Song Yi-chang froze. He thought they were just kidding. Was this a joke? Were they really serious? The whole group charged at him with the heavenly stem 5 elements formation. One of them lunged forward, slashing his sword at him, but he suddenly vanished from the water's surface. His feet moved deftly. He kicked that man down, and the support sprang up. The attacker lost his momentum and, dazed, plunged straight into the lake, while Song Yi-chang nonchalantly escaped the encirclement. His companion scrambled over in panic to help. Careful, master. Song Yi-chang settled on a high branch and sneered at them. Haha. Your formation was stomped into unconsciousness by me, and what if the formation were even more formidable? Relying on a bunch of chickens like you, and still hoping to defeat someone who's read the entire Tuda script like me. The others all fell into the river at once, each of them exclaiming in alarm. What on earth kind of divine being is this person? They had to admire his deadly trick. Why was his strike so fast, so precise, and so vicious? At that moment, Little System approached and explained thoroughly. What I just said wasn't finished. Because this place is an original principle alternate world, the fluctuating energies of living beings here will be judged by the system as abnormal oscillations. That's what I mean. Hearing this, Song Yi-chang's expression shifted a full 180 degrees. They're all interdimensional trespassers. If we wipe them out, we can claim the reward. This is nothing short of. I can treat the Tuda world as a copy to sweep clean. Meet someone and kill. Meet a god and kill a god. His mind began to imagine the scenario of himself as the ruler of the world, standing atop a mountain of wealth, sneering in arrogance. Haha. However, he had to discard that dream immediately because of human morality. No. This thought is truly evil. My dear fans wouldn't let me do something so harmful to heaven and earth. Song Yi-chang left, ignoring the small fry below. Once outside, he truly expanded his horizons. The surroundings were incredibly familiar to him from the Song Yi-chang novels. He could freely gaze at everything. The Mount Yiji was clearly in front of him, and the Zhenyu Tower stood unmistakably ahead. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. That's right, it's not easy to come here. Of course, the most important thing now is to take a tour around the Holy Land. However, the author's inner voice rose up and slapped him awake. Slap. Why don't you wake up a little, huh? Song Yi-chang snapped back to reality, clutching his face and crying. Hoo. Of course the most important thing is to find Zhao Ling, and now I'll head out. Yet an hour later, at the Feng Lai Bridge, Song Yi-chang, caught up in his own passion, was so absorbed in taking selfies that he completely forgot about everything else. The beautiful scenery of the Feng Lai Bridge in Tuda. Check-in successful. After finishing his check-in and storing the memories, Song Yi-chang began to explore the surroundings. Feng Lai Bridge was indeed the busiest place in the entire otherworld, so lively. In the comics, the male protagonist often appeared and disappeared here as well. He had already imagined a scenario in his mind, like the plot of a story. What he needed to do was to help the male protagonist, when he was oppressed by the villain, become good brothers with him, and use the script to help him level up, making him quickly become a great figure in this world. After that, he would take advantage of his good brother's noble status, roll out the red carpet to investigate, and he wouldn't even have to worry about finding Zhao Ling. With this thought in mind, he smugly praised himself. What a perfect plan. Just at that moment, The sky suddenly erupted with thunder, a loud booming sound that echoed, shaking the air. Seeing the sky changing, the people hurriedly ran away, shouting to each other, "Run, the thunderstorm is coming again." The thunder grew louder and louder. A strange woman, seeing Song Yi-chang still standing frozen, frantically urged him, "Young man, hurry and run, don't go any further." She anxiously pulled him along, trying to find somewhere to hide. This was no ordinary thunderstorm. Song Yi-chang did not understand what was happening. His face blank and dumbfounded as he stared. Yes, based on his long experience with reading stories, he could predict. Thunder seemed to be particularly born on the Fanglai Bridge. In the midst of the chaos, suddenly someone who was running tripped and fell to the ground. Thud! He cried out in pain, but it seemed that no one cared about the fallen person. In fact, they were cursing. "You filthy beggar, don't block my way." The thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot toward the beggar, who was still trying to stand up by the roadside. Song Yi-chang, worried, rushed forward. "I'd rather die than ignore an innocent person. I'll just mind my own business." Without hesitation, Song Yi-chang threw himself into danger. Just in time, he managed to push the beggar aside, but the bolt of lightning struck him instead. Song Yi-chang was racked with pain. The beggar, who had been unexpectedly shoved, looked up and, seeing Song Yi-chang struck by lightning, was horrified. The beggar's face revealed that he was a young man. Song Yi-chang suddenly realized something. "I seem to have forgotten something important." An hour later, the sky was clear and the clouds had dispersed. At this time, on the Fanglai Bridge, everyone was gathering in one place, standing and chatting. "Hurry up and come look. Someone was struck by lightning and died here." They both felt sympathy and reproach. Exactly. When running for your life, you shouldn't try to be a hero and save others. See, struck by lightning. As they approached Song Yi-chang's lifeless body, they caught a faint smell in the air. "Wow, it smells like roasted meat." Looking at his body lying alone on the pile of straw, they suddenly felt moved. Truly a pitiful person. Coming from another land, and not even a single person to collect his remains. How tragic. The little beggar had been sitting by his side the entire time, sobbing uncontrollably. "Benefactor, please wake up. Otherwise, there will still be those who are greedy and keep standing nearby, sniffing the air. Your body is charred, but the smell of roasted meat is so fragrant." At that moment, the lifeless body suddenly moved its finger. He let out a small groan. As soon as Song Yi-chang sat up, everyone was scared and ran off, thinking he was some kind of spirit. "Quick, go find a priest. Priests won't bother with this sort of thing." What the hell is going on? Only the little beggar stayed behind, eyes wide in joy as he stared at him. "Benefactor, you're not dead." He hurriedly wiped away a small trickle of drool. Song Yi-chang came to his senses and looked at him in surprise. "Oh, the star-shaped birthmark. There's no doubt anymore." Song Yi-chang lazily asked the young man, "Oh, are you Yang King-yun?" Who would have thought that the young man, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Benefactor, how did you know? Could it be that we've been separated for so many years?" Song Yi-chang could only cry and blame himself. I seem to have forgotten the most important opening plot point of the immortal cultivation story in another world. Yang King-yun had absolutely no idea what he was rambling about. The entire scenario was that Yang King-yun, the male protagonist in the immortal cultivation manga set in another world, had originally been a poor beggar, with no food to eat and constantly suffering oppression. At the age of 13, he was struck by lightning on the Fanglai Bridge, and his thunder spirit root was activated. From then on, his fate changed, and he stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation. That might have been the original story, but now, returning to reality, everything was happening just like that. Swish! Yang King-yun innocently sat beside him, comforting him. "Benefactor, why are you crying?" Song Yi-chang didn't want to go into a complicated explanation. He simply grabbed Yang King-yun's hand and pulled him along. "Come on, boss will take you out for a meal." All he could think about was that he might have accidentally robbed him of his fortune. At the very least, he should treat him to a warm meal. Just as they were leaving, a fairy flew over with a whoosh. "You should try to stop them." That young man wait, but it seemed no one paid attention to the person. Song Yi-chang was chatting away with Yang King-yun. "By the way, a few days ago, a demonic woman escaped from the Tian King sect. Have you heard about it?" Yang King-yun was having a very harmonious conversation with him, and soon the two of them became gossiping buddies. I haven't heard anything about it. I don't think there's been any related articles in the Immortal Cultivation Daily either. The fairy had no choice but to use a technique to grab their attention. Whoosh! Sure enough, the strange sound echoed in their ears, and Song Yi-chang quickly glanced back. With lightning speed, he scooped up Yang King-yun and ran off. Thud! His other hand blocked the lightning attack the fairy sent toward them. Where did this lightning come from? Song Yi-chang stopped and looked at his hand, which was twitching. His hand was capable of emitting electricity. Zap zap, the system notification rang, and he had acquired the thunderclap technique. Throughout it all, Song Yi-chang stood frozen like a dumb cat, his strange skills just growing more and more. The fairy laughed loudly. Ha, no wonder you're a brat who survived the lightning strike. That's it. Song Yi-chang seemed to recognize this person as well. Another important character had appeared. The immortal approached, hesitatingly proposing to him, I want to ask you, would you be willing to join my sect from a different world? As soon as Yang King-yun saw the immortal, he exclaimed with admiration, the platinum whisk, that's Xuan Hu True Lord. That's right, Xuan Xu True Lord is the elder in charge of the immortal sect. He might know something about that demonic woman. Xuan Xu True Lord frowned, looking puzzled. Demonic woman. I don't have time for such nonsense. It turned out that, according to the rules, he was the master of the male protagonist in the comic, the Xuan Xu True Lord of the Different World sect, the elder presiding over the immortal alliance of the alternate realm. Song Yi-chang's face showed a satisfied smile. Originally, he had planned to wait until the chaos at the Tian King sect subsided before investigating Zhao Ling's whereabouts. He didn't want to expose his true identity, which was quite troublesome. But now everything seemed much simpler. After a moment of thought, he immediately bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude to the True Lord. Thank you for your support, True Lord. I am willing to follow your wishes. In his mind, he had already mapped out a plan. Having someone backing him made things much easier. By infiltrating the Immortal Sect's headquarters, he was confident he could find an important figure. Without hesitation, Song Yi-chang leaped up and followed Xuan Xu True Lord. At that moment, he suddenly felt uneasy. He realized with a start that he was getting closer and closer to stepping into the male protagonist's role in this story. Yang King-yun in this world was still innocent and unaware, cheerfully bidding him farewell with the hope of meeting again by chance. Song Yi-chang's conscience felt a little guilty. Xiao Yang, in the future, you must often come to this Feng Lei temple to be struck by lightning more often. A few days later, when Song Yi-chang joined the inner sect of another world, he had to do menial tasks like sweeping the yard all day. Song Yi-chang sighed in frustration. The strange sect truly lived up to its reputation as the top sect of the otherworld. He looked up at the large gate with the sword affixed to it, marveling. What a massive gate! Are they planning to play football in front of it? Thinking of this, a wave of anger surged in his heart. He had taken on this sweeping task to gather information, but he had to endure it for now. Stay humble, stay humble. Suddenly, he noticed a noisy crowd outside the gate, with a disciple standing guard to stop them. Senior brothers, a disciple has already entered and informed them. Please wait quietly and don't be impatient. However, they still spoke in a rude and exaggerated manner. Yeah, I think that old man Shuangxiu is just scared. Or does he want us to fight our way in? Song Yi-chang leaned in closer, wondering how it was possible that wherever he went, trouble followed him. He didn't expect those people to be so vicious. How could they push little junior brother down like that? Song Yi-chang hurriedly ran over to help little junior brother up. The other person, feeling wronged, explained. Song disciple, some disciples from the Tian King sect want to break into our mountain gate. I found these troubles amusing, so I decided to step in. Master, let me handle this. He grabbed a loudspeaker and clearly outlined the procedure for the group, explaining that they needed to register to enter and were not allowed to wander freely. This is for you all to hear. They were terrified by his loudspeaker. The next moment, the entire group swore not to let Song Yi-chang off the hook. A disciple of key training, responsible for sweeping, dares to act so disrespectfully. The lackeys behind him also egged him on. Boss, let him taste a bit of the pain. Who would have thought that one of them was the young lady from the other day, who had bathed in the river. As soon as she saw Song Yicheng, she recognized him. That's the shadeless, thick-skinned guy. You're from the Shiji sect? The boss's face darkened upon hearing this. Song Yicheng also realized who the young lady was in this situation. His eyes widened in surprise. Oh damn, Lan Ning Ying, are you speaking human language? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you turned into some sort of monster. The whole group surrounded Song Yicheng, with the great elder of Tian King accusing him, claiming he was a scoundrel who dared to peek at my little disciple while she bathed. The people around him joined in, and it was said that he was also a demon who had fallen from the divine tree. They were planning to capture him, and today they would bring him and that demoness back to their sect to interrogate them. Song Yicheng couldn't stand the noise, so he unleashed a move to intimidate them into silence. Hold on a moment. Each of them, caught off guard by the sudden attack, screamed out. Great Elder Tian King widened his eyes. He analyzed Song Yicheng's move and concluded that this was no ordinary disciple skilled in key training. The others began to shift the blame, and sure enough, everything had been orchestrated by Xuan Xu. At this point, Song Yicheng, having heard the whole story, finally understood that they had come to this otherworldly mountain to find Xuan Xu, true lord, and demand Xiaoling. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he directly asked them, could it be that after leaving the Tian King sect, Xiaoling also came to this other world? You mentioned a demoness, she's in this world too. However, the Great Elder was looking for a reason to pick a fight with him. In front of Great Elder Tian King, what right do you have to ask? He hurled a golden disc at him with force. Whoosh! Song Yicheng quickly dodged, but still took a slight blow. He had to admit that Great Elder Tian King was indeed different from the ordinary dogs, like that cowardly old man. He was truly powerful. Song Yicheng frowned, no longer in the mood for games. It seems I have to be a bit more serious. He practiced his energy cultivation, summoning a thunderbolt orb, and shouted loudly, thunderclap technique. The group immediately froze in shock. Huh! Every single one of them had their mouths wide open at Thunder Spirit Root. The lightning quickly transformed into a raging thunderstorm, striking down violently, knocking away several of the boastful ones. They all rolled their eyes back in shock, mouths agape, screaming in panic. Even Song Yicheng was terrified by his own power. He quickly stopped his attack. Damn it! Looking at the mess he had caused, he felt a little guilty. Perhaps he had used a bit too much force. The sound of thunder still echoed in the air, and the talismans were scattered everywhere. Unfortunately, one of them brushed against the sword, which was securely chained to the gate, causing the chains to begin breaking apart. The giant sword plunged straight into the ground, and in this otherworldly shy men, the sword continued to absorb the electricity from Song Yicheng. After it pierced the earth, a whirlwind began to whip up from the ground. Everyone's hair stood on end. Little junior brother praised him. Master, I'm so sorry. I was a bit careless in my actions. Meanwhile, the group on the other side seemed stunned, too scared, almost as if they had fallen asleep. When they saw Song Yicheng approach, the man in question, terrified, knelt down and begged, "Don't call me master. You are my master, not my ancestors." He found it somewhat humorous, and couldn't help but give a faint smile. Haha, the modesty tactic has officially failed. On the other side, some of the subordinates suddenly sat in a corner, shouting, "Boss, wake up." They kept calling out, "Boss." Song Yicheng felt that something was amiss. Is something wrong? I didn't expect Great Elder Tian King to actually pass out. They began to place all the blame on him. The strange sect is really going too far, using such despicable tactics to deal with us. The Great Elder lay there, gasping for breath. They seemed agitated. Bullying our boss like this, Xuan Xu, is really too much. Song Yicheng pretended not to notice. Let me explain. Haha, it's all just a misunderstanding. Besides, you seniors broke into the strange sect's mountain gate. What exactly is there that we shouldn't look at directly? He began to bait them into speaking. Could this have something to do with that witch? Quickly, speak up. Just then, Xuan Xu, true lord, noticing the commotion, flew over. He politely inquired after the illegal intruders. Are the elders of the Tian King sect well? Since you are guests of my Xuan Xu, let me explain everything clearly. He recounted. 3 days ago, All the disciples of the Tian King sect caused an uproar outside the barrier of the peak of another world within the secret realm Immortal Alliance. Song Yicheng confirmed. Indeed, it was 3 days ago when Zhao Ming entered the cavern. A moment later, Xuan Tzu True Lord reported what had happened that day. These disciples adamantly claimed that a she-demon had escaped from the Tian King sect, then vanished outside the barrier. His disciples, seeing an intruder, rushed forward to chase and attack. She-demon, don't run! Yet she'd brazenly charge straight into the forbidden inner sanctum of the peak of another world, a place not to be entered. This entire scene was a figment of Song Yicheng's imagination. Afterwards, those disciples went to find Xuan Tzu True Lord to deal with the matter. They then asked me to open the barrier so they could go in and capture the person. The scene was imagined by Song Yicheng. From beginning to end, he could only wonder about one point. Why did Zhao Ling run into the secret realm of the peak of another world? By the rules of this matter, attempting to force one's way through the latest barrier will surely mean death. One must wait for another opportunity to get inside. Xuan Tzu True Lord acknowledged. Managing the Immortal Alliance's barrier is my responsibility. Of course, it cannot be handled carelessly like this. The others began to rage and rebut his words. I couldn't care less about that chaotic mess. Your heart is impure. You must have a hidden agenda. They pressed Xuan Tzu True Lord. Admit it, that woman is a spy you sent to investigate the secrets of our Tian King sect. Left with no choice, Xuan Tzu True Lord could only sigh in frustration. Trying to reason with these three was a waste of effort. The others formally issued a challenge. Third younger brother, it's fine if we let them off today. In a few days, there will be a battle for the entry ticket to this secret realm. The disciples of our Tian King sect must utterly defeat them. Just thinking about it, they were overjoyed. By then, we can proudly enter the peak of another world. Another agreed. Heh, of course. Saying that they helped the great elder of Tian King. Do you have faith, my good disciple? But it seemed they had forgotten about Lan Ying, whose clothes were in tatters after the electrical shock from Song Yicheng. She trembled, trying to cover the torn pieces of cloth on her body. Master, stop talking. Let's just go home quickly. Before long, they all climbed onto the carriage and headed back. They saw them leave without any unnecessary movements. Song Yicheng was a bit surprised. Running that fast? Xuan Tzu True Lord, at this point, finally showed his anger. You just calculated the loss, didn't you? If you have the skill, don't run away. Destroying the company's property by urinating everywhere, wasting others' time. And you haven't compensated us yet. Song Yicheng stood frozen, stunned, then hurriedly slipped away. Fortunately, they didn't find me. On the way back, Xuan Tzu True Lord reported some of the situation to him. I really went out to the mountain gate to look for you earlier. He had a few remarks. Your potential is not bad. I've decided to take you as my personal disciple. Song Yicheng's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly asked, Does this mean I can also participate in the battle for the ticket to the secret realm? Xuan Tzu True Lord nodded in agreement. Of course, as my disciple, you should go and bring glory to our sect. However, he hesitated before continuing. Xuan Tzu True Lord handed Song Yicheng a scroll and seriously instructed him. Your thunderclap techniques still needs more practice. This is a precious, advanced lightning technique of our sect. You must quickly cultivate it over the next 2 days. Inside, the explanation was a long string of text. How can someone struck by lightning become extraordinary? His eyes widened as he read. There was a bit of hesitation in his mind. He silently prayed for Xuan Tzu True Lord. This Xuan Tzu was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, sooner or later, I'll have to leave here. I must not let myself become too involved with him. That night, at the otherworldly sect in the cave of the direct disciple, the sound of a waterfall crashing down echoed loudly in his ears. But Song Yicheng remained focused, sitting in meditation and circulating his energy according to the instructions in the manual. He muttered. A flock of swallows flying south. Electricity began to spark from both his hands. Song Yicheng followed exactly what was written in the scroll. On one side, he drew the letter N, and on the other, the letter B. A flock of swallows flying south, one side drawing the letter N. Once he felt he had gained control over the power, Song Yicheng slowly stood up, looking towards the waterfall. He decided to test its might. He slowly released a powerful bolt of lightning towards the rushing water. The thunder clashed violently with the current, creating a deafening sound. Jizzed, jizzed, jizzed. All the fish in the water were instantly roasted by his lightning. System notification. Low-level Otherworld Beast Quest reward. A reward of 5,000. The fish, struggling for life, leaped out of the water and onto the shore. Song Yicheng blinked, gazing at his results in a daze. As expected, there really is a reward for completing the task. He sat down with tears in his eyes, savoring the natural fish from the water. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect that studying would actually be so useful. I like learning. The next morning, the bell from another realm rang loudly. Rang, 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 rang. This was the bell signaling the start of the Immortal Alliance's event in the foreign world. The battle for a spot in the 233rd Secret Realm. The opening ceremony has officially begun. Mark Freeman introduced himself. I am the Immortal Alliance baby, the one everyone loves. As tradition goes, the top 3 disciples would finally have the chance to train in the Secret Realm at the peak of another world. Immortal Alliance baby reminded all participants. Accuracy, task completion speed, and the condition of your spiritual power will all affect your final score. Everyone who had come was stunned, admiring the breathtaking scenery of the Immortal Alliance's foreign world. Wow, what a decoration! However, Lan Ying accidentally ran into Song Yicheng. She frowned, showing her displeasure. Oh, why do I keep running into him everywhere? Immortal Alliance baby pointed to the V-shaped boards already hung up, displaying the names of the sects and their rankings, which would be shown on the battle flags of each sect, including Shy Men, Tian King, Jia Tian, Sword Pavilion, and Yunlan sect. Above the position of the judges, everyone was discussing animatedly about the contestants. One person showed disdain for Xuan Shu True Lord, mocking him for sending a mere key training disciple into the battle for supremacy. The old man stroked his beard and sneered at Xuan Shu True Lord. It seems the sect has fallen into the hands of unworthy successors. From the Tian King sect side, someone overheard and laughed loudly, mocking him. Is that so? Today will surely be the day our Tian King sect shows its strength. Haha. However, Zhuang Xu True Lord remained calm and composed, explaining. My disciple is not just a mere key training disciple. I believe the elders of the Tian King sect should have realized this by now. Hearing this, the Tian King disciples suddenly felt uneasy. They are just making excuses. It was you who provoked us that day. Someone next to them pointed downward at the arena. Quick! Look! It had begun! As soon as the match started, the arena began to shake. Boom! Crack! 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 Even Song Yicheng, upon stepping onto the ground, caused the stone surface to crack open. Truly powerful magic. In the end, the entire platform collapsed. The contestants fell into freefall. Boom! The shouting and chaos began to ensue. Fortunately, Song Yicheng had anticipated this. He remained focused, firmly gripping a rock, appearing as if he possessed supernatural abilities. After a while, the referee announced, the first round, the battle for the entry ticket to the secret realm, the battle for the treasure. Everyone seems to have found a place to anchor themselves. Ha! Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng eagerly took the lead. Heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. Here I come. The battlefield for the struggle to obtain the entry ticket to the secret realm. The first battle, the contest for treasures. The rules of this round were very simple. Find the spiritual treasure with the highest spiritual energy in the shortest amount of time. Mark Freeman reminded the players, whether you find it yourself or steal it from others, you absolutely cannot use the spiritual treasures you already possess to supplement your collection. Do not forget, every move you make is under the watchful eyes of everyone. At this moment, stones began falling from the mountain, causing a panic among the crowd. Damn, what's going on? They looked up at the sky, only to realize that Song Yicheng had used a spell to make the stones fall right above their heads. Throw them. Seeing him walk leisurely on the golden staircase floating in the air, they couldn't help but admire him, wondering who this mighty figure was, so calm and composed as he walked through the sky. Is there such a move? Suddenly, a familiar voice, sounding like Great Elder Tian King, rang out. You command those below to quickly depart. Song Yichang immediately noticed from a distance. Indeed, there are referees below. He instructed all the contestants to remember, I will only wake here for 3 watches, and the opportunity to obtain the spiritual treasure will only come once. Song Yichang was delighted to realize this. Although sitting in the rocket seemed to have missed some details, the key point had not changed. Even the stones in the middle of the battlefield were identical to those in the comic. Lan Ying Ying and the masters heard the command and were ready to depart. Great Elder, don't worry, I will definitely win. The Great Elder seemed to have great faith in them. Yes, there's nothing to worry about. With Rong Er's celestial spiritual root, my Tian King sect will definitely come out on top. After all the disciples had left, Song Yichang stepped forward to approach him. Thud. As soon as he saw him, the elder frowned and scolded. Humph. Why are you still standing here in front of me? Go look for the treasure. However, Song Yichang shamelessly sat in front of the great elder and continued to tease him, saying, Looking for treasure? I should stay by the side of great elder Tian King here. That's what I should do. The great elder was inwardly annoyed, but he forced himself to remain calm and turned his face away, pretending not to care about him. Humph. If you want to waste your time, I won't waste any more words with you. He truly wanted to hit him, but he had to hold back. A great master should not get angry, and absolutely should not lose face in front of the disciples of Tian King sect. However, Song Yichang's persistence was no joke. He kept circling around, constantly chattering in the elder's ear. Great Elder, look this way, you really want to hit me, don't you? Come on, hit me. Whoosh! After a while, Great Elder Tian King calmed down and thought to himself that this might be a scheme of Swan Xaxu. He was deliberately provoking him, trying to make him lose face in front of the Immortal Alliance, thus pushing him to break through the Immortal Alliance even further. His fury erupted, and he stood up, roaring loudly. This is too much. Seeing the eruption of anger, Song Yichang could only exclaim in awe. He's delighted to have achieved his goal. And now, finally, he's angry. He had expected a scene of chaos, but to his surprise, Great Elder Tian King sat down, turning his back to him. Song Yichang felt disappointed. Why is he holding back again? He quickly recalculated his plan. Who would have thought that today, Great Elder Tian King's patience would be off the charts? Was he trying to force him to reveal his ultimate move? He jumped towards him, swoosh. He got closer, taking advantage of the moment when the elder wasn't paying attention. The great elder remained indifferent, silent like a statue, and a sinister smile spread across Song Yichang's face. Suddenly, Song Yichang shouted loudly, Oh my God! Lan Ying Ying is being harassed by a thug again. How vile! I really can't stand it anymore. Upon hearing this, Great Elder reacted violently. Who dares to bully my Ying Nai? Taking advantage of the moment, Song Yichang unleashed his thunderclap technique. The huge rock began to crackle. Finally, his lightning struck, shattering the stone. Boom! By the time the Great Elder wanted to turn around, it was too late. It's over. I've been tricked. Song Yichang burst out laughing with joy. The massive rock shattered, revealing a dazzling diamond inside, as a swirling vortex began to blow through. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the others were still engrossed in hunting Bakru. Suddenly, they noticed a spiraling current surging up from the hilltop, leaving everyone gaping in astonishment. Such a powerful aura. They could hardly believe their eyes. How could this be possible? None of them expected they had been too slow. This was at least an ancient treasure emerging into the world. Who can be that fast? One of them clutched his head in despair. We've probably lost already. Song Yichang pulled out the stone with his bare hands, triumphant. He shouted in celebration, having obtained the essence of celestial azure. In the original story, the protagonist of Asterisk to the Asterisk had endured countless hardships only to find a single ordinary spirit stone. Because he could no longer endure the sneers of Great Elder Tian King, he chose to challenge him in a great battle, and only then did the essence of celestial azure finally reveal itself. Having claimed this treasure, Song Yichang was brimming with arrogance. I'm even faster than the protagonist himself. No storyline can hold me back. Before leaving, he tossed a small pouch of money to Great Elder Tian King as a token of goodwill. Much obliged, Great Elder Tian King. On this large rock, he was frantically circulating his cultivation technique, and even for these treasures, he still found it a glorious achievement. He became even more enraged, scolding him nonstop. "You deceitful little brat." Meanwhile, he shamelessly grinned, his nose in the air. The Immortal Alliance announced the results. Congratulations to disciple Song Yi Chang of the unconventional sect for discovering the rare treasure first and achieving a high score. Ding 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 ding. The audience below the stage started to stir. "Look over there." Someone pointed towards the sky. "The flag of the unconventional sect is rising." Xuan Fakshu, True Lord, sat leisurely, sipping his drink. I knew this kid wasn't ordinary. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, those who had been mocking earlier were now sitting in frustration, utterly embarrassed. A moment later, Mark Freeman announced the start of the second battle, the Battle of the Spirit Beasts. The players returned to their positions to fight various types of monsters. Only Song Yi Chang sat calmly, reading the comic to keep up with all the details, while his fellow disciples and the fierce spirit beasts were engaged in intense combat. He read and laughed. Haha, this part is truly a masterpiece. Definitely worth a second read. So good, so good. Until a scene appeared that felt strangely familiar. The male lead is standing on the tree trunk, eating without saying a word, secretly embracing the tree, waiting for something to happen, enjoying the benefits without effort. A sound echoed in his ear. Song Yi Chang recognized the signal. It's finally here. He stood up, determined to win the spirit battle. He casually grabbed the dead rabbit lying at the base of the tree. Can't say, the male lead in this comic is indeed extraordinary. I randomly catch this cute rabbit, and it turns out to be an 8th level monster. The celestial soldier found it curious. Song Yi Chang, from the World Sect, has captured an 8th level demon beast that has lived for 1,000 years. The task of the spirit battle has been completed. A while later, at the Wangxiang Maze battle, Song Yi Chang entered, following the book to find his way out. Finally, 3 steps to the left was the exit. He slowly walked and counted. 1, 2, 3. Unexpectedly, he easily cleared the game like this. Mark Freeman cheered for him. In the third round, the Battle of Formations. The first person to break the formation was the disciple of the World Sect, Song Yi. Soon they were at the final round, the ghost hunting battle. This time, the location was a mountain village. A bat, hanging upside down on a tree, suddenly had a rope tied tightly around its neck, waking it up in surprise. He let out a weary sigh. This mission could be cleared with nothing more than brute force. It was so simple that the outcome was obvious at a glance, almost dull. Seated atop a mound of monster corpses he had felled in just minutes, Song Yi Chang allowed his thoughts to wander. Yet something felt off. After more than 200 monsters, why hadn't the boss appeared? Lifting his eyes toward the distant sky, he wondered if perhaps the butterfly effect had already led everything astray. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a colossal creature was dragging itself across the ground. Swish, swish, swish. To his surprise, the one pulling back that grotesque beast as a prize was none other than Lan Ying. This last round, no matter what, I cannot lose to him. As she made her way back, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind her. Thud, thud, thud. A massive human face emerged, twisted with a lewd smile as its owner reached out to seize her. But Lan Ying had already sensed the shadow from the other side. She curved her lips in a faint smile. Not a single wasted move, she murmured, seizing the tail of the man stalking her and flinging him forward. Her sudden shove was as strong as any man's, sending him crashing down onto the ground. The stalker, startled by the unexpected counterattack, lay trembling as he stammered out an excuse. "I only thought your luggage looked heavy, miss, so I wanted to lend a hand." Shaking, but far from foolish, Lan Ying instantly drew out her whip and lashed it across his backside in rapid strikes to make him learn his lesson. Wretched fiends, still trying to deceive me. The crisp sound of the blows rang out sharply, Lan Ying's eyes fixed on him with clear disgust. "I have already uncovered the truth. You are the very ringleader behind the troubles plaguing this village, a vile demon. Demon King." Shame turned to fury as he leaped up to argue back. Yet despite her harshness, his shameless grin remained as if nothing touched him. So fierce, this priestess. I rather enjoy it. Delightful. He twisted and writhed mockingly before her, and Lan Ying, once disgusted, now grew unsettled, slowly retreating to keep away from him. "You pervert. I'll bind you with my demon-subduing rope." Truly revolting. The man only pressed on with his teasing. "My lady queen, hurry and bind me." His face resembled that of a pig in heat. "Come trample me, do it now." Even the thought of it made Lan Ying Ying shudder in fear. She screamed in a high-pitched voice, "I'm so nauseous. Master, uncle, marster, help me, anyone, please." The man chased after her, grabbing onto Lan Ying Ying's hair to pull her back. "Don't run away, come back and hit me already. Look, I've tied myself up too." She sped up, pulling her legs up to run. View! Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck out of nowhere and hit him. Boom! The man screamed in pain as the lightning struck him, forcing him to let go. In the end, a bird mark from the electric shock was left on his chest. The pig was so terrified, he didn't dare say a word, almost becoming a roasted pig. Angrily, he stood up and yelled loudly, "Who did that? Who dares to mess up my plan?" A sound of footsteps came from above the tree. Thud, thud. Song Yicheng was holding an electric baton in his hand, casually asking, "Not dead yet?" As expected, "You're the final boss of the game." The pig started to lose his temper. He bared his teeth and roared. His arm muscles suddenly swelled and bulged. The perverted pig from before had now turned into a wild boar, showing its fangs and claws. "I'm not interested." Song Yicheng also charged forward. The two sides engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Song Yicheng expressed his disdain for the wild boar's strength. "I never imagined that the so-called Demon King, with such a formidable reputation, is not only a pervert, but also someone who enjoys being abused. No wonder he's the Demon King, who caused the male protagonist so much suffering. This strength is certainly not ordinary." He decided to play his hand openly. "Well then, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you." Song Yicheng threw a lightning sphere that electrocuted the wild boar to death. It screamed in agony. Taking the opportunity, Lan Ying Ying joined in. She pulled out her enchanted rope, the long cord piercing the ground, the talisman wrapping around the wild boar's head. In the end, his limbs were tightly bound. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lan Ying Ying panted heavily. "Finally caught you, you filthy monster." However, the wild boar roared and struggled violently, snapping the ropes. "Rah! I'll eat you both alive." Lan Ying Ying was horrified. "What the hell?" Song Yicheng shouted, "Get out of the way." He used the gap to fire a high-voltage electric shock at the creature. The name of the wild boar couldn't endure it. Every stroke felt almost seared by fire. The struggle came to an end. Mark Freeman declared the mission reward. One Demon King worth 20,000. Only Lan Ying Ying sighed in deep regret. She had still lost after all. A small sphere bounced up. Song Yicheng caught it, and sure enough, it appeared. A great treasure for immortal cultivation. The demon core of the Beast King. Yet afterward, he handed it to Lan Ying Ying. "This thing is useless for me to keep. Take it." The sphere was tossed toward her. She wondered why. We are clearly from opposing factions, and yet he saved me, treated me so kindly. At that moment, Song Yicheng was startled, afraid she might misunderstand. In the original story, the male lead, Tundayang King Yun, had by sheer chance gained a fated romance in this very final battle. The two of them later fell deeply in love. Only then did he recall that this melodramatic plot point existed. He had underestimated the karmic entanglement between the male and female leads. He bolted away frantically, still not forgetting to clarify. "The demon core truly has no effect on me, so you absolutely mustn't misunderstand." Lan Ying Ying thought he was shy, and she smiled meaningfully. Could this silly boy actually know embarrassment? A while later, the match ended. Mark Freeman announced the final results of the battle at the arena before the secret realm. The Immortal Alliance baby eagerly awaits the outcome. Congratulations to Song Yicheng of Different World Mountain and Lan Ying Ying of the Tian King sect for earning the qualification to train at the peak of another world. Outstanding. The rankings have been announced. May the three of you on this journey encounter your fated opportunities, defy the heavens, and ascend to become immortal lords. Though Lan Ying Ying only placed second, she could still hold her head high. Look at me, even the one in third place rejoices. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Song Yicheng, however, cared only for Zhao Ling's safety. He prayed silently. "Zhao Ling, I'm coming. After these days of surviving in the wilderness, are you safe?" Meanwhile, within the secret realm at the peak of another world, The three top contenders had the chance to experience it firsthand. Was this truly the extraordinary, mysterious peak of another world? And there stood the demon-suppressing pagoda, which no one had ever dared to enter. Zhaoling, where are you? Song Yicheng wondered silently. Next, we'll have to face the newest content of Tuda. With no script to follow, will everything still go smoothly? Below the peak of another world, Zhuan Shou, True Lord, led the three contestants forward and began to open the Fang Shan Grand Formation. The Bagua Formation appeared before them, causing the ground to tremble. Crack, crack, a whirlpool of wind blew wildly. The shadow of the tower slowly emerged before their eyes. A path appeared, leading directly to the tower. Zhuan Shou, True Lord, gave a few words of advice to the three. Although the inner realm of this strange world is brimming with spiritual energy and countless treasures, it is also extremely dangerous. You three carry the hopes of the elders, so I hope you will be cautious. His face grew serious. Be sure to remember, keep your distance from the demon-suppressing pagoda. Upon hearing this, all three of them responded in unison. Obey True Lord's teachings. As soon as the three of them set off, Song Yicheng began to calculate in his mind. Xuan Shu, True Lord's words were not wrong. According to Tuba's setup, the peak of another world was one of the most dangerous places in this foreign realm. Thinking this, he sighed again. Finding Zhaoling was likely not going to be as simple as it seemed. Indeed, Zhuan Shu, True Lord, noticed the thoughts in his mind and called out to him. Disciple, stop for a moment. He asked. Disciple, do you have something on your mind? However, Song Yicheng wasn't one to easily express his thoughts. He denied it. No, Zhaoling and I just arrived here after traveling through time and space. This matter should not be known by the people of this world. Seeing him hesitating, Xuan Xu, True Lord, did not insist. I won't force you to speak anymore, but this time, when you entered the otherworldly peak, was it to find the owner of this item? Upon seeing the familiar object, which seemed to be his own, Song Yicheng was astonished. How could this be? Zhuan Xu, True Lord, recounted. A few days ago, after the disciples of the Tian King sect caused a commotion, I entered the secret realm for a round of patrol and ended up finding this item beneath the demon-suppressing pagoda. He tossed the ring to him. Song Yicheng was immediately struck with realization. The demon-suppressing pagoda. Did Zhaoling enter the demon-suppressing pagoda? If the otherworldly peak is one of the top 3 most dangerous secret realms in the otherworld, then the demon-suppressing pagoda at its summit is an absolute forbidden area in the otherworld. Legend has it that, in order to suppress the great beasts within the tower, Xuanjin, the ancestor of the otherworldly sect gate, used all of his cultivation to seal the tower. The beasts inside were rebellious, and the dark energy was overwhelming. If Zhaoling really was inside the tower, Song Yicheng suddenly bowed his head and respectfully asked, Master, I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you the details about this matter. Furthermore, I must enter the demon-suppressing pagoda. Zhuan Xu, True Lord, did not ask further. He simply sighed, as if he had already known. Hayes, I originally intended to persuade you to give up, but it seems that's not possible now. Having said that, he handed him a jade talisman. I have sealed a demon-expelling technique I have cultivated within this talisman. He instructed him. Take it. It might help you escape danger. Song Yicheng joyfully accepted it. Thank you, Master. Once everything was settled, he swiftly turned and entered the tower. In the secret realm at the peak of the otherworld, he easily sped through. Song Yicheng sensed something was wrong. This secret realm was indeed much larger than it appeared at first, so he had to speed up. Everything in front of him was shrouded in mist, and only at the peak could he see the demon-suppressing pagoda. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out by his ear. This caught Song Yicheng's attention. Humph! As he turned his head, a venomous green serpent lunged at him, its mouth wide open in a scream. However, Song Yicheng showed no sign of fear. He stood still, staring directly into its eyes, causing the serpent to freeze in place. Annoyed, he grabbed the serpent by the neck and gave it a good thrashing. It writhed in pain as he cursed. Don't block my path. When he yanked its head off, he realized that others were also being attacked by this monster. The serpent's body was slammed violently into the rocks by his force. Thud! The others were also dragged along by the snake, their fates intertwined. Lan Ying Ying screamed loudly. Song Yicheng hurriedly let go, releasing the monster. He regretted, I accidentally offended a few treasure hunters. The others, too, were dragged down with the serpent. Song Yi-cheng callously ignored them and walked away. They came here to train anyway. Right, increasing the difficulty a bit is for their own good. Let's find Zhao Ling first. Finally, he reached the summit of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Just standing outside, Song Yi-cheng could clearly feel the heavy evil energy. The legend says, any cultivator who dares to enter the demon-suppressing pagoda will inevitably be infected by this sinister energy, losing themselves and becoming a demon. No one has ever survived. He noticed strange marks on the door, bullet holes. Zhao Ling was in D gear. Song Yi-cheng decided to take the risk, opening the door and stepping inside. The air within was chillingly oppressive, like hell itself. A horrible scream echoed, followed by a creaking sound. He stood in the middle of the room, glanced around quickly, and then forced himself to push forward. A gust of cold wind blew by, making Song Yi-cheng turn sharply to look behind him. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Was the door closing automatically? In the end, the door slammed shut with a thud, seemingly done by the ghosts. Song Yi-cheng had no choice but to move further inside. Under the influence of the malevolent energy, his spirit indeed felt heavy. He glanced around at the eerie surroundings, the sound of wind howling in his ears, whooshing by, so absorbed in his observations, he didn't notice the figure attacking him. However, a hand shot out and smashed the claw before it could reach Song Yi-cheng. It was none other than Lan Ling. Song Yi-cheng was deeply grateful. Brother Lan, thank you. I never expected to meet you here. He smiled and greeted him. After being suppressed for so long, it's great to finally stretch my limbs a bit. Both of them were trapped in the swirling vortex of demonic energy in the room. A sinister voice threatened from all directions. At last, someone has come to offer themselves up to me. Song Yi-cheng was unafraid. He boldly challenged. Whoever you are, come out and face me. A woman's voice rang out. Why the rush? Let me take a good look at what's in front of me first. The demonic woman appeared, teasing him, and though she couldn't compare to the scent of lamb, she added, but I do smell something really delicious. Song Yi-cheng immediately began to rest his legs. Can anyone tell me what this intense feeling is? What is it? Lan Ling was quite surprised. What's wrong? Does Brother Song know her? Of course, it was because Song Yi-cheng had already read the script. Not only did he know her, but it also felt very familiar. He thought to himself, but this married couple would probably be easier to talk to. After all, there was no setup that posed any threat. Song Yi-cheng lowered his voice, speaking in a softer tone. Mrs. Hong, may I ask you something? A few days ago, did any of you see a girl with blue hair? Am I not evil enough? Not scary enough? Why aren't they frightened at all? Gray Wolf, what are you doing out there? Shouldn't you have tied her up and taken her for a stew by now? As you command, my dear wife. I knew it was you. Always learning nothing good. Do you realize how much fear you've instilled in the children? Brother Song, be careful over there. Could this be the pot falling from the sky? Song Yi-cheng began to react. He gradually became annoyed and started to lament. He turned to ask Lan Ling's opinion. Isn't this temperature already too high? Lan Ling agreed. If it continues like this, they'll be boiled alive in no time. But the ones getting boiled aren't them. It's the two wolves sitting in the pot. The gray wolf went crazy and begged, Don't cook anymore. Oh my God, my beautiful big tail is already all gone. The red wolf threatened the two men menacingly. You, stop first. I'll tell you where that girl is. Seeing this, Song Yi-cheng temporarily withdrew his hand. I'll give her a chance. Go ahead, speak. The red wolf laughed wickedly. She's right above, but she has some shocking news. She's dead. Upon hearing this, Song Yi-cheng hurriedly stood up. Brother Lan, let's go. The two of them flew up quickly. The red wolf advised them to give up, adding a few malicious words. She was captured by the great demon on the upper floor as soon as she entered. He's already devoured her these past few days. But Song Yi-cheng was not swayed by this. In an instant, he climbed higher and sent a bolt of lightning down. In the blink of an eye, both wolves were scorched to ashes. The system announced the reward for the villainous duo, the Red Wolf and Gray Wolf. 10,000 mission points. Lan Ling did not expect him to use this method for revenge. She thought he would spare them. Song Yi-cheng sneered. Killing demons to level up, such a pleasant thing. Why not do it? Immediately, a bloody battle took place inside the demon-suppressing pagoda. Second floor, demon-suppressing pagoda. The two easily defeated the pair of serpents, completing the mission and earning 10,000 rewards. Third floor, demon-suppressing pagoda. After a disaster of playing with the pair of cats, they received the mission's reward of 10,000. Fourth floor, demon-suppressing pagoda. Lan Ling and Song Yichang worked together to defeat two wild beasts with green and red fur, earning the mission reward of 10,000. Fourth floor, demon-suppressing pagoda. Bang! The two successfully soloed a pair of two-headed birds with animal mouths, earning the mission reward of 10,000. After several hours, before stepping onto the final floor, Lan Ling asked for Song Yichang's opinion. Brother Song, do you feel that besides these demons, there are other strange things? He nodded in agreement. Mom, those demons clearly don't belong to this world. I suspect that besides suppressing the demons, Chuan Zhen, the Grandmaster, is using this tower to conceal a great secret. Without hesitation, he said, let's continue. No matter where Zhao Ling is, or what secrets lie within this tower, once we infiltrate, everything will be revealed. Suddenly, a bullet flew from behind. Lan Ling shouted a warning. Brother Song, be careful. Fortunately, Song Yichang managed to dodge in time, leaping to the side as the bullet whizzed by. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly ran toward the direction from which the bullet had come. Could it be Zhao Ling? The two of them ran all the way up to the 6th floor, the demon-suppressing pagoda. Song Yichang stood outside the vault and called out, Zhao Ling, where are you? He guessed she must be somewhere inside, but why was there no response? At that moment, a chain suddenly shot out from within. Song Yichang swung his staff to block it. However, Lan Ling was ensnared by a mass of chains, which bound his arms and legs while cutting into his neck, causing him to cry out in pain. In panic, Song Yichang turned back. Brother Lan, you have to go back and help Lan Ling. Lan Ling pointed behind him. Brother Song, look, it's her, it's Zhao Ling. Song Yichang immediately spun around. Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling was suspended in mid-air, bound by chains. He jumped toward her, aiming to cut the chains. I'm coming to save you right now. But as Zhao Ling broke free, she pointed a gun at him. He froze, startled, wondering. Lan Ling reminded him. Brother Song, quickly move away. She's been overtaken by the demonic energy. She's lost herself. Sure enough, Zhao Ling truly fired a shot at Song Yichang. He was in a dilemma, caught between two choices. No matter what, I must take her back. Unfortunately, a bullet grazed his face, causing it to bleed. Song Yichang silently guessed, is it because of my aura? The protective energy seems to have weakened quite a bit. At this moment, the chains on Zhao Ling's hands were released. Clink, clink, clink. She was the one controlling these chains. The chains attacked him from all directions. Song Yichang had to find an opening to strike. The closer he got to her, the stronger the demonic energy became. Clang, clang. One of the chains struck his face. In his mind, a strange voice echoed, continuously urging, kill her, you won't have to endure all this anymore. His eyes rolled back. It was at this moment that he realized, yes, that's it. Thud, thud. His hand instinctively unleashed a thunderstrike. Suddenly, Song Yichang's subconscious awakened. Song Yichang hit himself on the head. Damn it, get out of my head, stay clear. Song Yichang couldn't do it, the energy in his body was growing heavier and heavier. At that moment, Lan Ling shouted up at him, Brother Song, get out of the way. It was a trap. His body felt like it was about to explode. His head hurt so much. He began to slip into a daze. Where is this place? Song Yichang opened his eyes, and he saw chains tightly binding Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling. He rushed forward in panic. I'll save you right now. His own hand was being corroded by demonic energy. No, that's not right. He realized that everything he was seeing wasn't real. This was an illusionary formation. Even though it was an illusion, the damage to the mind was real. If this continued, neither Zhao Ling nor himself would be able to hold out. The command token of Swan, Shu True Lord. Hopefully it would work. It felt as though some substance was continuously being poured into his body. He was overjoyed. My body seems to naturally adapt to the sinister energy here. A loud voice shouted. Who dares to use this dark technique here? Song Yichang turned around and asked. Dark technique? Yichang shot up like an arrow, furious, and warned. Your sister is the one practicing this dark technique. Quickly release Zhao Ling back to me, you filthy monster. Suddenly, countless chains erupted like mushrooms before thousands of eyes. He startled, on high alert. The style of this demon seems to be inconsistent with other monsters. Several eyes narrowed, the voice booming with suspicion. Monster, are you calling me a monster? He snorted coldly, not caring. Isn't it obvious? With that appearance of yours, you still refuse to admit you're a monster. The eyes widened, and in anger, they shouted. You're speaking nonsense. You are using dark techniques to absorb evil energy. You're definitely a dark demon. I will not release you from here. Yichang looked around in confusion. This demon was really strange, but he didn't have time to think, as the surroundings suddenly turned pitch black, and he panicked, unable to react in time. This is bad. The space is shrinking. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yichang fought desperately, using his weapon to slash through the attacks. Too solid. It seems impossible to break the formation by force. Seeing the darkness spreading rapidly, he furrowed his brows. He had to quickly find the formation's core. Yichang began searching every corner, in a 360-degree radius. The formation's core must be different from the other areas. The countless eyes screamed relentlessly, distracting his focus. I can't let you out. I can't let you out. Yichang felt uncomfortable, his head buzzing. It's so noisy. Where exactly was the formation's core? He glanced to the side, and suddenly smiled mysteriously. I just felt something was off. So that's it. Yichang tilted his head and teased, Old man, your illusionary escape mechanism is really impressive. As if startled, hundreds of thousands of eyes widened, turning back to look at him. Among the colorful chaos, one eye remained tightly shut. Yichang happily shouted, Gotcha! He fiercely thrust his spear straight into the eye. If you can, never blink. With a loud explosion, blinding light poured in, and Yichang was overjoyed. Success! After a moment, the light gradually softened, and he frowned in confusion. Did I make it out? In front of him sat an old man with snow-white hair, on a lotus flower. That is the lotus throne, exactly like the one belonging to Xuanzhen the Elder in the comics. Yichang speculated with doubt. So that means this is the master of the demon suppression tower, Xuanzhen the Elder. He hurriedly rushed forward to request an audience. Xuanzhen the Elder, may I ask where this place is? How can I get out of here? By the way, my friend is also trapped in this tower. Could you help me? After speaking, he received no response. But just then he noticed a light emanating from Xuanzhen the Elder's face. What was glowing? Yichang slowly bent down to confirm. My apologies, Elder. Underneath the hair covering the face was the shape of a gigantic eye from before. This was the same eye, now shifting within, as if reflecting a galactic scene. At the same moment, Xuanzhen's voice echoed. Yao, I never expected that after parting ways back then, we would meet again here. Yichang, bewildered, muttered. Yao, is he talking to me? He stared at the eye, suddenly stunned. I see now this is Xuanzhen the Elder's memory. But this scene is clearly from the battle between Haixing and the Earth cultivators back then. So Xuanzhen, he must have been one of the 7 cultivators who participated in that battle. Displaying the memory of the Elder Xuanzhen during battle, he was accidentally injured, falling into a rift in time and space, and crossing over to this world. He was surprised to discover that this was also a world rich in spiritual energy. While healing, he established his own sect, the Otherworldly Sect Gate. Thus, one summer day, when Xuanzhen thought his cultivation was almost restored, and he would finally be able to return to Earth before his transmigration, he was shocked to discover that he had been tainted by the demonic energy of Haixing, and his inner demons were growing stronger, becoming harder to control. He realized that the power and the destructive desires within him were no longer manageable. In the end, he sealed himself in the demon-suppressing pagoda until his death. Yichang remained silent, lost in thought. He had come here to save Zhaoling, yet unexpectedly uncovered this piece of history. Wait a minute, if this is a real world, why does it resemble the world in the comic *2 to *? Also, he just called me Yao. What's going on with that? thinking until his brain felt like it was overheating and steaming. He still couldn't grasp the truth of the matter. So many questions, it's too confusing. Who am I? Where am I? Where do I go from here? Suddenly, there was a rustling sound, and he began to fade away, as if drifting away with some unknown wind. Elder Xuanzhen. His body merged into the void, leaving only his eyes still fixed on the face. Yi Cheng carefully observed the object on the altar. It was the sacred artifact of the ancestral master, the cosmic mirror. It was the most powerful spatial artifact in this entire otherworld. In the comic, no practitioner from the otherworld did not want to possess it and sought it out, but no one had ever found it. It turned out that it, along with the Xuanzhen ancestral master, had been sealed in this tower. He tilted his head to examine the mirror, trying to judge its nature. Could it be that strange demons have appeared here? It was all because of this cosmic mirror. From within the cosmic mirror, a trace of the soul of the Xuanzhen ancestral master flew out, delivering his final words to prevent himself from using the cosmic mirror to return to Earth after being corrupted by demonic energy, as well as to avoid the temptation of misusing this powerful artifact. I have fused myself with the cosmic mirror. If you, Rui Yao, have come here, then this treasure is yours. But even though your body is pure yang, you must be careful of the evil energy entering your body. Aren't you a transformation stage cultivator? Have you forgotten all these things? Well, after guarding for 1,000 years, I can finally leave this bondage and rest in peace. After speaking, the last fragment of his soul finally rested. Yi Cheng stood there, eyes wide and mouth agape, confused and bewildered. Ancestral master, wait, don't just leave after saying that. His heart-wrenching scream echoed through the vast space. The system automatically updated. Obtain the cosmic mirror. Click here to view the user guide. He glanced at the mirror, indeed a great treasure, and it even came with a user guide. Little System immediately took on the role of a guide. Don't worry, this system has helped someone as clueless as you read it already. This cosmic mirror was truly an excellent treasure. To enhance its professionalism, the girl even carefully wrapped it with the cosmic mirror and the user guide. Yi Cheng grew impatient. Stop wasting time. Just speak. From what the Grand Elder Xuanzhen said, this cosmic mirror is a spatial artifact that can transcend to different worlds, right? Little System nodded. In theory, yes. She raised it to inspect, but it seemed the treasure was no longer in perfect condition. Only then did Yi Cheng notice and felt a pang of regret. What happened? It seems that the cosmic mirror was originally a dual-sided artifact, with mirrors on both the front and back. The backside indeed has a flaw. He sighed in disappointment. Thinking about it now wouldn't solve anything. Better to take it first. Yi Cheng suddenly remembered something, his tone serious. Right, there's one thing you know better than I do. He whispered a request. Just now, Xuanzhen said I should be cautious of the evil aura. I have some doubts. Can you help me check it out? The scene shifted outside, to the demon-suppressing pagoda. As for Xuanzhen, in the end, his divine consciousness gradually dissipated, and the demon-suppressing pagoda loosened its control, turning into a pile of ruins. Zhao Ling anxiously shook Yi Cheng. Hero Song, wake up. She nervously looked at his handsome face, eyes tightly shut. If this goes on, he'll be in danger. Maybe I'll have to try that method. Pouting, she leaned closer. Her full lips drew nearer and nearer, while Yi Cheng remained in a dazed state, unable to open his eyes. The pinkish scene seemed perfect, but unexpectedly, sounds kept interrupting from somewhere. Under the sunset, right in the middle of the wreckage of a building, Zhao Ling in song, Yi Cheng's romantic moment unfolded. Just as her lips were mere centimeters away from Yi Cheng's, a group of people suddenly appeared, ruining the moment. Lan Ying shyly covered her mouth, her wide eyes filled with astonishment. Why are you trying to seduce him like this? Seeing someone approaching, Zhao Ling jumped in shock, her face turning as red as a tomato. She hastily explained, I was just trying to save him. The ones who appeared were Lan Ying, Xuanzhen True Lord, an unknown man, and a group of adorable beasts. Zhao Ling couldn't help but feel bewildered at this strange combination. Huh. Wait, who are these people? She asked cautiously. Stop right there. Who are you? What do you want? Xuanzhen True Lord, recognizing them at a glance, immediately warned. Disciple, it seems you've managed to rescue your friend. Since things have come to this point, stop pretending to be asleep, will you? Hearing this, Zhao Ling was utterly astonished. She quickly turned towards Song Yicheng. What? He's already awake. He was still keeping his eyes shut in feigned slumber, thinking to himself. Asterisk, I really did just wake up, asterisk. Then he sat up, putting on an act of suffering. My head hurts so much. What were you all saying just now? I didn't hear a thing. Yicheng instantly lunged toward Zhao Ling, asking with concern. Zhao Ling, I've finally found you. Are you all right? This sudden action made her blush and respond shyly, hesitantly. I'm fine. I was just a little worried earlier. Yicheng cast a displeased glance at the others. Oh, so everyone who should be here has indeed arrived. Once we settle one matter, I'll take you back. He walked up to Xuan Shou True Lord and said, Master, you arrived just at the right moment. His master immediately showed a concerned expression. The disturbance at the demon-suppressing pagoda earlier spread out for 100 miles. It startled many people, so naturally, I had to come quickly to check on the safety of my disciple. Now that I see you're unharmed, that's all that matters. While Zhao Ling and Lan Ying were glaring at each other, with sparks practically flying between their eyes, she wondered, who is she? What is her connection to the heroic song? Don't even think about attracting Song Yicheng's attention. Meanwhile, Yicheng, like a child fascinated by strange creatures, said, What are these? They're not spirit beasts that you raised, are they? They're too soft, too fluffy. Juan, Su True Lord, patted the head of a bear and said, These were originally just the demonic beasts around here. Luckily, your jade token absorbed all the malevolent energy in the area, turning these creatures harmless like this. Upon hearing this, Yicheng couldn't help but admire in his heart, as expected of Xuan Su True Lord. His psychological resilience is remarkable. He can talk about the jade token so calmly without even a hint of embarrassment or panic. He says it so nonchalantly. Speaking of the jade token, Yicheng took one out and presented it to Xuan Su True Lord. By the way, your jade token has truly helped me a lot. Xuan Su True Lord took it and then asked, That's right, disciple, did you see any artifact in the demon-suppressing pagoda? Yicheng immediately understood the meaning and took out a mirror. Is this what Master is referring to? Xuan Su True Lord suddenly smiled in a strange way. Exactly. Without hesitation, he reached out to take the mirror. This is a treasure passed down by my otherworldly sect gate, and it was retrieved by you, my disciple. Truly excellent. However, Yicheng held the mirror tightly, making it impossible for Xuan Su True Lord to take it, so he asked, Why aren't you letting go? Yicheng replied with hidden meaning, Master, why the hurry? Don't you want to ask me whether I encountered anyone I shouldn't have met or discovered any secrets I shouldn't have learned inside the pagoda? Xuan Su True Lord's displeasure was evident. No matter what you've seen, it's all in the past. Then, he revealed his true nature. Xuan Su True Lord leaped up and attacked Yicheng with his whisk, trying to snatch the item, shouting loudly, And now, the cosmic mirror belongs to me. Yicheng was taken aback by the situation. What? But he still held on to the mirror, refusing to let go, despite the numerous injuries on his body. Xuan Su True Lord seemed very confident in his abilities. Stop resisting. Quickly hand over the cosmic mirror, and I will let you leave in peace. Otherwise, the gates of hell are the only thing waiting for you. The jade token in his hand suddenly transformed, causing Yicheng to clutch his head in agony. I'm doomed, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. What have you done to me? Lan Ming hurried over to support Yicheng, who was collapsing. Hey, are you all right? The beasts, terrified, ran away. It's too scary, let's go. Zhao Ling, enraged, raised his gun and fired directly at Xuan Su True Lord, cursing as he did. Despicable coward. Xuan Su easily deflected the bullet and continued his rambling. When you were inside the tower, didn't you feel quite comfortable with this jade token? That's because the demonic energy was absorbed, allowing your body to temporarily adapt to the environment inside the tower. Right now, with the slightest movement of my heart, I can easily provoke the demonic energy within your body. Xuan Su True Lord's face was devoid of humanity, filled only with a twisted amusement at Yicheng's suffering. If this drags on, the demonic energy will invade your meridians, and I fear you won't make it through tomorrow. Yicheng then quietly chuckled to himself. He stood up as if nothing had happened. leaving Lan Mingming and the young man in shock. Huh, he's fine? He even sneered, saying, "Thank you, Master, for explaining everything so clearly." Zhuan Xiao, true lord, couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? My aura is so strong, penetrating into your body. How could there be no reaction? Vichain shrugged, his attitude very flippant. Who told you I'm always like this? He thought back to the manga asterisk to the asterisk, where true Lord Zhuan Xiao was always depicted as a righteous character, so he had been caught off guard by him. As a result, Zhuan Xiao, unable to enter the demon-suppressing pagoda himself, had used him to sneak in and steal the treasures from him. Yi Cheng recalled when he was inside the demon-suppressing pagoda, and Xuan Jin, the patriarch, had mentioned the sinister energy entering the body. At that time, Yi Cheng had already suspected something. Back then, he had asked Little System for help. After using that jade token, did anything strange happen to my body? Little System immediately transformed into a doctor and examined him. That jade token earlier caused your body to absorb a large amount of sinister energy. However, she smiled smugly. The sinister energy was like water poured into the sea, completely absorbed by your body. If you're asking about any strange symptoms, it seems like you've actually become stronger. This situation might be related to Ryo. Back to reality, Yi Cheng sighed mockingly. Only pity for my good master, your scheming is exhausted, leaving only emptiness. However, it is thanks to the blessing of your jade token that I was able to absorb the demonic energy from Jiaoling, ensuring her safety. As for me, I can only express my gratitude with the thunderclap technique, he said, then leaped towards Zhuan Zhu, true lord, with a bolt of lightning gradually forming in his hand. Zhuan Zhu, true lord, showed no sign of panic. Surrounding him now was a red, blood-like spiritual force. His words were boastful, unashamed. He swung his whisk, and ghostly hands appeared, charging toward Yi Cheng. Seeing this, Yi Cheng remarked, "So your true nature as a left-hand practitioner has finally been revealed." Zhuan Zhu, true lord, didn't care about Yi Cheng's words. He was like a madman, seeking only absolute power. So what if I walk the demonic path? I won't end up like that old man Xuan Jin, first afraid of wolves, then afraid of tigers, and finally locking himself away in that cursed place. Two massive forces clashed. On one side was Xuan Zhu, true lord's dark arts, and on the other was Yi Cheng's thunderclap signature. The two fought fiercely in midair, neither side giving an inch. However, the beasts, with their tails between their legs, fled in terror. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. Zhao Ling immediately asked, "What is that?" The freckled boy exclaimed in fear. The giant formation is terrifying. Red streams of spiritual energy soared upward, gathering at the peak of the mountain. This formation was gradually draining the boy's spiritual energy. He was terrified, thinking, "My spiritual energy is disappearing." Lan Ying immediately realized that this was a dark formation that siphoned off the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Zhuan Xiao, true lord, laughed loudly with delight. "Haha, the ancient soul-absorbing formation is indeed magnificent." Yi Cheng angrily asked, "What exactly have you done?" True Lord Xuan Zhu bared his teeth in a horrifying smile. After all, they were master and disciple, so it didn't matter if you died in a clear manner. This ancient soul-absorbing formation is the culmination of my life's work. It's a pity that I have never been able to find an ancient treasure to serve as the formation's eye. Yi Cheng was both shocked and fearful. Ancient treasure? Are you saying it must be him? Yes, I've searched through the entire foreign realm, and only the cosmic mirror of Tuanzhen can bear this responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng became even more determined. It's a pity. I will never give the cosmic mirror to you. But Xuan Zhu, true lord, looked at him with a sinister grin. I was indeed a bit foolish before. Since you don't want it, why should I force you? Behind him now is a dazzling red formation. If the treasure has already appeared, then directly having the one who holds the treasure as the eye of the formation, wouldn't that be enough? Yi Cheng was utterly confused upon hearing this. As soon as Song Yi Cheng spoke, a blinding light erupted from his head, accompanied by the dark force of Xuan Zhu, true lord, gathering around him. The light above his head kept absorbing spiritual power, growing larger, and surrounding him were flashes of lightning. Yi Cheng, encircled by this immense power, was unable to do anything. The mirror, hidden beneath Yi Cheng's robe, also instinctively emerged, causing him considerable pain. At this moment, within the Infinite Heroes Tower, a voice rang out. This situation isn't quite right. Too much black aura. Although Lan Ling was injured and had to bandage herself, she still felt deeply concerned for him. Brother Song, Brother Song. Immediately after, a wave of black mist appeared around Lan Ling. Something was wrong. Sensing the danger, the snow jade elephant dragon swiftly reverted to its majestic true form. The black mist continued to envelop the Infinite Heroes Tower. In the place where Lan Ling was, our minds had already connected with Brother Song. Upon seeing his current state, Xuan Shu, True Lord, was ecstatic. It's a success. The ancient soul-absorbing grand formation has finally succeeded. He laughed triumphantly. Haha, all the spiritual energy in this world, all the cultivation, will belong to me. The spiritual energy from beneath the ground flowed like a current, rushing towards him. As a result, trees and animals collapsed, rivers and streams gradually dried up, and there was no trace of green leaves left. The streets and buildings crumbled as though there had been an earthquake, and the people scattered in all directions, desperately trying to save their lives. The sound of screaming echoed everywhere. The spirit beasts have also fallen. Practitioners like Lan Ming and the freckled boy were drained of all their strength. It hurts so much. Zhao Ling was terrified and helpless. How did it end up like this? Hero Song, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Xuan Xu, True Lord, gleefully raised the whisk in his hand. I am the master of this other world, the strongest person. Haha. Little did he know, a strange wave of spiritual power had appeared beneath his feet, like a black hole spitting out dark spiritual energy directly into Xuan Xu, True Lord's body as he was celebrating. The blow left him injured and his face pale. Xuan Xu, True Lord, was furious. What? He screamed. So this is Yi Cheng's counterattack, though you look a little different now. Yi Cheng extended his arm toward him and said, Come here. Xuan Xu, True Lord, was instantly pulled toward him, unable to resist, only able to cry out. Yi Cheng gripped Xuan Xu, True Lord's neck with one hand, making him suffocate and cough uncontrollably. Yi Cheng's entire body emanated a dark aura. Even his way of speaking had changed. This arrogant, reckless look of yours truly offends the eye. Strangled until his face twisted in pain, Xuan Xu, True Lord, thought to himself. Haha, I was wrong, completely wrong. Turns out I never truly understood what power really meant. Yi Cheng tightened the hand that was clutching his neck. Immediately, all of Xuan Xu, True Lord's spiritual energy poured out of him and transferred to Yi Cheng. So this is what they call a grand star absorbing formation. Quite convenient. As he absorbed that vast amount of spiritual energy, Yi Cheng's eyes lost their pupils, making him look like a true villain. This overflowing sense of power, it's been so long since I've felt it. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Meanwhile, Xuan Xu, True Lord, was drained of his spiritual energy until he withered like a dry branch, no longer resembling a human. Yi Cheng tossed him aside without the slightest mercy. Too bad this world is far too small. Yi Cheng reached into the sphere of demonic energy left behind by Xuan Xu, True Lord. Rumor had it that treasures still remained within. He drew out the cosmic mirror, though he could no longer clearly recall what it was. The moment the glasses were withdrawn, the stream of spiritual energy from the orb burst forth, cascading down onto the earth. Yet the world was now battered and desolate, and Yi Cheng slowly descended. Before him stood Zhao Ling, Lan Ying, and the freckled boy, but all of them lay unconscious, their fates unknown. Yi Cheng stepped closer to Zhao Ling, her eyes tightly shut, confusion clouding his mind. Though she was no longer conscious, just seeing this girl's face allowed him to call her name correctly, Zhao Ling. Then Yi Cheng dropped to his knees beside her, stammering softly. It was as if Yi Cheng suddenly became aware of the mirror in his hand. It slipped and fell to the ground with a piercing clang. In its reflection, he saw himself, his entire being shrouded in dark, malevolent energy. And then Yi Cheng remembered the moment of his own transformation. Despair struck him at once. He had destroyed this world. Cradling Zhao Ling in his arms, Yi Cheng howled in anguish. He clutched his face, his teeth clenched tight, as though 1,000 blades pierced his heart. His mouth moved ceaselessly, questioning himself. What have I done? Suddenly, the cosmic mirror began to glow. Its dazzling light forced Yi Chang to shield his eyes. And slowly, that light enveloped both him and Zhao Ling. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chang and Zhao Ling had disappeared, leaving no trace behind on the cold, tiled floor and amidst the pile of debris around them. A moment later, at the Yanzhou City People's Hospital, Zhang Yiqiao walked in, her face filled with worry, holding a lunchbox in her hands. As soon as the doctor saw her, he asked, "Miss, come to visit the patient again?" Yiqiao inquired, "Doctor, have they regained consciousness? Is there any issue with their condition?" The doctor responded with a somewhat displeased expression. "The female police officer is still in a deep coma. Her condition is very frail inside and out, but for now, there's no immediate danger to her life. As for the young man, his body is strong, the healthiest and most robust I've ever seen." At this point, Yi Qiao understood what the doctor's gender was, and she felt a little helpless. Looking through the glass into the patient's room, she let out a relieved sigh. "That's a relief," the doctor continued. "However, I'm afraid he will still need to rest for a while longer, as his mental state is currently very poor." Yi Chang is now lying motionless in his hospital bed. He sighed. "Zhao teacher, it hurts so much." Then, the doctor left. Yi Qiao politely thanked him, opened the door to the patient's room, and stepped inside. "Thank you, doctor. I will take good care of him." Yi Qiao recalled that, a few nights ago, Yi Chang and Zhao Ling suddenly appeared at the house he had previously rented. The landlady took his phone and informed me. At that time, their condition was extremely bad. I panicked and immediately took them to the hospital. As for Zhu Shangxi, Yi Chang never brought it up himself. I didn't ask him about it either. But at that moment, I could clearly feel that he was carrying the burden alone, and just how heavy that burden was. After thinking for a while, Yi Qiao slapped herself lightly, reminding herself to pull herself together and stop dwelling on those troubles. She opened the door and entered with a gentle smile. "Yi Chang, you're awake." As she placed the lunchbox on the table, she updated him on Zhao Ling's condition. "The doctor said that Captain Zhao's life is not in danger, so don't worry too much." Yi Chang nodded slightly. "Thank you." He lowered his head and slowly got out of bed. He walked over to the window and stared into the distance. Yi Chang, you ruin someone's world, and then you just walk away without a second thought." Seeing him like that, Zhang Yiqiao couldn't help but feel concerned. "Yi Chang, the doctor said you need to rest properly." However, Yi Chang was resolute. He had changed into another outfit and stood by the window. "Sorry, Xiao, I still had something I need to sort out." A gust of wind blew, making his cloak flutter as Yi Chang jumped out of the window, leaving Yi Xiao staring at his back with a bewildered expression. A small pair of hands kept pressing on the squares of the board, accompanied by a delighted voice. "Haha, finally, it's picking up speed. The energy has exploded." Little System was overjoyed as it looked at the glowing board in its hands. "So this is what it feels like to be rich. Traveling through time like this, it would be best to come often, maybe even every day." It turned out that the cultivation tower was piled high with treasures, gold, silver, and jewels, stacked like mountains. Little System was calculating how to deal with these items, feeling as though it were celebrating a festival. The little spirit beasts were also very excited. Lan Ling spoke up. "Yeah, the battle at the demon-suppressing pagoda really paid off. A huge pile of demon core equipment and charms. If these can be used in this world, they could definitely bring in a lot. It's just that it seems Brother Song doesn't care about these things at all." Little System also noticed the change in Yi Chang. Since returning from the foreign realm, this kid had been in a state of constant contemplation. Lan Ling could understand his feelings. With such an ending in the foreign realm, it was hard not to carry that weight in his heart. The two of them looked out the window at the large yellow building. Little System insisted that no matter what, upgrading the system was the most important thing. Lan Ling wondered, "I really don't understand why he's in such a hurry. Where is he trying to go?" In the building across, a group of people was working hard, but perhaps due to the high intensity, a few of them were completely bald. Right by the window, two men were having a serious discussion about work. "Submit next month's manuscript first, and then I'll tell you the secret method for growing hair. Then it looks like I won't be keeping any hair this month." At that moment, Yi Chang appeared. Outside the window, like a giant cockroach crawling on the glass, startling the two men. The bald man with black hair calmed down when he recognized him as Zhu Shangxi. Yi Cheng pressed his cheek against the glass, still managing to speak. "Excuse me, may I ask where the author of Tuda is?" The curly-haired young man stood up, opened the window, and introduced himself. "Actually, I'm the editor in charge of Tuda." 5 minutes later, Yi Cheng was sitting at the table talking. The curly-haired man said, "Mr. Nan Yu, the author of Tuda, is a famous follower of mysticism. I've never met him. The manuscripts are always sent by email every week, and last week, suddenly Mr. Nan wrote to say he wanted to go save the world himself. He said he can't submit any more manuscripts. He declared, Tuda's comings and goings have been suspended indefinitely, and since then, we have lost all contact with him." The two men clearly felt that the story was reaching a climax at the demon-suppressing pagoda. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng was utterly shocked. He slammed the book onto the table and said, "Suspended indefinitely? How is that possible? I even received a story about the latest developments at the demon-suppressing pagoda." He opened the book to show the two men, but they saw no panels at all, only blank white space. Yi Cheng was very confused. The panels have all turned white. A little later, he went to Zhao Ling's hospital room. She was still unconscious. Zhao Ling's injuries were real, his loss of control was real, and the otherworldly realm was undoubtedly real. Yi Cheng sat down on the waiting bench, staring intently at the story in his hands. Could it be that the new story had always been blank, or had the intrusion caused by him changed the trajectory of the otherworldly realm? The recent family matters were also tied to this. Lan Ning Ying, Yang King Yun. He wondered if they were safe. He had a strange feeling that everything happening in the otherworld, as well as this comic book, was quietly being controlled from behind the scenes. What was ahead of him? Was it the truth about history or a mission he was bound to follow? He flipped through the blank pages and wondered, "Master Nan Yu, can you tell me the answer to all of this?" Suddenly, he stopped when he saw black handwriting on one of the blank pages. It read, "Box, Day 13. Meet at the Nan Yu Central Square." The words left him astonished, and he exclaimed that these were the words left by Master Nan Yu. He thought that perhaps the truth we've been desperately searching for is now closer than ever. Song Yi Cheng reminded him, "Zhao Ling, if you don't want to miss it, you better wake up now." In Yanzhou, underground, where the subway trains continuously passed by, two workers were inspecting a large hole next to the tracks. This was the place where they had lost contact with the entire team. "It's right around here. Yesterday, they were in charge of the construction here. We thought it was just a landslide," one of the workers, wearing glasses, said in a tired voice, pointing to the group of people digging. "But today, we've practically turned over every stone and piece of dirt here, and found nothing." The younger worker still seemed confused. 5 people, alive and well, suddenly disappearing off the face of the earth. It's a bit eerie. Suddenly, another worker rushed over in a panic. "Captain, we found something. It's a camera installed to record the construction process." The captain immediately pulled the memory card out of the camera and asked, "Did you bring a laptop? I hope it still works." A worker quickly brought over a laptop. "We have one here." After inserting the card into the computer, both the captain and the man wearing glasses were focused intently on the screen. Fortunately, the person in charge exclaimed, "Great, it's still working." The computer was accurately playing back what had happened. "Yes, it's those people." On the night of the 12th, the captain seemed quite anxious. "Hurry up and take a look." The other two also watched seriously, not wanting to miss any details. The afternoon had seemed normal. After watching for a while, the captain, with his sharp eyes, noticed some movement. Zoom in on this area. In the video, behind a worker, the earth wall began to crack open. What is that? Soon after, a ghastly greenish hand emerged from the crack in the ground. The 3 witnesses were horrified to the extreme. "It's coming out." The worker in the video was running for his life, and behind him, a strange figure appeared in the mist. It was an abyssal giant demon, ferocious and charging forward, its enormous hand grabbing hold of the worker. He could only scream out, "Monster, monster." The beast lifted the man high into the air, its feet planted firmly on the ground, while all around were the chaotic sounds of people fleeing. The abyssal giant demon let out a deep growl, opening its enormous mouth to devour the unlucky worker alive. What followed was a gruesome, blood-soaked scene. Even the workers who witnessed this through a video were horrified, screaming as they dropped their computers. The young man rushed away, abandoning everything, only desperate to cling to his life. "Run! Run quickly! There's a monster here! It's eating people alive!" The bespectacled worker trembled without end. "This is a huge disaster." The captain, though afraid, remained calm enough to make a wise decision. "The special division. We must contact the special division at once." At that moment, towering, modern skyscrapers rose before Song Yi-chang's eyes. Without realizing it, he had already arrived at the central square. He recalled the words written on that sheet of paper: "Meet at the Nanyu Central Square at midnight on the 13th *." Tonight was the very night of the Nanyu rendezvous. Suddenly, his phone rang. A flock of ducks passed over the bridge at the entrance of the alley. Without hesitation, Yi Chang answered the call. "Hello." Xiao Yi was sitting on the subway, holding a bag of food. "I bought some food. I'm on my way to your place now. Do you want anything else for me to bring?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chang couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. To be cared for and worried about by Xiao, what more could he ask for? As soon as he finished speaking, his phone started ringing, beeping repeatedly. Yi Chang assumed it must be the signal on the subway that's bad. Then an idea came to him. "Lately, my mind has been full of matters from the other world, and I've been neglecting Xiao. Right, the time's almost up, and I could just head to the station to pick her up." But when he arrived at the station, there were many people crowded around. The security guards were explaining. "Sorry, the subway has been blocked. Please leave here quickly." Yi Chang recognized them. They were from the Special Operations Department. However, the civilians didn't seem to understand. "Let us in already." "Why aren't you letting us in? It's almost time for work." The men in blue uniforms tried to calm the chaotic crowd. "Please remain calm and cooperate with our work." Yi Chang raised his hand and shouted, "Excuse me, what happened on the subway? What about the passengers inside? Are they okay?" Upon seeing him, the special operations personnel were all stunned, their mouths hanging open in surprise. A man stepped forward, blocking his path, and said firmly, "Special Investigation Unit, all operations must remain classified. Even if you're Zhu Shangxi, there are no exceptions." At that moment, the little system appeared and announced, "Host, the time traveler has been detected underground, and there's more than that." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Xiao was still on the subway. Yi Chang said, with a tone of compromise, "You're doing your job according to procedure, so of course it's not wrong. Please forgive me for barging in." As he spoke, Yi Chang leaped up, soaring over the group of special agents. The agents barely had time to raise their hands in an attempt to stop him. "Wait!" The low-ranking agents hurried to chase after him. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, causing everyone to halt. "That's Zhu Shangxi, our important partner at the Special Investigation Unit. You are not to intervene." The low-ranking agents were left completely bewildered. Why has General Zhao come here personally? Zhao Songxin stood still, watching Yi Chang's retreating figure as he thought, for now, the only person who can protect Yan Zhao seems to be him. Inside the subway, Yi Xiao was speaking on the phone with Yi Chang when the call was abruptly cut off. "We've lost all signal," a woman asked in panic. "Did you hear anything?" Suddenly, the tram shook violently as if there was an earthquake, causing everyone to lose their balance. "What's happening?" The wheels scraped against the tracks, producing a disturbing noise. Outside the tram, the abyssal giant demons had surrounded the front, making the tram wobble uncontrollably. One of the monsters slammed into a window on the side of the tram, shattering it and terrifying everyone inside. A female student looked up and saw something repeatedly striking the ceiling of the tram. There was indeed something above. An abyssal beast was using a spiked hammer to break through the ceiling. The abyssal giant demon then jumped down, crushing one person underfoot. It roared fiercely, and another one followed behind. For the monsters, this tram was like an all-you-can-eat buffet of human flesh, while the humans were overwhelmed with terror, only able to beg and scream, "Don't eat me, please help." Yi Xiao was probably the calmest one, she said. "Everyone, quickly run to the back car and lock the door." They hurriedly followed, running fast towards the rear. Yi Xiao's hands trembled, but she still tried to calm herself. "There's nothing to be afraid of." Yi Chang faced situations like this every day. She assumed a stance, ready to cast a spell. Yi Xiao's gaze was filled with determination. She couldn't afford to back down. Yi Xiao had used her spiritual energy to confront these vicious demonic beasts. At the same time, at the train station, Yi Chang was running without stopping, desperately searching for the train, with no end in sight. He ran frantically, wanting to save people as quickly as possible, fearing that the train might have already lost control. The little system was also assisting him, and the system detected that the time traveler was moving very fast, the distance growing wider by the moment. Yi Chang began to worry, wondering if she happened to be on that very train. He shouted loudly, "Xiao Xiao," and used his strength to soar onto the tracks. While flying, Yi Chang asked, "Little system, is there any way to make me go even faster?" The little system responded, "Let me see." After a brief search, the little system excitedly exclaimed, "Found it." She attached a talisman to his forehead and explained, "This is a special item I brought back from the immortal cultivation world." The talisman slowly changed color and merged with Yi Chang's body. He continued to complain, "Hey, where did you get this from?" But as soon as the spiritual power from the talisman manifested on Yi Chang's forehead, his gaze shifted toward her, and he felt a sensation of comfort like never before. Right after that, he dashed off like a rocket, not caring where it was or what it was doing, as long as it was useful. Before long, Yi Chang caught up with the subway train. He kicked the glass door with his foot and barged into the train car, landing just as he had expected. Indeed, the front of the train was truly terrifying. The train had lost control, and the staff were lying in a pool of blood. Yi Chang couldn't help but feel sorrow for the train operators. He suddenly had the idea of using thunderclap to handle the train, thinking that the quickest way to stop it was by cutting the power. With that, Yi Chang slammed thunderclap into the control panel. Immediately, the train came to a halt on the seemingly endless tracks. Yi Chang continued to kick open the door and proceeded to the first car. The scene before him filled him with dread. How could this be? It was a horrific sight. Bodies scattered everywhere, blood splattered all over, and the pungent stench filled the air, making it unbearable. Yi Chang screamed out. He was now filled with fury. He raced down into the rear compartments of the ship. Only moments later, he encountered the abyssal giants, those monstrous beasts. They were in the middle of attacking a man who, terrified, could only cry out in fear. Dealing with the abyssal giant demons, according to the level of the mission, Yi Chang wielded his magical staff and charged into the midst of the beasts. Die! He thought it was over, but he quickly realized something was still behind him. The abyssal giant demons had surrounded him from all sides. Their growls sounded like the roars of wild animals. Though Yi Chang was standing amidst the monstrous creatures, he felt no fear. He even dared to taunt them, offering himself to them. Confident, he swung his staff, despite one of the beasts being right in front of him. "This is just what I wanted." With a single strike of the spear, Yi Chang finished off the beast, sending it crashing to the ground. However, even though one had fallen, there were still many others left. Frustrated, he thought, "Damn it, this isn't over. More are coming from all directions." Yi Chang felt the urgency. He had to find Xiao Xiao quickly. He shouted, "Get out! Get out of my way!" Then, a series of beautiful and powerful moves were unleashed by Yi Chang, targeting the vicious beasts. However, one of the monsters, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, lunged from behind and grabbed hold of him. The beast bit hard into Yi Chang's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. His hand immediately grabbed its head. Although Yi Chang managed to pull the beast's head away, the bite wound appeared to be severe. He held the beast's head, swung it into the air, and used it as a weapon to strike another creature. The monsters were beaten to a pulp, piled on top of each other. Since they weren't completely dead, Yi Chang drove his spear forcefully into the chest of the one on top. Then, he raised his hand, which was now crackling with a few sparks of lightning, and shouted loudly, "Thunderclap technique." The combination of thunderclap and the spear caused the monsters to be pierced through and electrocuted at the same time, truly a form of torture. When he pulled the spear out, all the beasts were dead, devoid of any consciousness. But he didn't care about them. After dealing with them, he darted off. "Xiao Xiao, where are you?" After searching for a while and still not finding her, Yi Chang thought this must be the last car, hoping Xiao Xiao wasn't on this train. As he was speeding along, he suddenly stopped. Behind the seat, there was a girl with black hair who looked very much like Yi Xiao. He called out, "Xiao Xiao." Yi Chang hurried over to the girl. His face was now full of fear and guilt, and he couldn't stop panting from exhaustion and anxiety. He stammered weak. When he reached out his hand to touch the black-haired girl, she suddenly leaned forward, as her body fell to the ground. Only then could he see her face, covered in freckles, with hair that resembled Yi Xiao's. Looking at the lifeless body before him, Yi Chang became even more confused. "She's not her. She's not her," he reassured himself. "Xiao Xiao, she's not the type of girl to meekly let others bully her. She would get up and fight. She definitely wouldn't be on this train. Maybe she never even encountered the monster. Yes, that must be it." At that moment, a beam of light from the train behind shone forward, snapping Yi Chang back to reality. As he saw the train rapidly approaching, his heart sank. The train behind is coming. If it keeps going like this, it's going to crash into the rear. In the blink of an eye, the two trains were only a few meters apart. The thought of the two trains colliding, resulting in a massive explosion, made Yi Chang panic. He wasn't sure if there were passengers on the other train as well. Without further thought, he dashed out of his train through the glass door, lightning crackling around him. Yi Chang sprinted straight towards the oncoming train. He was determined to do whatever it took to avoid the crash. Little System quickly reminded him, "Hey, you have a wound on you. Surely you don't want to use your own body to stop it, right?" The vehicle had already lost control, its speed even faster than usual. However, Yi Chang had no other choice but to try to prevent the tragedy, and he couldn't afford to be too concerned. The train, with its glaring headlights, was rushing towards him. Yet it wasn't only Yi Chang's hand that was holding back the train, but also a beast's head and another hand. It turned out that Lan Ling and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon had come to help him. Yi Chang couldn't help but feel moved by the support from his comrades. So the two people and the dragon tried their best to stop the train. Yi Chang thought, "What should I do? At this rate, it's still going to crash, but if we apply too much force, the train will just slide off the tracks due to inertia." Suddenly, a childlike figure appeared on the stone slab, but with a tail and ears. "Haha, seems like we're in for some fun." The girl, with orange hair and a mischievous tone, looked like she was ready to join in. Out of nowhere, a cold breath enveloped the train, separating Yi Chang, Lan Ling, and the dragon from the train. This unexpected scene left Yi Chang wide-eyed in shock. Ice shards had appeared, halting the train's movement. The crowd cheered joyfully. Finally, it stopped. Lan Ling examined the pile of ice and said, "I didn't expect the energy of this train to be so immense." Yi Chang scratched his head, turned around, and thanked the warrior for his assistance. Snow Dragon reverted to its mini form. However, when he saw the person who had helped him, Yi Chang was even more shocked. "Are you Ding Ji?" She puffed her cheeks in displeasure. "Humph, it's not that I wanted to help you all. I just wanted to have some fun." Lan Ling calmly explained, "Ah, Brother Song still doesn't know. But Ding Ji secretly ate the demon core you brought back from the other world, and it seems that it might allow her to enter this world." Yi Chang was filled with confusion. So the treasures from the other world really are useful. I should bring back some more next time, Song remarked, a sinister thought forming in his mind. "Haha, if you eat my things, then you're mine." Yi Chang laughed, smashing the ice layer to jump into the train, and called out to the others, "Quick, come on in." The group ran quickly through the train car, searching for traces of any survivors and Xiao Xiao. Although the surroundings were covered in blood, it seemed the train had encountered a giant demon. However, there were very few bodies. Lan Ling remarked, "It's too quiet." Ding Ji speculated, "Could it be that the monster knows how to hide and launch a sneak attack?" Yi Chang rested his chin and thought, "This doesn't match what I've just experienced. The intelligence of the giant demon is very low. It probably wouldn't use such a strategy." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen something terrifying. "The last carriage is gone. There's a huge gap at the end of this train." The group quickly gathered around to inspect. Lan Ling, with keen eyes, spotted the trace. "Brother Song, look. Those are two broken purple tortoise shells, along with some torn fabric and a suitcase." This scene plunged Yi Chang into a deep despair. He was truly afraid that Yi Xiao might have encountered misfortune. Tortoise shells. These belonged to Xiao Xiao. The little system suddenly appeared and said, an unusual energy source has been detected, growing stronger within a 1 kilometer radius ahead. Without hesitation, the group swiftly followed the direction pointed out by the little system. Along this same railway, 3 carriages had been overturned and were precariously hanging on the cliffside. To ensure a smooth rescue operation, the rescue team reminded all the victims, "Please remain calm and evacuate in an orderly manner. The special forces will ensure everyone's safety." After a thorough inspection of the scene, the rescue team reported to Zhao Song-sin, "Report, General Zhao. We've also discovered traces of the giant demon along the Western Line number 2. Based on this data, it is highly likely that these monsters are following a plan to use the subway to invade." Hearing that, Zhao Song-sin immediately ordered the rescue team to organize an emergency evacuation of the people in the central area and then continue to expand the scope of the blockade. "Hurry up!" Upon receiving the command, the rescue team members bowed their heads and replied solemnly, "Yes." Just then, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from the communication line. Zhao Song-sin was startled and asked his team, "What's going on?" A moment later, Song Yi-cheng rushed out from within, like the wind, shouting as he ran, "Xiao Xiao." Seeing that the figure running out was human, the rescue team members let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Thankfully, it's not a giant demon." After witnessing the strength of the protagonist, Zhao Song-sin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You seem to be another boy." Soon after, Song Yi-cheng reached the broken ship. As soon as he saw it, he immediately confirmed that it was indeed the 2 ships. Then, he anxiously shouted, "Xiao Xiao." After a while, a voice responded from behind. Yi-cheng. Hearing the familiar voice, Song Yi-cheng turned around and looked at him, trembling with emotion as he said, "Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao, upon realizing that he had indeed found the right person, was somewhat surprised. "Oh, how come you're here?" Song Yi-cheng did not hesitate for a moment before throwing the turtle shell to the ground with a loud thud. Then, he rushed over to embrace Xiao Xiao tightly, his voice choked with emotion as he said, "Xiao Xiao." While Xiao Xiao was still in shock and hadn't had time to react, Song Yi-cheng spoke again. "I'm sorry, it's my fault for not protecting you well. From now on, I won't let you ride the subway alone anymore." "Hoo." After saying this, he took Xiao Xiao's hand and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." But Xiao Xiao didn't want to leave just yet. She looked at Yi-cheng and said, "My injury isn't serious. I can still stay and fight." Upon hearing this, Song Yi-cheng strongly objected. He glared at her, his voice rising in anger as he shouted, "No, I absolutely can't let you be in danger again. We're leaving now." However, Xiao Xiao still refused to give up. She gazed at him gently and said, "Listen to me. Before, I was always afraid that you would find out I had learned martial arts. But after what happened with Kit, I realized you didn't care about that at all. Thank you for helping me understand that there is someone out there who is 100% willing to accept the real me. How happy that makes me. In this world, having just one person like that is enough." Song Yi-cheng naturally understood her thoughts. But when he thought about her being in danger, he immediately felt a surge of fear and said, "But I'm still worried about you." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the male lead, saying, "Don't forget." The little girlfriend in his eyes had just used her strength to protect everyone on the train. Wasn't she a very strong hero? Why not trust her a little? Seeing Zhao Ling return safely, everyone in the team happily said, "The captain is back, that's great." Song Yi-cheng was overjoyed to see her alive and called out Zhao Ling. As soon as Zhao Song-sin learned his daughter had returned, he rushed to her side. He called out emotionally, "Ling Ni, you've finally woken up." Then he quickly ran around her, checking her over thoroughly while anxiously asking, "Oh no, how did you manage to run out on your own? Does your head still hurt? Is there any part of you that feels uncomfortable?" Zhao Ling, feeling embarrassed by her father's actions, didn't know where to hide her face. She quickly changed the subject and said, "We should get back to the main point. On my way here, I analyzed the latest data regarding the appearance of the giant demon. These giant demons have the potential to be an unorganized, time-traveling army. We will have to face countless brutal monsters. This battle is also a time-traveling interception, the most difficult one we have ever faced." Hearing Zhao Ling say this, Song Yi-cheng began to understand the issue. He spoke loudly to everyone, "I understand now. In that case, let's set out. My comrades, the situation is urgent. and each team should quickly complete their assigned tasks. Zhao Ling led the special operations team responsible for evacuating the civilians in the blocked-off area. Zhang Yi Chao and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon patrolled from above, rescuing the trapped citizens. Song Yi Chang's blockade team split into two groups and began exploring underground. As soon as they entered the tunnel, Song Yi Chang's team immediately encountered a beast. However, it was quickly taken down by one of the team members. From the remains of this monster, Lan Ling boldly speculated that the number was indeed still increasing. I wonder how things are going on Brother Song's side. As for Song Yi Chang, after traveling halfway without discovering any traces of the monsters, he felt a little puzzled and said, "These giant demons continue to increase in number, and since they have time traveled, they must still exist. It must be somewhere in here. Where could it be?" Hearing that, little system next to him immediately spoke up. "The tactical glasses have connected to the Special Forces data. Put them on, and check it out." After putting on the glasses, a series of red alerts appeared densely on the map. Upon seeing this, Song Yi Chang couldn't help but feel worried, and said, "The activity traces of the giant demons have almost spread across the entire city. The situation is already very dangerous." Upon hearing this, the system immediately speculated, "It's possible that the entire city has already been infiltrated. These giant demons are spreading out from this point. This could be the location of the core disturbance." From the map's location, Song Yi Chang finally confirmed that it was about 500 meters to the right of their current position. Upon hearing this, the system urgently urged, "We must get there quickly. Hurry, now is not the time to worry about the subway cables." Without hesitation, Song Yi Chang immediately took out Ashes Fly, Smoke Extinguished Elder. Then the two of them quickly ran towards the underground vault to move forward. After a while of moving, Song Yi Chang froze and looked ahead. His eyes brightened, and he shouted loudly, "It's almost here." Looking at the spatial portal in front of him, he was stunned and surprised to realize that this was the core portal of the giant demon race. From within the portal, a mysterious sound suddenly echoed, signaling that something dangerous was about to happen. Just a few seconds later, a swarm of monsters, each of different types, rushed out. The terrifying roars of these creatures reverberated throughout the space. Ground to grow A. Without hesitation, Song Yi Chang charged forward to fight them. While the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, a mysterious man suddenly appeared from inside a drainage pipe. He took slow, deliberate steps towards Song Yi Chang. As the giant demons escaped, they quickly dashed toward the drainage pipe. Seeing this, Song Yi Chang thought to himself, "The giant demons that fell from the portal are now escaping through the drainage system from all directions." He then rushed toward them, loudly declaring, "Finding their hideout is a good start. Thunder Tyrant King Sword." After the first strike, all the giant demons were paralyzed by the electric shock, their bodies stiffening as they screamed in pain. Row flatly whined. Seeing this, the male protagonist immediately said resolutely, "Okay, one more shot." Just as he had finished dealing with the group, another wave of them showed up to reinforce. Song Yi Chang gritted his teeth and swore upon seeing this, "Damn, another batch of giant demons already? Growl, what an army that fears neither pain nor death." Looking at the massive army charging forward like the Mongol horde, Song Yi Chang was stunned as he realized the giant demons are also using a swarm tactic. Though it was a bit challenging to face such overwhelming numbers, the male protagonist remained confident and said, "But it's useless against me." Watching the ever-growing number of monsters pouring out from the gate, Song Yi Chang surmised that their orders now were clearly to quickly eliminate obstacles like himself. These monsters didn't just attack individually, they even used the bodies of others as weapons. Seeing this, Song Yi Chang couldn't help but shudder and say, "No wonder they're called monsters, they can even use their own kind's bodies as weapons." After a while of using the continuous defense technique, he suddenly felt that continuing to fight like this was utterly useless. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly emanated from behind the door. It shattered all spatial barriers, transmitting outward. Along with it came bizarre noises. As soon as Song Yi Chang heard the sound, his face immediately tensed, and he said, "That's the sound of wings flapping." A moment later, a winged army immediately rushed out and roared. At the same time, the city's news broadcasted that due to unidentified creatures continuously infiltrating, Yanzhou City had declared a state of emergency. The latest report from the general headquarters also stated that the complete closure of Yanzhou could be considered as the next measure. Seeing that confidential information had been leaked, the old commander furiously shouted, "Which department allowed the city's lockdown news to leak? Who is responsible for this mess?" The entire room fell silent after hearing his words, with no one daring to speak a single word. Seeing this, a subordinate next to him whispered to him, "Comrade Commander, in my opinion, sealing off the city is not as effective as taking decisive action. Cloud Thunder No. 3, developed and perfected by our military, can fully neutralize even newly emerging strains. Its destructive power is formidable." Upon hearing her words, the old commander felt that this approach made sense. He nodded and said, "Cloud Thunder No. 3, it's worth a try." However, Zhao Song-sin disagreed, and immediately stood up to oppose the plan. "I oppose this. The giant demon has already spread throughout the city, and the destructive range of Cloud Thunder No. 3 is vast. It cannot target precisely. On the contrary, it could end up harming thousands of innocent lives that haven't been evacuated. Although it pains me deeply for the survival of humanity," the female commander resolutely stated that the city of Yanzhou must be sacrificed. "I also felt heartbroken. But if we cannot ensure the complete eradication of the enemy, the monster army will quickly invade other cities across our nation. By then, it will be too late, and we cannot risk the safety of the entire country, or even the world, on the shoulders of a few unknown heroes from your Special Operations Force." Even so, Zhao Song-sin could not accept the idea of sacrificing innocent lives, and did his best to persuade the leaders. "Commander, please give the frontline soldiers a little more time. 5 hours. Within 5 hours, we will definitely find a better solution." The old commander felt extremely troubled hearing their argument. Well, but for the safety of the nation, he reluctantly said, "Relay my orders. Prepare to deploy Cloud Storm No. 3, and wait outside the city for orders at any time." Immediately, the entire army set out for the outskirts of Yanzhou City. At the same time, the monsters had breached the protective barrier and were preparing to surge forward. Seeing this, Song Yicheng rushed forward to block them. As the number of monsters kept increasing, he anxiously thought to himself, "The situation is getting worse and worse. I can't just stand here and do nothing." In the face of this critical situation, Song Yicheng quickly made a decision and launched his move. Thunder Dragon 18 Palms. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous burst of light was released, knocking away a large number of monsters. A group of children, watching from a distance, excitedly shouted as they saw the dragon-shaped light in the sky. "Look, sis, over there. There are dragons," he said. "But in this world, there are no dragons. That must be a new type of fireworks." Staring at the mysterious streaks of light in the sky, Xiao Xiao widened his eyes, stunned, lost in thought. Is that him? Can fireworks really be that powerful? Upon receiving the signal, the reinforcement team quickly deployed helicopters to the scene. Watching the monsters fall one by one, Zhao Ling immediately pulled out a large cannon, aimed at them, and said, "Good opportunity." Seeing this, Song Yicheng maneuvered the Thunder Dragon down into the underground bunker and simultaneously took care of the remaining monsters. Noticing the situation wasn't looking good, the mysterious figure quickly turned and fled amidst the chaos. Before leaving, he couldn't help but remark, "What an incredibly powerful person. It really must be Ri Yao." As for Song Yicheng, after dealing with the monsters, he lay exhausted on the ground, groaning, "It's been so long since I felt this drained, and yet, the battle still has no end. The army on the other side of that door must be unusually powerful by now." Suddenly, a man's voice called out from behind, "Hey, Zhu Shangxi, you really are impressive." Hearing the call, Song Yicheng was startled and quickly turned around. He thought to himself, "Mom, the civilians have all been evacuated." The young man waved at him and said, "My name is Nan Yu. I'm here to help you." Upon hearing his name, Song Yicheng was excited and shouted, "Nan Yu!" In his heart, he rejoiced, thinking, "There's only one Nan Yu in this world, the author of *2 da Nan Yu*. When Nan Yu heard the main character call his name, he confirmed, "That's right, Section 13, Central Square. Thank you for keeping your promise and coming here." Hearing that, Song Yicheng was suddenly reminded, "Ah, right, I almost forgot about that. Section 13, June 13th. Meet at the central square. What a coincidence, he thought. It turns out the key clue of the waterway was right beneath the city square. He then flew over to Nanyu and said, "Teacher Nanyu, I have a lot of questions I want to ask you. But before that, I'd like to request your autograph. However, you go ahead and speak first. How exactly do you plan to help me?" As soon as Nanyu finished speaking, he took out a strange pair of glasses. He looked at Song Yichang and asked, "You have one of these too, right?" Upon seeing the glasses, Song Yichang was stunned and shouted, "Cosmic mirror!" Hearing Song Yichang's words, Nanyu slowly began to speak, revealing his identity. "My name is Nanyu. I'm an orphan, and since I was young, this strange pair of glasses has always been by my side, keeping me company. My mind has always been filled with a chaotic mix of comic stories, but I've never known where I came from. The majority of these comics don't even belong to the world we live in. Perhaps they exist to alleviate the discomfort and unease in my heart. That's why I've arranged these images into a comic story called Asterisk Great Hero Cultivating Immortal in Another World Asterisk. Maybe it all started then, when I became obsessed with the idea of using this comic to find some kind of answer. So even though it became very popular, it did nothing to ease the worry in my heart. Until one day, out of the blue, I noticed in the newspaper that there was a person named Zhu Shangxi. In that very moment, during that night, the city suddenly emitted a streak of purple light. As the purple light flashed past my eyes, a pact in my mind was triggered. That's when I realized who I truly am. Why was I born? In ancient times, Haixing, the demon lord, seized the earth, and the Kaiyo cultivators fought to the death to resist him. In the end, he was sealed away. I am the heir of the Reiyo cultivators, and among the Kaiyo cultivators, there are those with the ability of divination. At the same time, I discovered that the Xuanzhen ancestor in my dreams was actually a Tu-Yo cultivator. Originally, the Tunda world was a real world. In the inherited memories of the Reiyo cultivators, on a night when the starry sky was clear, a drop of blood was dripped into the still water at the center of the heart. The divination ability during such a night would allow me to obtain a heavenly secret from the surface of the water. Thus, I devoted myself fully and eventually obtained the result of the divination concerning Kai Yao. It was only one sentence. Rai Yao returns to the world. Another realm seeks Tu Yao. Only with the cosmic mirror can one return. Rai Yao, the pinnacle of the 3,000 worlds of martial arts cultivation, is also the strongest form of martial arts of the Kaiyo cultivators. So I immediately thought of you, the hero who has never emerged from the world, Zhu Shangxi. Hearing his words, a doubt arose in Song Yichang's heart. Was he really the heir of the martial arts cultivators' leader? It seemed that Hai Fei hadn't chosen him as the host by accident. Seeing him remain silent, Nanyu spoke again. "Right, the comic books at your place were also sent by me to help you practice some knowledge about other worlds." Upon hearing this, Song Yichang could no longer stay calm. He stared directly at Nanyu and loudly said, "So you're saying that we are both heirs of the ancient cultivators, inheriting the powers they left behind, and thus have a mission to protect the world. And the reason we're meeting here today is the result of your divination. Do you really think anyone would believe something like that?" Seeing him so agitated, Nanyu didn't know how to explain, so he forced a smile and said, "Haha, it seems it's quite hard to accept." Unexpectedly, just a moment later, Song Yichang embraced him tightly and emotionally said, "Of course I choose to believe you." After calming down, Song Yichang carefully considered the words he had just heard, and everything aligned perfectly with his memories. Moreover, when he was in the other world, Xuanzhen had indeed called him Ri Yao. Most importantly, the author of the comic books could not possibly be a bad person. Seeing that Song Yichang was so absorbed in his thoughts that he had forgotten about the task at hand, the system decided to scare him with an ominous face and said, "Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. Do you two still remember there's an insect cave over there that hasn't been dealt with yet?" As soon as Song Yichang saw her face, he was so frightened that he nearly coughed up blood, quickly trying to explain. "Oh, of course I remember. Ha ha ha." He looked towards the spatial door and fell into deep thought. Well, earlier, after killing a large number of giant demons, the insect cave has been quiet for now, but we still can't afford to be careless. After introducing the cosmic mirror, Nanyu delved into more details, continuing the previous topic. This cosmic mirror is actually just a regular, powerful space artifact, and with the guidance of the blood at the center of my heart, I should be able to control the insect cave. Song Yicheng couldn't believe what he just heard, and loudly asked again, "What do you mean by controlling the insect cave?" Nan Yu confirmed in response, "Well, in the concept of Taoism, the insect cave is actually a type of spatial crack. The cosmic mirror should be able to control it. But the thing is, right now I only have one heavenly mirror, and I still need the earthly mirror to go with it." At this point, Song Yicheng finally understood why he had been given the mirror and excitedly said to Nan Yu, "So that's why Xuanzhen gave me the earthly mirror. As long as we combine them, it should work." With that, both of them simultaneously put down the mirrors in their hands. The moment the two mirrors fused into one, a whooshing sound echoed, and everyone cheered joyfully. "It's a success." Immediately after the merger was completed, Nan Yu swiftly channeled his spiritual power and said, "I will immediately cast the spell to close the spatial portal." Whoosh! He raised his hand to his forehead, drew his own blood, and dropped it onto the small mirror. Immediately, the mirror began to glow brightly. A massive surge of energy was released outward. A moment later, the mirror turned toward the spatial door and beamed directly into it. In just an instant, the door gradually began to fade away. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Song Yicheng couldn't help but be astonished. It's really disappearing. After completing the task of subduing the demon, Nan Yu extended his hand to catch the mirror and said, "That's great. It's a success." The next second, he suddenly staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. Song Yicheng immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed over to support him. He anxiously asked Nan Yu, "Did you achieve the great success? Are you all right?" He then quickly took out his phone and said, "Next, we just need to eliminate all the remnant giant demons. This good news must be shared with the team right away." After connecting the call, Song Yicheng notified everyone. Zhu Shang called the Lan Zhijia team. Zhu Shang called the Lan Zhijia team. "I found a very capable assistant. Just now, he handled a seismic event and severed the giant demon army's offensive from its very core." Nan Yu, upon hearing the name of the team, looked a bit confused and said, "The Lan Zhijia team." Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from the team. At this point, Song Yicheng suddenly felt an uneasy sensation and anxiously called again. Lan Zhijia team, quickly report back." He thought to himself, "What's going on? Could they have run into some trouble?" A moment later, the team sent a message. "The Lan Ji team encountered a seismic event and is currently engaged in battle. Yicheng, there's still plenty of support on my end." Zhao Ling called Zhu Shang. "There's not just one seismic event, there's more than one. The entire city's situation is dire. Please hurry and provide reinforcements." Both of them were stunned upon hearing this and said, "What? There are more seismic events?" The sudden flood of information caught Song Yicheng off guard, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "How could this be?" To verify the situation, he immediately flew upward, but as soon as he reached the location, Song Yicheng was horrified by the sight before him. Why did this happen? How did it end up like this? Seeing that Song Yicheng seemed off, Nan Yu spoke up to reassure him. "Zhu Shangxi, don't be discouraged. We will definitely find another way." Hearing this, Song Yicheng felt that it made sense, so he grabbed his hand and said, "No need for politeness, just call me Yicheng." Without saying another word, he immediately lifted him up into the air. Nan Yu, caught off guard by being pulled up, quickly asked, "Song boss, what exactly are you planning to do?" After flying higher and observing, Song Yicheng immediately noticed that the giant demons seemed to be flying in the same direction. As he was deep in thought, Nan Yu suddenly called out, "Song boss, look, they're all carrying corpses. It seems like they're taking them somewhere." Seeing this, Song Yicheng immediately used his magical powers and told Nan Yu, "All right, if we follow them, we'll find out. Teacher Nan Yu, hold on tight." With that, the two of them swiftly pursued the monsters moving in the distance. Meanwhile, the monsters, under the command of the sorcerer, were performing some kind of ritual. As soon as he finished the incantation, the monsters began heading towards the gate, one by one. The scene shifted to the command building of the Peak of Peace military headquarters. An officer was patrolling the area, idly lost in thought. The meeting room on the upper floor was filled with important figures, and he too had his own determination. We must be careful with the soldiers and underlings. A small mistake, and we're done for. But after not walking too long, he suddenly noticed something strange. Why was it so wet and sticky? He stomped his feet, trying to shake the dirt off. Following the trail, he muttered to himself, "Yeah, it's easy. We're almost at the basement." Then, when he saw the scene at the end of the corridor, the officer was startled. "Oh my God!" He couldn't help but exclaim. Where did all this blood come from? Something had happened in the basement, hadn't it? Though scared, he gathered all his courage and approached the blood-soaked door to inspect. But suddenly, a hissing sound echoed, and the blood had pooled up to such an extent that it broke through the door. The officer, panicking, couldn't dodge the flood of blood rushing in from behind the door. At the same time, in the conference room of the command headquarters, an officer was speaking solemnly. "Report to the commander." The officer continued to update the senior officials sitting there. "Feng Lei No. 3 has been completed and is temporarily in control room 304 of the command center. Operational permissions have been granted," he said. But as soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying sound of wings flapping echoed through the air. The senior commander immediately ordered the secretary to go and check what was happening. She hurriedly approached the window, and it seemed that the noise was coming from outside. When she opened the curtain, her pupils widened to their fullest. Her face twisted in fear, and she trembled as she said, "It's the giant demon." Then, summoning all of her strength, she described the scene she was witnessing. "They're heading this way. It looks like they're concentrating on the command center." The commander reacted instantly and ordered, "This headquarters is no longer safe. Prepare to evacuate." Everyone quickly followed orders and moved to another location. They followed an officer who was guiding them. "Leaders, please follow me. The helicopter is ready on the building's rooftop." But as they were running, a large crack suddenly appeared on the side of the wall. The next moment, an entire section of the wall exploded. Many people were thrown out and lost their lives. The commander, seeing the situation was urgent, quickly shouted an order, "Hurry up, get us out of here." Old Zhao was too shocked to react, standing there in a daze. What is that? Outside the hole, there was another whirlpool, constantly sucking everything into it. People who were pulled in immediately sank into a strange purple liquid. At this moment, Old Zhao hesitated and almost lost all intention of leaving. There were still swarms of giant demons flying toward them nonstop. A female soldier was also there, staring into the deep pool. She suddenly exclaimed, "Yeah, giant demons. The bigger and more of them they are now." From the purple liquid earlier, after pulling those people in, it began to bubble and gurgle, and out from it emerged terrifying giant demons. A massive army of giant demons appeared from the waterhole. Old Zhao had been observing all this time and finally understood what was happening. A ball suddenly shot out from the pool. It then began wildly sucking everything, like energy, into itself, and a giant demon emerged. Old Zhao finally realized. This was the sacrificial ritual of the giant demons, with the giant demon leader using human blood and flesh as offerings to summon more and stronger giant demons. He imagined the monstrous device they had used, with 5 vortexes surrounding the sacrificial altar, and the positions of the 5 vortexes in the city happened to coincide with the 5 corners of the star. The power was surging toward the leader, causing its form to grow larger and clearer. Old Zhao no longer had any doubts. He gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. No matter the cost, he had to destroy this altar. When the female soldiers saw him running, she quickly called out, "General Zhao, where are you going?" He continued to run as fast as he could, replying briefly, "I'm going to activate Thunder Room No. 3 to destroy this place." He turned his head back briefly to instruct, "Everyone, leave first. I'll set up the devices, and once the timing is ready, I'll join you right away." Just a few minutes later, in Control Room 504, the scene inside was almost completely destroyed, which made Old Zhao feel bitter. He hadn't expected the control room to be so severely damaged, but there was no time to dwell on it. Old Zhao immediately focused on finding any way to make these machines operational. He pushed the buttons as much as he could, feeling a bit relieved when he saw that the missile launcher was still functional. While quickly operating the controls, Old Zhao carefully considered the situation, thinking, with this setup, it will only strike the peak of peace, without affecting other areas. Finally, he set the timer for 10 minutes after leaving here, but things didn't go smoothly. His heart skipped a beat because during the process, he discovered that the timer device was no longer functional. Old Zhao looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "If I can't set the timer, I'll just have to stay here and operate the lever to launch the missile." He forced a bitter smile, encouraging himself, "Ha, even if it costs me my old life, it's not a regret." In the sky, inside a helicopter, the sound of a phone ringing incessantly echoed. When Zhao Ling answered, old Zhao immediately spoke from the other end of the line. "Hello, Ling Ni." Zhao Ling quickly asked, "Grandfather, what's going on?" He calmly explained the situation to Zhao Ling. "Having discovered the sacrificial altar of the giant demon at Peace Peak Command, I suspect this altar is related to the placement of the male insect nest in the city." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling immediately understood the gravity of the situation and worriedly said, "Doesn't this make Peace Peak extremely dangerous? I'll immediately deploy soldiers." However, on the other end, old Zhao reassured her, "Don't worry, the command has a plan. I just wanted to inform you of the situation." Furthermore, Zhao Ling could sense a hint of doubt in his tone. "Grandfather, has something happened?" But old Zhao still tried to finish his last words. "You must protect yourself. Don't try to appear strong. Don't immerse yourself in work. You must also think about the major affairs of life." Beep beep. He hung up the phone immediately after finishing, leaving her with lingering doubts. His tone had been strange, and an uneasy feeling rose within her heart. She quickly urged the pilot, "Turn around quickly. The command center is at the top of Peace Tower." After completing the call, old Zhao stood there in deep thought for a moment, looking at the scene before him. He then slowly placed the phone on the control panel. The scene shifted to the rooftop helicopter pad. The officer was in a hurry, constantly urging the female soldier, "General Wang, please take off quickly. This is the last helicopter available." But she kept delaying. "Wait a moment. General Zhao will be up soon." The superior officer could no longer wait and directly yelled, "Don't wait anymore. Take off now." Another officer replied, "But there are still people." He glared at the two, still standing and waiting, his face darkening, and muttered, "There's no one left down below." The people who stayed behind had all sacrificed themselves, and we are all deeply saddened. Then, the order was given to abandon them. "Can't you understand that?" The pilots hurriedly responded, "Yes, we are taking off immediately." The helicopter's propellers began to spin faster and faster, and those people were directly flown away, leaving the officer who was left behind in panic. They had already taken off. Even the female General Wang turned pale, unable to believe what was happening. Old Zhao only saw the helicopter, and silently thought to himself, "It seems they have successfully left." He seemed to have been waiting for this moment, and his finger slowly hovered over the red button as he whispered to himself, "It's time." Finally, his finger pressed the button that activated the fateful mechanism. From somewhere else, a huge shell was launched and sped across the sky. Song Yicheng, flying nearby, also saw it. It was the missile. He followed the trajectory of the missile in panic, heading toward the command center at the top of Harmony Peak. At that moment, the missile locked directly onto the building of the Peace Operations Command Center. Zhao Ling, from the helicopter, saw this from afar and screamed in horror. No, she even reached out with her hand, her face showing unmistakable fear as she shouted, "Grandfather!" But in the blink of an eye, the entire building had exploded completely, creating a deep crimson flame and smoke that billowed into the sky. The missile had directly obliterated the Peace Peak Command with an enormous destructive force. Song Yicheng, while holding Man Yu and shielding her, couldn't stop wondering, what on earth happened to the peaceful range? And through the thick smoke, Song Yicheng quickly recognized the familiar wingspan. It was the giant demon. But their actions only made him feel more perplexed. Why are they charging into the flames like that? Above the clouds, through the dense smoke from the recent bombing, the leader's helicopter hovered. He was inside the aircraft, shaking uncontrollably, yelling, "Could this power be cloud thunder? No. 3. This is madness. Accelerate and leave quickly." The pilot turned and responded, "Report, Chief. We're at a low altitude. Accelerating is very dangerous." But he's panicking like crazy. The chief, wide-eyed, shouted, "Cut the nonsense. That's your problem to handle." But suddenly, the chief fell silent as giant figures appeared before his eyes. A loud bang rang out, and the helicopter's body was directly pierced by a monstrous, grotesque arm. The old man panicked and shouted for help. "You all, Quickly think of a way to save me. But before they could inflict any harm on those giant demons, one of them had directly killed the pilot. Outside, other giant demons were rapidly charging toward the helicopter, their frantic screams echoing from within. The helicopter, damaged and out of control, immediately plummeted toward a nearby cliff. Zhao Ling saw this and quickly ordered Mark Freeman, the pilot, to head toward the rescue, falling in the southwest direction. Under her guidance, the helicopter quickly descended toward the ground. She immediately lowered a rope ladder to provide assistance. As she jumped from the height, Zhao Ling's heart silently wished for one thing, that her grandfather was on that helicopter. She ran at full speed, continuously calling out, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa!" Seeing the wreckage of the plane, she was on the verge of tears. "It's me, Ling Ni. Grandpa, answer me, please." At this moment, Song Yicheng appeared before her and was rescuing people. Zhao Ling's grandfather was not on this helicopter. There were a total of 6 people on board. He helped one person out and hesitated. Aside from this officer, everyone else has perished. Nang Yu is also helping arrange the bodies. The person also needed to be treated quickly, or else Zhao Ling would be left staring at the corpses and piles of ashes, feeling somewhat confused. One of my team members could take him away, but after that, she was determined to rush off on her own. Grandfather is still at the command center. I need to find him. Meanwhile, the surviving officer tried to speak a few words, the blood of the large monster growing much more intense. After getting everything in order, Song Yicheng thought to himself, Zhao Ling is too emotional. I can't let her go off alone. Moreover, the officer kept muttering, monster blood, and in Nan Yu's confusion, Song Yicheng directly attached a talisman to his face. This was a speed talisman, capable of temporarily boosting his speed. Then he quickly ran off, saying, "Hurry, follow me. There's something wrong at the command center." Both of them used all their strength to catch up with Zhao Ling. At that moment, Zhao Ling was at the center of the ruined heap, calling out, "Grandfather, grandfather," while the fire raged fiercely around her. The flames seemed to devour everything, and her voice grew fainter, lost in despair. In the midst of that burning inferno, the figure of Zhao's grandfather appeared, gently speaking to her. "Ling Ni, don't keep that pout on your face. How can you possibly get married like that?" She saw an illusion and, overjoyed, called out loudly, "Grandfather." She cried as she tried to grab at the fading image. "Grandfather, do you think your appearance resembles anyone? Your granddaughter can't even get married, and you think I can just stand by and do nothing? That's right, you definitely won't just stand by, will you?" In that moment of extreme danger, fortunately, a hand grabbed Zhao Ling, stopping her. Song Yicheng had appeared, shouting at her to snap out of it. "Don't panic, it's very dangerous inside." Seeing Song Yicheng, Zhao Ling was momentarily stunned, only able to utter, I. Then, as her reasoning returned, she seemed to collapse under the heartbreaking truth. She knelt there, crying loudly, the tears smearing her face. The fire raged on, burning fiercely, as if flaunting its invincible power. At this moment, Song Yicheng calmed himself to think. The giant demon was still a looming threat, one that made Mr. Zhao choose to sacrifice himself in order to destroy this place. He then turned and tried to comfort her. Zhao Ling was still in great pain, but she couldn't afford to let herself fall apart, because the battle was far from over. Zhao Ling was also a perceptive person. She immediately regained her composure and wiped away her tears. Not far from there, the blood lake continued to bubble persistently, signaling an ominous sign. In just a moment, the giant demon leader appeared from within the blood lake. Its massive body and grotesquely twisted face were a sight to behold, as it continuously roared. At this moment, Nan Yu also arrived, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "That giant monster seems to be the great sacrificer from the game." Zhao Ling was stunned as she realized it was the sacrificer. He had mentioned before that this was the sacrificial altar of the giant demon. Song Yicheng, upon hearing this, couldn't believe his ears. What? He immediately leaped up in shock. Looking at the scene from above, Song Yicheng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the sacrificial altar of the giant demon." The people taken by those giant demons to this place were offerings for the altar. From the blood lake, even more extremely ferocious giant demons began to emerge. Song Yicheng was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Moreover, a powerful army of giant demons was forming within this sacrificial altar. He surveyed the overall situation, trying to assess it. But even in the midst of the sacrificer giant demon, things were not easy. Old Zhou's sacrifice had not been in vain. The effectiveness of the missile at least extended the time for us. Suddenly, in Song Yicheng's eyes, he noticed something. He had spotted an anomaly. Only the flame in that corner burned dimly, and the blood energy was also quite faint. Looking further away, he deduced, and then, upon realizing the situation, he gasped in shock. By chance, it was the direction of the tremor that Nanyu had just sealed. In the end, Song Yicheng was able to reach a conclusion and immediately took action. Therefore, by closing 5 tremors within the city, this altar could be resolved. When Nam saw Song Yicheng return, he immediately asked, "Song boss, did you discover something?" Song Yicheng immediately ordered, "Nanyu, I need you to close all the tremors now." But before they could act, both Nanyu and Zhao screamed loudly, "Song boss, behind you! Great hero Song, be careful!" Song Yicheng barely had time to turn around when a massive hand came crashing down from above his head. He couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. It had been discovered, and there was no time to delay any longer. Song Yicheng urgently commanded, "Protect Nanyu. Go close all the tremors. Hurry!" As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous hand of the giant demon crushed him down. A loud noise erupted, knocking both of the other 2 people away. Nanyu couldn't bear to watch the scene and turned around, calling out in tears, "Song boss!" Zhao Ling quickly stopped him and could only choose to trust him. She grabbed Nanyu's hand and ran off as fast as she could. "We have an important battle to fight too." Nanyu disagreed, about to protest, but couldn't. Zhao Ling then couldn't help but wonder. Earlier, the great hero Song said that he could close the wormhole. What exactly does that mean? Nanyu responded, "This is a long story, but to put it simply, I can do it." As the 2 of them climbed the stairs onto the helicopter, fortunately, they could see that Song Yicheng had skillfully dodged the attacks from the giant hand. Song Yicheng watched them leave and could only pray, hoping they would make it through smoothly, while he had to hold off the giant demon for as long as possible. The priest giant demon, seeing his target slip away, was enraged. He roared in fury, his anger reaching its peak. It seemed he was commanding the other giant demons to unite and attack Song Yicheng together. The scene that followed was bizarre, as a whole group of giant demons surrounded a tiny human at the center. They continuously growled, wanting to break through the protective barrier of Song Yicheng. But he didn't care in the slightest. In fact, he welcomed it. The more, the better. Growl. He was plotting something, and suddenly, when he saw the opportunity, he thought to himself, "Almost there." A tremendous force erupted, and Song Yicheng shouted loudly. Diamond flame burst. The golden shield enveloped all the giant demons, and they shrieked relentlessly. But Song Yicheng just sneered. "You won't be able to escape." He then continued to channel his spiritual energy, saying, "Now it's my turn." Sparks of electricity crackled, filling the sky, and the divine thunder shattered into dust. The priest giant demon witnessed everything, of course. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Song Yicheng. He raised his hand high into the sky, attempting to catch the electric sphere that was decimating his soldiers. But as soon as his hand touched it, the sphere exploded and the backlash broke his arm into pieces. He screamed in agony, his arm almost completely immobile. And at that moment, Song Yicheng's voice came from very close to him, full of anger. Song Yicheng was sitting right on top of the priest's head, teasing, "Hello, may I ask something? Why does this dark boss of yours like wearing such a large hat like this?" Then, with an incredibly sly expression, Song Yicheng said, "It's not because he flew up to the sky and sharply pulled off the headscarf of the priest family. You guys are all top-tier experts." Seeing the true appearance of the priest giant demon, Song Yicheng burst out laughing. "Woo, your giant demon clan doesn't really care much, huh? Ha ha," he continued to mock. "Not only do you not have hair, but you don't even have a head." The priest giant demon couldn't hold himself back anymore. He directly drew power from the blood lake, creating water vortexes to attack Song Yicheng from above. At that moment, Song Yicheng also sensed an unusual shift. They were beginning to close in on each other, and in reality, everything that was happening right now was within Song Yicheng's plan. Yes, just like this. Come at me." The giant demon blindly and frantically attacked Song Yicheng, and due to the dense whirlpools, Song Yicheng couldn't avoid them all, and was directly struck by one. The chest of his clothes disappeared, surprising him. The substance was corrosive. This great sacrificer was even more powerful than he had thought. Afterward, Song Yicheng became more cautious, no longer showing any contempt for his opponent. While dodging, Song Yicheng silently calculated in his mind, thinking that if he were to continue fighting this big guy, he would need to reduce his energy consumption as much as possible. Meanwhile, down below, the priest's giant demon continued to relentlessly attack him with several intertwined twisting funnels. Suddenly, the creature paused and looked in a particular direction, seemingly startled by something. Seeing the giant demon lose focus, Song Yicheng was puzzled as to why the creature suddenly seemed so distracted. It didn't take long for him to understand. As expected, after the North Rift had been sealed, the energy of the northern blood pool had significantly weakened. The amount of blood in the pool had greatly diminished, and it was now visibly noticeable to the naked eye. This change became even more pronounced as signs of cracks began to appear in the area where the priest's giant demon was standing. The twisting funnels directly vanished as well. Song Yicheng muttered to himself, realizing that the energy supply for the sacrificer giant demon had also been significantly affected, and everything seemed to be going according to plan, which made Song Yicheng incredibly pleased. Well done, sealing the rift really does work. The priest's giant demon, however, was no fool. It quickly deduced the cause of the problem and immediately directed its forceful attacks towards the distant rifts. Song Yicheng could feel the sweat forming as he realized the situation was far from good. His attention shifted to Nan Yu and Zhao Ling. He noticed the man standing there, pointing around. At first, Song Yicheng thought he was summoning the giant demons to surround them. But upon closer inspection, he realized something was off. The direction of the staff had changed. Wanting to fully grasp the situation, Song Yicheng decided to take some time to observe rather than act hastily. Finally, he understood. The man was setting up an ambush under a specific kind of movement. Soon after, dozens of giant demon Azuras flew straight toward the tunnel, following the priest's command. Naturally, the priest hadn't forgotten that Song Yicheng was still hovering nearby. As Song Yicheng tried to signal, Zhao Ling, quickly leave the eastern tunnel. Get out now. There's an ambush coming. Unfortunately, Zhao Ling, distracted, took a direct hit from the priest's side. The sudden strike caused Song Yicheng's communicator to fall into the blood pool, where it was instantly destroyed due to the corrosive nature of the blood. Now, Song Yicheng had to desperately dodge the priest's tentacle-like attacks, his mind racing with worry. What should I do? I need to get there to help them. But if we neglect this altar and don't intervene, the consequences could be unimaginable. However, he quickly regained his clarity and thought to himself that he was almost led astray by the giant demon. Song Yicheng made a conscious effort to calm himself down and assess the situation. The 3 energy nodes had been sealed, and the energy from the blood pool had weakened significantly. The giant demon army had also gathered towards the east. At this point, any further delay would be useless. So he made a firm decision. Now was the time to end the battle as quickly as possible. Moreover, the 2 commanders had long been hungry for action, unable to hold back any longer. Meanwhile, the priest's giant demon continued to relentlessly attack, trying to prevent Song Yicheng from aiding the other 2 in the energy node. Without hesitation, Song Yicheng unleashed his ice seal technique, instantly freezing the last remaining bit of the priest's blood. The ice quickly spread, fully suppressing the earlier power of the priest. The priest's giant demon looked on in utter shock. His red-black eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had been controlled so quickly. Song Yicheng smirked with amusement. Hey, surprised are we? At that moment, 2 more figures appeared simultaneously. Song Yicheng called out loudly for both Lan Ling and Ding Ji. Brothers, let's go, Song Yicheng said excitedly, seizing the peak moment, with no one to stop us from breaking the base. This is the way of a true hero. The 3 of them charged straight at the priest's giant demon. Take the opportunity, take his life. Song Yicheng shouted loudly. Lan Ling on the side swung her iron fist toward him, creating a smoke screen that diverted his attention. Then, she signaled to the other 2. Now was the moment. Ding-ji swiftly soared through the air, coming from a different direction. She moved with such speed that only an afterimage remained, while simultaneously releasing her ice powers. The priest's giant demon was immediately frozen, his body stiffening. He struggled to move, but only produced a few cracking sounds. Song Yichang flew forward, mocking him. "He can't move now, can you?" He then threw a powerful punch straight into the priest's giant demon's face, sending him crashing backward. Yet the priest somehow managed to keep his balance, quickly retreating. Furious, the priest began chanting some strange language, as though giving commands. But unexpectedly, after reciting the incantations, he had no response. For a brief moment, he stood frozen, dumbfounded. He finally realized that the gem on his staff had disappeared. At that moment, something flew past him, making a mocking sound. "Haha, no one cares about you, huh?" Song Yichang challenged while flying. "Do you want this more? The other two have already caught the pearl and are backing me up. You're not getting it." Song Yichang was furiously calculating. Just disabling its abilities wasn't enough. He had to defeat it completely. Thinking this, he continued to fly around, circling in front of the priest, teasing him. "Come catch me, fireball." With that, his rage erupted like a volcano. The priest's giant demon, growing impatient, roared and began throwing punches in every direction, aiming to strike all three of them. Realizing he couldn't keep up with them, the priest decided to use brute force to break the ice sealing the blood lake. As soon as the ice shattered, arms of the giant demon soldiers began to emerge from the lake. Song Yichang, still holding the gem and flying around aimlessly, thought, draw its attention first, then slip underneath. Upon noticing the movement of the priest, Song Yichang knew it would raise its foot, and just as he predicted, the priest's giant demon lifted his foot, aiming to stomp on him. But everything had been meticulously planned by Song Yichang. The heavy, immobile body was its weakness. Being large was certainly an advantage, but being too large wasn't entirely a good thing. Then, Song Yichang tossed the gem to Ding-ji, saying, "Help me collect this big stone." Ding-ji stared at the gem, seeming to have his own calculations in mind. Following that, Song Yichang shouted an order. "Comrades, take your positions. It's time to deal this giant a fatal blow." Lan Ling and Ding-ji immediately moved into position, as instructed. One by one, they unleashed their most powerful techniques. Ding-ji once again froze the feet of the priest's giant demon, immobilizing him. Lan Ling then swiftly flew in to close the distance, and launched a direct attack. He used his weapon to pierce the weakest connection in the frozen portion of one of the priest's giant demon's legs, then delivered a powerful slash, silently thinking, just as Brother Song predicted, this is the moment when the giant is most vulnerable to losing balance. And so, unable to maintain his balance, wounded from the slash and weakened by the frozen parts of his body, the giant fell backward, losing a leg in the process. His fall created a deafening crash, and the blood lake splashed everywhere. Ding-ji felt disgusted, and quickly used a sheet of ice to shield herself. "Ugh, this is so nauseating." Lan Ling then pulled her away and said, "Let's go." He knew this was the moment when Song Yichang would deliver the decisive blow, so he looked up at the sky and muttered, "Brother Song, you must succeed." From high up in the sky, a golden hand descended, striking directly at the priest's giant demon. Song Yichang was charging down and shouted, "Shattered to dust, great Vajra palm strike." The priest panicked, realizing he couldn't block the incoming palm strike, so he tried to run for his life. But it was too late. He still took the full force of the strike, and the collision created an explosion of deafening sound. The powerful blow drained a significant amount of energy from Song Yichang. Seeing the priest's body sink into the depths of the lake, Song Yichang muttered, "Can't summon the super soldiers. He was just a big, useless brute." He then quickly regrouped with Lan Ling and Ding-ji. "All right, we need to go assist Nan Yu and the others." Lan Ling cheerfully replied. They seemed to be progressing smoothly too. Song Yichang gazed at the green light inside, clearly relieved that the final trap had been sealed. After making the call, Zhao Ling informed him, "Hero Song, we've succeeded. The final trap has been sealed." Song Yichang felt relieved and happily replied, "Zhao Ling, Nan Yu, you've worked hard. We've just finished dealing with the altar." He also informed her that after eliminating all the insect nests, the blood pool had lost its original energy, and the number of giant demons had been significantly reduced, no longer posing much of a threat. Zhao Ling was also very joyful as she spoke. Thanks to Nan Yu discovering the giant demon's ambush early, the insect nest in the south has already been dealt with. She was a bit worried, but due to overusing her abilities, he is now quite weak. Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng decided to quickly wrap things up. We'll join you right away, and then we need to completely eliminate the remaining giant demons. A hint of bitterness filled his heart. He hadn't expected this to turn into such a heroic battle. General Zhao, rest in peace. We will not let your sacrifice go in vain. Suddenly, the jade in Ding Ji's hand shifted, turning into a demonic face. Both Song Yicheng and Lan Ling, standing there, were startled. What's happening? The jade transformed directly into a head with eyes, nose, and mouth, twisting uncontrollably in Dang Ji's hands. Kai looked down below, and everyone shouted in panic. The blood pool. The name of the priest giant demon was not completely dead yet. He was using the remnants of his soul to struggle and try to rise up to attack them. Song Yicheng, irritated, said, "What more does it want to become? A wave or something?" It seemed to be targeting the gem, so everyone focused on protecting Ding Ji. Who? Be careful. But Ding Ji had already planned this in advance. She looked at the demonic gem with a sly grin, then directly shoved the entire large gem into her mouth. To the shock not only of Song Yicheng and Lan Ling, but also of the priest's lingering soul. The two men, panicking, immediately bombarded her with questions. Who? What are you doing? Stop stuffing everything into your mouth. What if you get diarrhea? Despite her swollen belly, Ding Ji answered firmly. It's fine, it's fine. Only her face turned a little pale from the taste, as it was truly unpleasant. A small bit of strength from the priest was completely extinguished and dissipated once the gem was consumed by Ding Ji. Looking at the white foam covering the surface of the lake, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! This time, everything was finally calm. As for cleaning up the aftermath, after dealing with the active species and the grand sacrificer, the giant demon's remains in the city scattered like a headless snake. Fight separately. But when it comes to the grand battle of the giant demon, dealing with those of low IQ is nothing more than cleaning up the battlefield. Most of them act extremely mindlessly and rudely, without any system or knowledge of how to evade. The soldiers only need to use their guns and operate in small groups to suppress the waves of them, rampaging through the city. Everything proceeded quite quickly. By the early morning the next day, the battle finally came to an end. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Special Operations Department, Yi Xiao and Elephant Dragon hurriedly ran out to greet Yicheng. Song Yicheng was incredibly happy to see them. Everyone was fine, and that was such a relief. But as he got closer, he only hugged Yi Xiao, which made Elephant Dragon feel somewhat upset. It then decided to jump up and hug both of them at once. Its eyes became misty, causing Song Yicheng to comfort it. All right, I won't forget about you." But suddenly, it let both of them go with a swipe, causing them to fall. Yi Xiao cried out in pain. Song Yicheng, displeased, scolded. "Xiao Long Long, why are you being so naughty?" But when he looked up, he saw the elephant dragon's body, still looking like it was pouting, had nearly disappeared. On the other side, Lan Ling and Ding Ji also gradually vanished, leaving everyone stunned. Song Yicheng hurriedly ran over to catch up with the two people. "What's going on with you two?" But they quickly disappeared right before his eyes, leaving no trace behind. Song Yicheng was extremely confused. What's happening? I wasn't unconscious this time. How could they vanish like that? He immediately called out, "Little system, what's going on?" The system quickly appeared and reported to him. "There's a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Someone is calling your name in front of the TZ building, Yicheng." Zhang Yiqiao anxiously spoke to the security team who were vigilantly watching them. "Please, don't pay attention to us." At this moment, in Yicheng's consciousness, fragments were flying up and then shattering. The little system urged, "Hurry up, good news or bad news?" He sighed, "What's there to choose? Just tell me both, good or bad." The little system, unfazed by his attitude, responded, "All right, I'll start with the good news first. Recently, the energy gathered has exploded. Both you, the host, and my system, we both need to level up. Moreover, this time, it looks like we'll level up together." She cheerfully patted Yicheng on the shoulder. Congratulations, host. You finally reached the great realm. You've gone from a first-class master to an unparalleled one. Yi Cheng remained unmoved, waving his hand dismissively. He thought to himself, asterisk leveling up, it's just an increase in power. In this world of comics, this isn't anything new. There's no ripple in my heart asterisk. He then calmly asked, so, where's the bad news? Little System angrily tapped Yi Cheng's head. What bad news? I haven't even finished telling you the good news yet. She then pointed at herself, puffing out her chest and proudly boasting, my great system. I've finally leveled up. She flexed her muscles proudly. I'm faster, stronger, and higher level now. You want to see it with your own eyes, right? Can you wait for it? Yi Cheng gave her a blank stare, disapproving. No, not at all. Suddenly, several purple streaks of light flashed past her. Yi Cheng, losing patience, raised his voice. Hey, stop playing around. What's the bad news? Tell me already. She unexpectedly lost her usual lively and energetic demeanor, her mouth moving mechanically as she spoke each word. There's no more time, so I'll make it brief. You're the one dragging this out, aren't you? I didn't level up, so during the system update, I had to shut down and switch to offline mode. She continued, during this time, you and the system will be cut off from each other. Don't worry, Ding Ji and the others will be fine. Then Little System's figure became hazy. Anyway, don't make things complicated. Just take a leave and wait for me to restart. Little System's screen suddenly went dark. Yi Cheng screamed in shock. What? Did it really go offline? Zhang Yiqiao widened her eyes, staring at him in bewilderment. Yi Cheng, what do you mean, it's offline? Are the consequences serious? Embarrassed, he patted her back and laughed it off. Ah, it's nothing at all, just a bad dream. That's right, we still need to find Nan Yu and Zhao Ling. Yi Cheng concealed his strange reaction, finally exhaling in relief. He was still amazed that the system could actually go offline. The soldier guarding the hospital room politely refused the angry man. Sorry, Captain Zhao, she's not available to see visitors right now. The man turned aggressive, pointing at the soldier's chest. Don't play games with me. General New wants to see her. That's her fortune. Hurry up and tell her to get out here. Yi Cheng flinched, frowning. Who was this? The door behind the soldier suddenly opened. Zhao Ling appeared inside. Some people are injured and need rest. Please don't make noise here. He jabbed a finger at Zhao Ling, cursing so furiously that spittle flew. Your mighty backer, General Zhao, is gone. She thought she could still hold her head high for a few more days, bowing before General New, and perhaps even finding a way into the Special Operations team. Yi Cheng, unwilling to tolerate him any longer, stepped up from behind and barked, "Show some respect." He seized the man's collar and slammed him hard against the wall. General Zhao and Captain Zhao Ling, both were heroes who fought at the front lines. And you? What right do you have? He demanded. Yet the man, unafraid, sneered in mockery. Heroes! Soon the entire Special Ops team will be forced to return and serve under our General New. You'd best learn to show me some courtesy. In one swift motion, Yi Cheng hurled him to the ground. Looking down with disdain, he said coldly, I don't care whether you're the pig of a general or the dog of a general. If you dare trouble Zhao Ling, don't blame me for being unkind. He slammed him down once more, wringing a cry of pain from him. Humiliated, the man scrambled away, still hurling threats. Hemph. Refuse the wine of courtesy, and you'll be forced to drink the wine of punishment. You'll regret this. Zhang Yiqiao, worried, turned to her. Zhao Ling, are you all right? Downcast, Zhao Ling replied softly. The moment word spread of her grandfather's sacrifice, the other departments had begun to stir, each eager to seize a share of what remained of the Special Operations team. She sighed and shook her head. It's still because I'm too inexperienced. In the future, if I want to protect the Special Task Force, it may not be easy. Yi Cheng clenched his fist and said passionately, the Special Task Force is General Zhao's life's work. We absolutely cannot let these evil-hearted people destroy it. Don't worry, we will all help you. Zhao Ling helplessly shook her head and smiled faintly. Mom, thank you. She extended her hand to gesture for them to sit and didn't bring up the topic any further. Nan Yu was still waiting inside for him. She led the two of them into the room where Nan Yu was lying. As Zhao Ling opened the door, she called. Nan Yu. Hero song. They're here. Nan Yu, covered with a blanket, weakly called from the sofa. Song boss. Yi Chang rushed over and hugged him tightly. Brother, you've worked hard. If there's anything you need, anything you want to eat, just say it. I'll definitely fulfill your wishes. Nan Yu's face turned pale as he coughed weakly. Cough cough, I'm fine. It's just that working continuously with the cosmic mirror has drained too much of my energy. After resting for a while, I'll be fine. Zhang Yixiao frowned and walked over to remind him. Yi Chang, be gentler. You're as strong as an ox, but how can a normal person withstand that? Yi Chang withdrew his arms, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Nan Yu. I heard you had something to discuss with me. He glanced at the two girls. It was only when Zhang Yixiao understood what was going on that she clapped her hands as if recalling something. Ah, that's right, Zhao Ling. Let's go out and have a cup of bubble tea. Zhao Ling, confused, asked. Bubble tea? She happily grabbed Zhao Ling's hand and ran towards the door. Well, we're going out then. She quickly slammed the door shut, leaving the two of them with some privacy. Nan Yu shyly explained. Sorry, I'm a little afraid of strangers. Only Song boss. You, perhaps because of the inheritance, I feel this sense of closeness. Yi Chang casually responded. It's fine, they'll understand. Yi Chang also subtly understood that, for Nan Yu, they were simply strangers who had only known each other for a few days. His caution was completely normal. He began to get to the point. I've mentioned before, I briefly told you that the inheritance memory of yours awakened because of the energy from Haixing. That's why I often think. Nan Yu concluded, there must be other descendants of Kaiyo cultivators who have also awakened. He furrowed his brows and asked again, why you feel that way? In fact, if you hadn't told me about your identity as a Reiyo cultivator, I wouldn't have been able to decide. Nan Yu calmly explained, your situation is a bit special. Whether by fate or destiny, Haixing chose to parasitize your body. If it weren't for the natural pure yang of Reiyo within you, it's likely that Haixing would have already corroded your mind with its evil energy. Yi Chang recalled the times when he unleashed his power, even with the constitution of Reiyo. Before every instance of using a large amount of strength, his mind would still be controlled by Haixing. It seems he had to subdue Haixing as soon as possible. He recounted what he had seen, suggesting that the inheritance of the Reiyo cultivator within him and his memories had likely been suppressed by Haixing. The situation of other cultivators was similar to his. At least, from the divination he saw, Mu Yo must have awakened. Upon hearing that name, Yi Chang anxiously asked, Mu Yao, you saw him. Where is he? Who is he? Male or female? What abilities does he have? Nan Yu furrowed his brow and shook his head. Yes, but I can't say for sure. All I know is that he's looking for you. He then turned and picked up the glass of water on the table next to his chair. He dipped his finger into the water, creating ripples. The image in this glass is the divination I did. The surface of the water is forming concentric circles. Yi Chang curiously looked at the water's surface and asked, where is this? Nan Yu also gazed intently at the glass of water, and I wasn't sure either. The surface of the water reflected the peaceful forest scene bathed in sunlight, the animals living harmoniously and joyfully, and there was even a person with long hair sitting against a tree. Yi Chang asked in a doubtful voice, is that Meow? A hawk flapped its wings and swooped down onto her outstretched arm. She grabbed the small scroll that the bird had clutched in its claws. Let me see. She unfurled the scroll. Oh, so his name is Song Yi Chang. Mu Yao smiled brightly, the sunlight pouring down onto her. Lan Ling King, sitting in despair while fishing, said, Little system has reached a freezing level. We can only stay trapped on this deserted island. He sighed heavily, feeling helpless, unable to go outside or contact Brother Song. Lan Ling King slumped down onto the sand. How much longer do we have to stay here? Xiao Long Long busily dug at the sand, making a figure in the shape of a doll. Who, uncomfortable, stomped his feet and rolled around. Hemph, that brat Song Yi Chang must be out there, living it up, enjoying himself. The three survivors sighed in unison. Yi Chang spoke from behind, raising his hand as if trying to touch the sky. You've imprisoned me here, and I've forgotten how high the sky really is. He choked up with tears, his voice full of grievance. The fiber optic cable got bitten through by the giant demon. There's no signal, no internet. What's the point of going home on leave anymore? Yi Cheng, feeling like he wanted to climb up the wall and scream, shouted, "Oh my God, please let me out." His mother, standing below, firmly grabbed his leg and pulled him down. "You can do whatever you want out there, but once you're home, don't even think about sneaking away." He tried to argue, pleading with his mother, "Oh dear mother, there really aren't any monsters out there anymore. Please give me my freedom." His mother, stubborn as ever, pulled so hard that his pants slipped a little, revealing his white, smooth bottom. Yi Cheng whined loudly, "Can't I just go out and catch a few lives? Is that too much to ask?" His mother still refused to compromise. "No way, I'm not negotiating with you." Half serious, half joking, Yi Cheng's mother mysteriously told him, "You don't know, but this month is the time of the demon tide, the one that happens once a year. They're rampaging through the village, terrifyingly fierce. Even the network company employees are too scared to show their faces." Then, with all her strength, she yanked him down, and he crashed to the ground with a thud. Yi Cheng cried and pretended to be pitiful. "I don't have a father anymore. Even my mother doesn't love me." His mother coldly interrupted, "Stop acting. And don't mention that bastard father of yours again." She pressed the remote, and the dome on the high wall slowly drew shut. He gaped in astonishment. When did Mom install this thing? The dome gradually closed, then slammed down with a thud. The Song family's house had walls of bronze and iron. He trembled with fear, sweat pouring down his face, exclaiming, "I'm afraid this mother of mine is no ordinary mother." Yi Cheng's mother turned and walked toward the main gate of the house, leaving only the deep, inscrutable silhouette of her back. He furrowed his brows, speculating, who knows, maybe she already knows about Kaio the cultivator. He immediately ran after his mother. "Mom, regarding my background, you don't have to hide anything from me anymore." Yi Cheng adopted a mysterious expression and whispered to his mother, "I already know everything. Tell me plainly, could it be that our family is the heir of Kaio the cultivator?" She was startled, her eyes widening. His mother angrily pinched his ear hard. "I'm telling you, don't even think about going to those ridiculous places." Yi Cheng winced in pain, yet still tried to explain, "No, I mean Kaio." Yi Cheng's mother ignored his protests and continued dragging him inside by the ear. "Hurry up and talk with Xiao. It's far wiser for me to be holding the child myself." He thought in disappointment. "As I suspected, I'm overthinking again. Couldn't it really be that my excellence comes from a genetic mutation?" Yi Cheng's mother glared at him, questioning. "Why didn't you bring Xiao this time?" He replied without paying much attention. "She's busy." Hearing that, she became even more irritable with him. "Then why are you free?" Yi Cheng asked indignantly. "Mother, am I really your biological child?" The scene shifted to the Song family manor. Zhang Yichao, carrying her handbag, had arrived at the gate of the estate and remarked, "So quiet." She glanced at the deserted street, not a single soul in sight. It seems the villagers really believe the rumors about the demon spirit. Zhang Yichao chuckled lightly. "Haha, Yi Cheng definitely won't expect me to come back looking for him. Lately, he's been spending all his time with Zhao Ling. I hope Yi Cheng doesn't get jealous." At that moment, she suddenly heard a faint rustle behind her and swiftly leaped aside, avoiding the monster's punch. The creature's blow smashed the ground, cracking the earth and scattering debris. She stepped back warily and asked, "Who's there?" It spoke with lustful hunger. "Smells like Tang Seng's meat. This will be the feast of Green Lion King." Yi Xiao frowned, gripping her handbag, ready to throw it at him. "Tang Seng's meat? Are you on the wrong film set?" The Green Lion King leaped recklessly, claws outstretched, aiming to snatch her. Both of them fell into a chaotic battle. In the end, the victory tilted in Yi Xiao's favor, and she mounted the monster, raising her fist and asking, "What kind of demon are you?" The mysterious figure, who had always worn a hat and hidden behind a tree, started to feel that the situation was going awry. "Oh, it seems if I don't show myself now, things will go south for me," he teased. "Xiao, my little darling, you're being too naughty." Then he acted cool, pushed his hat back with one hand, and suddenly kicked off a branch, jumping out. "But don't worry, hubby's here to rescue you." This time, Yi Xiao was genuinely startled. She gasped, staring at the person who had just embraced her. "Yi Cheng." He quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. Yi Cheng looked at her with deep, gentle eyes and said, "Darling, I'm sorry. Hubby's late." She awkwardly stammered, I'm fine." The Green Lion King continued to madly chase after them. "You dare to steal my Tang Sing meat from the great sage." Yi Cheng gently landed on the roof while holding her. "Stay here and wait for me, okay?" Yi Xiao curiously looked at him. "Yi Cheng, why do you seem—" Yi Cheng placed his finger on her lips, signaling for silence, and looked mysterious. Don't ask anything. Just sit back and watch me perform." After finishing his words, he threw his hat aside, letting it be carried away by the wind. He grasped the handle of his staff, which glowed purple, and leaped off the roof, raising the staff and shouting, "Monster, where can you run to escape?" Yi Xiao felt something strange, wondering, why does Yi Cheng seem so off today? Has he eaten too much pig fat, or something? She crouched down, observing the battle. The monster was even stranger. It looked so stupid in a way. He crouched, narrowly dodging the monster's claws. Yi Cheng smirked, certain that victory was already in his grasp. With a single blow, he sent the monster flying. It crashed into a tree, weak and lying motionless on the ground. Green Lion King, battered and bruised, struggled to rise. "This technique is powerful. Could it be that you are the great sage?" He sneered and replied, "Hemph, don't ever compare me to that ape." Then, raising the sharp tip of his purple staff high, he declared, "You can go die now." The monster let out a pained cry, and then it vanished, dissolving into white smoke. He turned to Yi Xiao with a gentle smile. "Darling, you're safe now." He gently kicked the ground and jumped high. Yi Cheng picked her up in his arms, affectionately saying, "Darling, this poor and remote place isn't suited for our noble temperament. Let me take you to see the vast, clear skies." At the same time, at the Song Yi Cheng household, Yi Cheng was diligently digging the ground at the corner of his yard. The telegraph lines were down, and the internet was no better. He quickly dug out a small tunnel, a secret passage leading straight to the village gate. He had to fix the fiber optic cables to bring benefit to the whole village. With enthusiasm, he dug, imagining himself as a tunnel worker. Even without the system, Song Yi Cheng was still a hero of the people. He gasped, looking down at the hole he had just dug. Yi Cheng smiled brightly. Once the network was fixed, he could video call her and xiao. As night fell, the high-rise buildings glittered with lights. Bai Gu Jing, dressed provocatively, entered the bar, drawing the attention of a group of lecherous men. Heh. The men gaped, staring at her with longing, while women looked at her enviously, some even angrily covering their husbands' eyes. "What are you staring at? What's there to see in a face ruined by plastic surgery?" Bai Gu Jing chose a corner to sit, holding a glass of golden wine. She raised the glass to her lips, secretly smiling to herself. I wonder which fish will bite the hook today." She pretended to accidentally drop the cup. The red liquid spilled onto her thigh. Immediately, the men rushed over, some holding napkins, others holding their jackets, asking with concern, "Are you all right, beautiful?" Her face turned slightly red, and she leaned on her arm to appear weak. "Thank you, I suddenly feel a little dizzy." She slyly made a suggestion. "Could someone take me to the restroom?" Upon hearing this, the men immediately began competing to escort her to rest. "I'll take you, no, pick me." Just then, someone came and interrupted them, saying, "Step aside." Yi Xiao walked beside him, worried, and asked, "Yi Cheng, what's going on?" Without hesitation, he grabbed Bai Gu Jing's hair, a dark aura surrounding him, and said, "How dare you cause trouble in front of me?" The men, feeling indignant on her behalf, spoke up. "Hey, do you know how to cherish a woman? Let her go." Yi Cheng ignored them, holding her hair in one hand and lifting her chin with the other. He decisively tore off her mask, carefully observing. This is the flower and jade they admired. They saw her skull beneath the layer of skin and recoiled in fear, scattering in panic. "Run, now!" The remaining disguise on her face was also torn away. She quickly jumped aside to dodge the blow. He disdainfully tossed the mask aside, still trying to resist. This time, it's the turn of the girls to admire Yi Cheng. "So handsome, so cool. I have to take a picture and bring it home to admire. I need to live stream to gain some fans." Yi Qiao raised his hand, trying to calm everyone down. This place is not safe. You all should leave here quickly. Yi Cheng casually waved his hand. Don't be nervous. Just let them spread the spirit of my heroic righteousness to the whole world, so that everyone, including those from different timelines, will know. His cool demeanor was being broadcasted across the internet by the girls who were live streaming. Who exactly owns this planet? The viewers excitedly commented. The great hero is so handsome. I'm in love. I'm in love. What is going on here? He's amazing. He's holding a trident, jumping up to chase down the skeleton. Bagu Jing, where are you running off to? He decisively held the trident and slashed through the skeleton. Indeed, Zhu Shangxi was not like those weaklings. The women below, watching this scene, cheered with excitement. Zhu Shangxi, Zhu Shangxi, Zhu Shangxi, I want to have your child. Yi Cheng, pretending to be satisfied, thought to himself. Asterisk, the effect of this act isn't bad asterisk. Those foolish girls had all been easily charmed by him. Even Zhang Yi Xiao was the same. They were truly a perfect match for each other, both as foolish as the other. A few days ago, at the detective bureau, the two of them were sitting across from each other, engaged in a serious discussion. A monster, hanging from a tree branch, was secretly watching them through the window. Finally found you. He raised his hand to his ear, listening carefully. Yi Cheng instructed Mo Yu. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. The system for blocking people needs to be upgraded, so I can't use my abilities for now. It's just as well I want to go home and rest for a while. Mo Yu replied, Then during this time, I'll help you investigate the Haixing matter. Six-eared macaque squatted on the tree branch, sneering, Haha, Song Yi Cheng. Song Yi Cheng. You got such powerful abilities, but you're still such a simpleton. What a waste. It slapped its furry palm on its face, then lowered its hand, sneering again. From now on, just let me carry out those lofty goals for you. Six-eared macaque smugly thought, once I succeed and make a name for myself, you can stay in your small, peaceful hometown and enjoy your retirement. The girls raised their phones towards him, calling out, Zhu Shangxi, look over here. He struck a cool pose, pointing at the screen, follow the live stream of Zhu Shangxi. There are even more spectacular scenes waiting for you. At the 20 live stream rooms, the online community went wild with comments. Is Zhu Shangxi about to start a live stream? Which account is it? I want to follow him like crazy. He's so handsome I'm dying. I'm dead. It's over. My heart is about to be completely taken by him. His live stream will definitely be spectacular. Give me the username. Give me the username. Give me the username. I don't care. Just let me go crazy over this man. Support Zhu Shangxi. Switching to the Song family manor at this moment, the doors were still tightly locked. Yi Cheng's mother was lounging comfortably on the sofa. Father was playing games when he saw a notification pop up about a message sent to the Song family manor square dance group. She asked curiously. There's a message. Has the internet been fixed already? She opened the group chat to check. A message had been sent to the Song family manor square dance group -999. Even without father around, the group chat was buzzing with liveliness. Everyone enjoying themselves. Finally, the internet was back. I'm about to die of boredom. Old man, let's meet up at the square, everyone. Yi Cheng's mother sighed. These people again. Hundreds of messages. They're all that old and still addicted to going online. Yi Cheng's mother furrowed her brows, noticing someone in the video who looked exactly like her son. Isn't that my son? Let's click and see. A friend from the group chat sent a video. Good things happen to good people. Yi Cheng, you're amazing. The pride of the Song family. Macaque stood atop the monster's corpse, calling for likes and followers. Zhu Shang continued to update with more exciting content, and Macaque loosened his tie a bit. If you're going to be my treasure, you better listen obediently. Yi Cheng's mother was so startled she dropped her phone on her face. Ouch. Filled with fury, she stood up and yelled, Where did this brat learn these creepy moods from? She stormed toward the door. Son, come here. Yi Cheng's mother frowned at the empty bed. Huh? Where did he go? She shouted angrily. Why is this stinky brat in such a hurry? A black wolf leaped across the sky. The black wolf bared its fangs, swiping its claws, its fur marked with red streaks at the legs and tail. The townspeople stared at it in astonishment. Is that the howling celestial dog? The man, feeling curious, turned and asked, "Have you noticed that there seem to be a lot of supernatural creatures traveling through time lately?" She didn't care, holding up her phone and continuing to film. Who cares? Zhu Shangxi has gotten stronger lately after all. They stared in surprise at Chang Fatty. "Hey, Boss Chom, why are you here too?" The girl raised her phone and quickly got her camera ready. Chang Fatty raised his hand to signal. "Don't say anything, it's here." Macaque, wearing a cool cloak, landed on the building across from where the monster was. Around him, there were many drones with flashing lights. "Husky, good boy. Brother, can I take you home?" The monster bared its teeth and lunged at Macaque. Its figure shot forward quickly, jumping between buildings. In no time, it was right in front of Macaque. With just a few punches and kicks, the monster lay defeated. Macaque looked into the camera, acting cool, and sent a heart. "Don't worry, guys, your likes and shares are my strength." The livestream viewers became utterly obsessed with him, almost idolizing him. "Zhu Shangxi, I love you so much. Look at me, look at me. Master Shangxi, go ahead and beat it up, no problem." Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable, holding his phone, furrowed his brow, clenched his fist, and muttered bitterly, "Damn it, he's even live streaming now, and his fan count is 3281 times more than mine. Not good. I definitely have to challenge him next time to boost my fan count." The aerial battle between Macaque and the monster was intensifying. "Zhu Shangxi, Zhu Shangxi, go ahead and beat it up." Macaque crossed his arms and hovered in the air, mocking the monster. Macaque lightly snapped his fingers. The monster froze, startled. The howling celestial dog stretched and ran away. The glass window of an office building suddenly shattered with a loud crash. They jumped in surprise and asked loudly, "What happened?" They hurriedly ran away from the howling celestial dog. Macaque quickly chased after the monster. "When you can't defeat me, you go pick on the weak. You're truly a dog." Macaque secretly chuckled to himself. "Ha ha! The best part of the script is about to come." Just when Zhu Shangxi was about to be eaten by the monster, he appeared and turned the danger into safety. Macaque looked at the second dark figure chasing after the howling celestial dog. "What is that?" Yi Chang grabbed the monster's tail. Without hesitation, he threw the celestial dog away. It was flung dizzy and disoriented. Yi Chang held the purple staff in both hands, a fiery orange light emanating from behind him. He raised the staff high and shouted loudly, "Good dog, don't block the way. Watch me show you the staff technique for beating dogs." He relentlessly struck the dog, so fast that it seemed as if he had split into 8, like the eightfold Yi Chang. The dog cried out softly in pain. Its body was covered with wounds, and it was in so much agony that its eyes rolled back, its tongue lolling out of its mouth. But Yi Chang didn't stop there. He continued to strike, using the dog-beating stick technique, a legendary move. At this moment, it wasn't his body that split into clones, but rather the clone of the red staff, creating an encircling barrier around the dog. The speed was blinding, and the vicious look on the dog's face was so dazed that it couldn't control its vision. Then, a loud explosion rang out, followed by an overwhelming surge of pain. The dog collapsed, crashing to the ground with a loud thud, leaving a crater. Yi Chang stood right where it had fallen, mocking. To think that the legendary howling celestial dog would fall so easily. Suddenly, Yi Chang's eyes widened as he noticed something, and panic flickered in his gaze. So it was golden fur emerging from the broken stone pit. He bent down, rummaging through the debris, staring at it intently, though his expression was far from pleased. The clump of fur was suspicious, not matching the howling celestial dog's. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he quietly pocketed the fur, planning to take it back and figure it out later. But there was still one more pressing issue at hand. He was unafraid of heaven or earth, and boldly declared, "I wonder what will come next." No sooner had he spoken than something new indeed arrived. Zhu Shangxi chuckled lightly from above and muttered, "Faster than I thought, but they're just a bunch of ordinary humans. Nothing to be afraid of." After saying that, he began to make his appearance, leaping from the top of the building and landing with a whoosh, while asking, "Yi Chang, are you trying to cosplay as me?" Shangxi wasn't too impressed with the weapon Yi Chang was holding. He bluntly said, "You're just holding a coat rack here. That's not enough." To broaden Yi Chang's horizons, He took out his prized weapon to flex a little. At the very least, Yi Chang should have gotten the plastic Overlord spear to make it look right. Shang-Chi twirled the Overlord spear, then reminded him, "Make sure you catch a good look." Yi Chang, looking at his own stick, felt a bit embarrassed. How humiliating. He hadn't even had time to bring out the Overlord spear. But to be fair, the replica was pretty accurate. As Shang-Chi was getting ready to perform, he had already set up several drones to capture the moment from every angle. To all the treasures watching the live stream, please don't try to imitate him. Any little fan who acts like that, I don't like you at all. Yi Chang, standing outside, covered his mouth and chuckled, not daring to laugh out loud. He then thought to himself, if he saw the disgusting face I'm making while saying that, he'd probably puke and die. The two of them stood facing each other, and Yi Chang didn't want to waste any more time. Stop talking so much. What's real and what's fake? We'll find out once we start fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chang vanished. In an instant, he appeared right behind Shang-Chi. He grabbed his neck and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'll tear off your mask and expose your true face." The sound of that action will be dangerous. A crack echoed from Shang-Chi's joints, but instead of worrying, he had the time to compare. Humph! This feeling didn't match his expectations. It was as if Yi Chang's grip made him not dare to move, waiting for the right moment to escape. Shang-Chi flipped through the air, still confident in his abilities, sneering at Yi Chang's strength. This little skill, and he dares to claim he's the real one. He adjusted his neck, puffing his chest, and said arrogantly, "Enough playing around. Let's get serious now." Yi Chang maintained his battle stance, not just the mask on his face, but even his strength mirrored that of the mask. "Damn it, just tell me straight, who are you really?" On the live stream, a lot of viewers were watching, and a wave of comments appeared. "This is so exciting. Is Zhu Shang-Chi real or fake? I hate this. Who is really the real one, and who's fake? The guy holding the hook stick is fake. How can anyone still doubt such a difference? It's not certain. It seems there's still a lot of excitement. Many people can't wait anymore, urging them to fight. A mountain can't have two Zhu Shang. Hurry up and fight." Sean Fatty gaped in astonishment. Just looking at their faces, they were 100% identical. The viewers on the live stream were just part of the crowd. There were still many male and female students in the buildings, peering out from the windows. Not only that, they were recording the whole thing. The two of them weren't bad, were they? The person behind is a fake. Even the Overlord spear isn't real. Right, Zhu Shang-Chi even knows Mark Freeman. Only Sean Fatty knows who's real and who's fake. He didn't care about the bustle outside and hurriedly ran downstairs. "I'm Boss's good buddy. Just judging by their faces, you can't tell anything yet. You need to get closer. Then maybe you could tell the difference." One side had the deep purple strength of Shang-Chi, while the other was golden and dazzling, like the sun's rays. Yi Chang. He was trying to use his internal energy, his form resembling the dragon 18 palms. Whereas Shang-Chi didn't need to exert too much effort. He simply raised his hand to the sky, creating a series of Ming palms, and the two forces, each with 191 tons of power, collided. But it seemed that Yi Chang was still at a severe disadvantage. He couldn't believe his eyes, frowning with a question that had no answer. How is this possible? A strike from Shang-Chi had caused him to stagger backward. The painful fall was no different from the one with the vicious dog earlier, creating a loud thud. He remained there, observing, gently rubbing his mouth with his hand. Without energy from the system, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist for long. Moreover, this guy's background was definitely not ordinary. At that moment, Shang Fatty had reached the scene and quickly ran over to Yi Chang in concern. "Boss, are you all right?" Seeing this hurried figure, Yi Chang couldn't help but feel moved. "Chang Fatty, I knew it. My good brother would never be fooled by such tricks." At the same time, Shang-Chi spoke up, calling out to Chang Fatty. He wanted to regain the attention and focus, drawing it back to himself. "Do you really think I'm that weak in your eyes?" From behind him, a strand of golden hair appeared, similar to the one Yi Chang had put into his pocket earlier. Chang Fatty stood between the two, but his eyes remained fixed on Yi Chang. "No, my boss is the strongest." Seeing that Chang Fatty was hesitating and couldn't make up his mind, Hu Lin and his subordinates, standing at a distance, shouted out, "That stupid fat boy! Why is he still hesitating? Who is my master?" How could he lose to that imposter? Yi Cheng also spoke up in response. Of course, there is a special reason for this. On the other hand, Lan Ling King had a different premonition. He coldly expressed, I also feel that he will not lose. After hearing this, Hu Lin went silent, no longer shouting. At this moment, all attention shifted to Lan Ling King. The women were practically mesmerized by him, like moths to a flame. It's Lan Ling King. Lan Ling King. Amazing. Amazing. Being a teammate. You can't possibly be wrong. Quickly get rid of that fake name. Lan Wang did not expect Shang-Chi to appear at this moment. The one insulting now was definitely him. Yi Cheng was stunned, never expecting things to escalate to this point. Ha, so that's how it is. It seems this imposter not only transformed himself, but also managed to create these ghastly things. Now there were two people on Shang-Chi's side. Yi Cheng was extremely angry. What? You think just by bringing out a fake Lan Ling King, you could fool everyone here? Chang Fatty believed in him, but he also had some doubts and tried to comfort himself with his own speculation. That's right, boss wouldn't suddenly become so weak for no reason. He must have been hit by some cold wind. After carefully considering the situation, Chang Fatty also turned around. It seemed that only the strong were truly real. Yi Cheng reached out in desperation. Chang Fatty Lan Wang immediately launched an attack. You vile scoundrel, prepare to die. In his haste, Yi Cheng could only dodge temporarily to save his life. Even Brother Lan's martial arts, he could mimic exactly. The two of them were closing in. The handsome figure was truly captivating, making others swoon. All right then, he succeeded. Looking at Brother Lan's face, I really don't want to strike with sinister force. Hu Lin then joined in and started attacking. You little demon, you don't even know how to use the simplest techniques, and yet you dare impersonate my master. Watch this. Hu Lin conjured spider web-like threads to trap him. He quickly set aside Lan Wang and dodged, focusing on dealing with Hu Lin first, delivering a punch to his stomach. Only then did he confirm his earlier suspicion was correct. Indeed, this guy was like the howling celestial dog, couldn't take a beating for long. All eyes and cameras were watching him closely. They anxiously shouted, Look, he's killing someone, impersonating Zhu Shang-Chi. Indeed, the schemes were hard to predict, and the cruelty was undeniable. It was terrifying. All he received were criticisms. Shang-Chi made his dramatic entrance, flying back and forth, while those watching from behind the glass exclaimed, Don't panic, the real Zhu Shang-Chi is here. To protect the people, he pointed the tip of the Overlord spear at Yi Cheng. At that moment, Xiao Xiao rushed over and demanded that he stop. Shang-Chi didn't care because, after all, he was an imposter and didn't know who they were, so he continued attacking him. Evading the attack just in time, Yi Cheng joyfully said, Xiao Xiao, I knew you would recognize me. Then, Xiao Xiao approached them. It turned out that Xiao Xiao didn't recognize him. She came over and spoke to Shang-Chi with a deeply affectionate gaze. Yi Cheng, this person should not be killed. Right now, he looks like you, and if anyone says you killed him to silence him, that would be trouble. It turned out that this was Xiao Xiao's plan. In reality, she knew he was an imposter, but she couldn't let their cover be blown. She had to buy time for his sake. Yi Cheng was utterly disappointed. He stood there, watching Shang-Chi hold her hand. The pain in his heart struck like a thunderbolt. Could it be that Xiao Xiao was really going to be replaced by that bastard? Yet Yi Cheng was stunned and exclaimed, What should I do now, even with Xiao Xiao? The imposter, while patting Xiao Xiao's head, spoke up. Xiao Xiao really knows how to think for me. He sneered, thinking to himself, Luckily, this foolish woman reminded me. It's still not the time to deal with him. Let's take him back first, and figure it out later. He clenched a handful of hair tightly in his hand. The crowd pointed fingers and aimed their phones at Song Yi Cheng, constantly hurling insults at him. What a discarded dog, so humiliating. If you want to throw a tantrum at the big brother, at least make sure you're targeting the right person. Song Yi Cheng's anger flared as he thought, afraid as soon as you leave the system? Song Yi Cheng, you really are pathetic. He gritted his teeth. How dare you let that bastard violate your life. Resolving himself, he leaped high into the air and shouted, Imposter, go to hell. Indeed, this won't do. I should not hold back with you, asterisk. Crash after crash, loud noises erupted all around as a pillar of light shone down upon Song Yicheng. Whoosh! Whoosh! The impostor swung a horizontal strike through the pillar of light but failed to reach his true form in time. The impostor cursed loudly in frustration. Asterisk, he's gone, asterisk. Suddenly, Song Yicheng vanished right before the eyes of everyone present. The crowd murmured in confusion, asterisk, so dazzling. What just happened, asterisk? Xiao exhaled in relief, thinking of herself, asterisk, luckily, I was somewhere else at the same time, asterisk. The sunlight streamed into the room, and the sound of birds chirping was loud and clear. Song Yicheng opened his eyes and let out a weary sigh. He slowly sat up, holding his head and groaning. Where is this place? He looked around, puzzled. The ancient times. Panicking, Song Yicheng hurriedly got off the bed, his mind racing with worry. Did I time travel, or something? His hasty movement immediately resulted in a painful consequence for Song Yicheng. He cried out in discomfort. In an instant, Yu rushed in, concerned, and spoke up. Song boss, you're awake. Song Yicheng's head was spinning as he spoke. Huh? Nan Yu appeared, quickly rushing to explain. What happened to me? As Nan Yu helped him back onto the bed, she explained. The space shuttle exerts a great deal of pressure on the body. If it weren't for the emergency situation back then, I wouldn't have dared to use the cosmic mirror to teleport you here. Song Yicheng responded. You shouldn't have taken me then. It feels like I'm a defeated person running away. Nan Yu continued. Right, actually, I came with Zhang Yixiao to help you. Song Yicheng was surprised and immediately asked. What? Does that mean she knows I'm real? Nan Yu replied. Yeah, let me explain. He continued. Didn't you give me a phone before for easier communication? But I don't know how to use it, and your phone couldn't make calls. So, at noon the day before, Zhang Yixiao gently guided Nan Yu on how to use the phone, tapping here and there. The ringtone and wallpaper are set now. How embarrassing. I'm so behind and don't understand these high-tech things. Zhang Yixiao continued to instruct him. She said, just tap here. The screen displayed the latest news. The Zhu Shang-Chi demon extermination battle was being broadcast. She exclaimed in puzzlement. Why has Yicheng been so flashy lately? It's like he's become someone else. Nan Yu stepped closer and added, This is Song Boss. No, definitely not him. Zhang Yixiao cried out in astonishment. What? How can there be two Yichengs? Nan Yu pointed at the screen. Yes, this is the real Yicheng. It turns out I've been fooled for so long. He 266, but I don't know how to use it. His phone couldn't make calls either. At noon the day before, Zhang Yixiao gently guided Nan Yu on how to use the phone, tapping here and there. The ringtone and wallpaper are set now. How embarrassing. I'm so behind and don't understand these high-tech things. Zhang Yixiao continued to instruct him. She said, just tap here. The screen displayed the latest news. The Zhu Shang-Chi demon extermination battle was being broadcast. She exclaimed in puzzlement. Why has Yicheng been so flashy lately? It's like he's become someone else. Nan Yu stepped closer and added, This is Song Boss. No, definitely not him. Zhang Yixiao cried out in astonishment. What? How can there be two Yichengs? Nan Yu pointed at the screen. Yes, this is the real Yicheng. It turns out I've been fooled for so long. He thought to himself. Song Boss said his system had been offline recently. Could the news have been leaked? Then he spoke urgently. This is bad. We must hurry to help him. Zhang Yixiao slammed the table in anger. Damn it, I must beat that damned imposter to death. Nan Yu said, Miss Zhang, please calm down. Regarding that man, facing him head-on, I'm afraid we won't stand a chance. He leaned in close to her ear, whispering his plan. In a bit, just pretend you don't recognize that he's an imposter then. He recounted the story to Song Yicheng. This is how it is. Sorry I didn't have a chance to tell you earlier. Song Yicheng suddenly clutched his head in self-reproach. And here I am, wrongly blaming Xiao Xiao. What should I do? Xiao Xiao is with that guy now. I don't know if she's in any danger. Nan Yu reassured him. Don't worry too much, he's only targeting you. Besides, Xiao Xiao's been with him for the past few days. She knows how to handle herself. Song Yicheng seethed with anger, cursing loudly. That damn bastard, he's probably already been doing all sorts of things with Xiao Xiao these past few days. Nan Yu, confused, asked, "What do you mean by doing all sorts of things?" He continued, "Right, and about the real face of that fake. Do you have any leads?" Song Yicheng pondered the true identity of the imposter. He slipped his hand into his pocket and went on. "Yeah, there are a few strange things." He pulled out a tuft of fur. I found this after I killed the howling celestial dog. No matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem like dog fur." Nan Yu took it and examined it, while Song Yicheng continued. "Also, the timing of its appearance is way too coincidental, but the system only mentioned it to you, not to anyone else." He raised his phone. There's more. Don't you think it's strange that the person who's been impersonating and dealing with time travelers lately seems so odd?" The phone was displaying a news feed of Zhu Shangqi's special features. Zhu Shangqi, this golden horn king. Zhu Shangqi, this howling celestial dog. Nan Yu began to piece together the information at hand and made a quick deduction. Bai Gu Jing was eavesdropped on and replicated the howling celestial dog transformed into the golden horn king. The monkey fur from Asterisk Journey to the West Asterisk, and the opposing ancestor Cuckoo, representing someone encroaching on the land, property, and position of others. The two of them exclaimed in unison, "It's him, the six-eared macaque." Nan Yu explained, "The six-eared macaque has extraordinary hearing, and also possesses magical abilities, able to mimic and transform just like the great sage. He must have learned about the system situation, and now he's trying to stir things up to plot against you." Song Yicheng continued, "I'm afraid using Zhu Shangqi's identity to put on a show isn't his ultimate goal." Nan Yu agreed, "This is likely more complicated than it seems." A strange light flickered from a tuft of fur. Elsewhere, a voice sounded, welcoming viewers to Zhu Shangqi's livestream. Song Yicheng, with a fake name, spoke up. "The treasures have been waiting for a long time." He arrogantly sat on the chair while presenting, saying, "The time traveler is becoming harder and harder to deal with, and I can't sleep, always thinking about how to protect everyone's safety." He continued, "Fortunately, everyone has it now. The safety bracelet specially made by Zhu Shang. Listen to me, each of you must have this bracelet. Don't hesitate, just add it to your cart." The crowd erupted in comments. Bye. Warm locking male god. Song Yicheng, the celebrity selling products. Support Zhu Shangqi. Bye. Support Zhu Shangqi. Bye. Down in the city, people bustled about, chatting and laughing, whispering in small groups, creating a lively atmosphere. The office girl, upon seeing the bracelet her friend owned, couldn't help but express her admiration. Her friend casually showed off, "Tada, my Zhu Shang bracelet has arrived." The girl in the shirt sighed, tears welling up in her eyes, as she quietly lamented, "It's the third round, and I still didn't manage to get it. I'll have to wait another 2 days. Tomorrow, everyone will get their items. I really am unlucky," she muttered. "So many people here are wearing that bracelet." Upstairs, a couple is having a conversation. "Darling, look, everyone likes my Zhu Shang bracelet." It turns out that the couple is Shangqi and Xiao Xiao. He took the bracelet and was about to put it around her neck. "What reason do you have to refuse now?" Xiao Xiao, not wanting to upset him, smiled and said, "Haha, I really like it." As soon as she put it on, Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered something and anxiously said, "Right, Yicheng, you still haven't explained to me what this bracelet is actually for." He didn't explain right away, only hinting, "Soon, you'll find out." In his eyes, he held no regard for anyone. Humans, foolish as they are indeed easy to deceive. People were bustling around, everyone wearing one, as though it were the latest trend. At that moment, the bracelet emitted a strange sound. The girl in the pink dress quickly looked at the bracelet and asked in confusion, "The bracelet is sounding an alarm. Is there danger?" At that instant, several people noticed something unusual. The girl in the shirt hurriedly shouted, "A monster! A gigantic eagle is landing on them." For some unknown reason, the girl in the pink dress confidently declared. She even hugged the collar of her shirt and said, "Don't be afraid, the bracelet can protect us." But no one trusted it, only caring about their own lives first, then scrambling to escape in a panic. She raised her hand high, and the bracelet emitted a pink glow. To their surprise, it was actually effective, and the others saw it too. Only then did they acknowledge that in order to use the bracelet, we had to believe in it. It was like a domino effect, one after another. Then everyone raised their arms, showing off the bracelet. Together, they worked to defeat the huge monster. Its feathers fell like leaves, and it screamed in agony. Everyone was thrilled to have brought down the monster together. The power was truly miraculous and useful. Jushang City didn't deceive us. We might be able to take it down soon. But something was wrong. The monster wanted to escape. The giant eagle kept squawking in Shang-Chi's face. At this point, both Shang-Chi and Lan Wang were present. A tiny little grape-sized beast. Do you think you can escape from the sight of a great hero? The crowd cheered for them, praising them to the heavens. The blue merchant stake had appeared. We're safe now. It sounded as if they were entrusting their lives to these two. Xiao Xiao stood in a corner and suddenly realized that this might also be the function of the bracelet. She raised it high and looked at the bracelet intently, trying to figure it out. It was clearly just an ordinary glowing toy, yet it managed to deceive so many people. Then, Xiao Xiao asked herself, did he risk everything to advertise it just to sell the product? Or could there be another hidden agenda? At that moment, the eagle, not only in pain, but also spitting out blood, could no longer bear it. It fell to the ground with a loud crash, causing a shockwave. The crowd outside cheered continuously. When Zhu Shang takes action, it's always something good. When Zhu Shang takes action, it's always something good. Shang-Chi received the praise, feeling extremely pleased, but still maintained a cold expression. The knight acts with righteousness. Everyone, please don't rush. Tonight, the fourth batch will be released on time, guaranteeing quality and ensuring the safety of all. At that moment, Yi Chen was at home watching TV, just as he was promoting his product. Everyone had to have one. At this point, he couldn't hold back anymore, and with one strike, he broke the TV, immediately cutting off the face of Shang-Chi. The TV broke in an instant, and the people outside, seeing this, were too shocked to believe it. Their mouths agape in fear. Yi Chen didn't care. Too furious, he set the TV on the ground and stomped on it. What kind of logic is that? And yet he used my esteemed hero Zhu Shang-Chi's name to sell counterfeit goods. Nan Yu felt an unbearable pain witnessing this scene. He seemed to collapse, falling to his knees, trying to grab the TV to turn it back, but it was impossible. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, was on the verge of losing his temper, a fire raging within him. That bracelet was definitely not simple. It was essential to find a way to stop him. Then he approached and helped Nan Yu to his feet, speaking gently, "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. What I want is to use the stick to hit its own back." A sinister smile appeared on the face of the schemer plotting his plan. Just saying that, Nan Yu couldn't understand at all what he intended to do. Yu Chang didn't hesitate to explain. "Next, we'll be all set." Nan Yu, upon hearing this, became very intrigued. "Haha, looks like the new skill I just picked up from WBO is about to find its use." Flower Fruit Mountain had an uncle sitting in a chair, leaning back and sleeping soundly, snoring away the whole day. He slept so deeply that even when Lan Wang and Shang-Chi quietly entered, he didn't notice the world outside. No knowledge of the sky, moon, clouds, or wind. They moved inside swiftly and silently, like a gust of wind. And then they had reached the right spot. Shang-Chi let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed they had finally shaken off those brainless fools. At this point, no one was around. Shang-Chi and Q Lan Wang were left with only him to act. Thinking something over, he plunged into the stream. It turned out he wanted to bathe, to clean himself and relax a bit. He washed his face with the clear, fresh spring water. After thoroughly cleansing his body, Shang-Chi revealed his true form, that of a Sun Wukong. The sound of Kang Kang rang out repeatedly. Once he finished bathing, someone immediately came to assist with his clothes. Nothing else, the great king was as majestic as ever. He embraced the female monkeys and laughed with delight. At this moment, the place was bustling. He sat proudly on the highest chair. Kang 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 Kang. Long live the great king. The great king has worked hard. At the same time, a notification appeared, showing the market popularity rate and the product growth map. He was very satisfied with the result. He was not hesitant to declare, "The era belonging to us is coming." Unexpectedly, amidst this joyous moment, a monkey appeared, bathing in the stream with confusion. Its eyes suddenly turned red in panic. One morning, during the monkey era, these monkeys lived much like humans, shopping, driving, with the only difference being their instinct to swing. A banana tree suddenly sprouted from a trash can, and a person was seen opening the lid and crawling out. Due to limited capacity, the trash can couldn't hold up and it was overturned. Trash spilled out of the can. This startled the pair of monkeys, causing them to stop and observe. It turned out there wasn't just one, but many others, looking slimy and miserable. They were trying to dig out leftover food from the trash to satisfy their hunger. When discovered, they looked at them with eyes full of sorrow. Unlike their species, the sight of these children caused them to feel disgusted and panicked. Truly, these are the primitive humans who haven't evolved. Seeing this, they hurriedly informed the police. The children were so frightened that they desperately pleaded, "Please let us go, Lord Monkey." The monkeys looked at the children as if they were aliens. "Really, how are they still here?" "Hello, I want to report this to the police." In the end, they were taken away by the police. Still, they continued to beg desperately. "No, don't do this to us, please." It turned out they were afraid of being infected, which is why they acted so hastily. Consider it a purge, but hopefully there's no contagious disease. People like this can't be easily overlooked. At that moment, the loudspeaker suddenly sounded, announcing, "The monkeys race to gather at one place, following the order of the great king. There's a screen over here. Hurry up." Each monkey clasped their hands, ready to obey. The leader appeared on the screen and spoke, "My subjects, seeing everyone live in peace and prosperity brings me great joy. The grand ceremony to celebrate the coming era of the monkeys is approaching. This ceremony marks not only the establishment of the new era, but also the beginning of our monkey clan's rise to the peak of the world." The monkeys cheered joyfully. "Long live the great king! Long live the era of the monkeys!" The leader laughed in satisfaction, considering himself the ruler of the world. He even trampled on human beings, worse than a dog, torturing and beating them until their bodies were bruised all over. Not only that, their hands and necks were shackled together. He shouted once more, loud and clear, as if asserting something. "Long live the era of monkeys!" A monkey came up from below and said something to him. He suddenly stopped, startled by the interruption, then took out his phone to check an urgent message, his face turning serious. Seeing him so composed, the monkeys below dared not make a sound. Everyone fell silent, watching in astonishment. He didn't seem to be reading anything in particular, but focused intently. Lying back in his chair, his legs crossed casually, yet his face was furrowed with a frown. After reading, he smirked, asking himself, "Do these two want to confront me?" Post 10 facts about Zhu Shangxi, a guy who's excessively vain, spends an average of 23 hours a day in front of the mirror, had 2 plastic surgeries. Click to see pictures before the surgery. Lately, Ba has been eating too many bananas, causing many fans to comment. Smearing black isn't really something to fear, just trash, always engaged in nothing but smear campaigns. The defender of the ancient hero is being criticized for only knowing how to hide behind the screen. If you're so capable, then go ahead and fight. If you love cats and the ancient hero, then why are you attacking the shared post? Can anyone actually believe this? Ridiculous. He quickly skimmed through that, and then tossed his phone aside. The phone was still displaying the same content, not even turned off. The second encounter with Zhu Shang came. And then, after fumbling around, the second day arrived. The signing event was crowded with people eagerly waiting in line. Yi Chang, standing high above, was watching, shivering from the cold. He realized that the number of fans was enough to circle the earth twice. Zhu Shangxi truly was impressive. Nan Yu, thinking positively, figured that with their plan, the more people the better. This made Yi Cheng relax, no longer worried. It was true. He quickly scanned the current situation on the web and decided that it was time. The show could finally begin. Amid the hustle and bustle, as people jostled and bumped into each other, their phones suddenly buzzed with notifications. Did you get a message too? It seems like a new post notification. Suddenly there are so many posts in support. Could it be from the fan club? They couldn't help but be curious. Who's playing such a big game? Zhu Shangxi. A post from Zhu Shangxi, the one true savior. Museum Center 6. Nan Yu looked at the information with confusion. Why are all the articles praising his achievements? This time, the person who remained indifferent was Yi Cheng. It seems you don't understand. He likes to stand at the top, so I'm helping him out. From his point of view, after all, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The reporter with purple hair spoke up. Hello, dear viewers. I'm currently broadcasting live from the scene of the autograph signing event. Since Zhu Shangxi, the savior, appeared, his influence and popularity have been rising, and he's even been called the one and only savior in the world by the online community. The atmosphere here at today's autograph event for Zhu Shang's arm circle is bustling, with even some brave girls rushing up to confess their love for him. Zhu Shangxi, I love you. He just smiled and briefly said 2 words. Thank you. Countless envious gazes, the camera, and the nameplates were all focused on Zhu Shangxi. Zhu Shangxi, I love you. They laughed and spoke excitedly. Zhu Shangxi is so handsome. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves the most, a critical voice suddenly rang out. Do you all even understand the rules? They immediately stopped and turned to listen. What's happening over there? Then, a group of people appeared together, all wearing the same colored clothes and tying a cloth around their foreheads. In her hand, the girl held an international fan club sign for Zhu Shangxi. Zhu Shangxi, the savior. The girl spoke up and asked, Those posts, did you make them? That kind of mindless flattery will ruin Zhu Shangxi's image. Do you know that? On the other side, someone protested. Stop slandering. Clearly, it's your fanatics who are trying to destroy his image. This is outrageous. Exactly. The Earth Fan Club of Zhu Shangxi. The girl wearing a red cloth suddenly rushed over and slammed the sign into the head of the girl with the pink hair. Antifan, I'll eliminate you to protect Zhu Shang. Go ahead, hit me. You're the one who's tarnishing Zhu Shang's image. Go on, hit me, dare to hit me. And so chaos broke out here, with both sides fighting nonstop. The reporters stood frozen, shocked by the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, the autograph session with Zhu Shang suddenly turned into a disaster. The rivalry between the fan clubs escalated into a full-blown brawl. Shangxi furrowed his brow and asked in a sharp tone, Someone's causing trouble. Who would have expected that Zhu Shangxi's fans could be so violent? They even raised their shoes to kick, grab each other by the hair, completely losing their image. Damn it, you're ruining him. You're the ones harming him. Don't smear his reputation. The reporter couldn't control the current situation. It seems that the level of violence from the fans is no less than that of Zhu Shangxi. Could this be the influence of the idol on the fans? They keep attacking relentlessly like this. It would be strange if it didn't hurt, and it's even worse when it does. On the live stream, the betrayal happens so quickly, with negative comments constantly flooding in. Recently, I've also found Zhu Shangxi irritating. It's because people pushed him down themselves, showing off their narcissism, but not daring to speak out before. And now, 233.33% of the fans follow their idol. If there are brainless fans, then there are brainless idols too. Nan Yu immediately recognized it when watching the live stream and turned to Yi Chen. This is the result you wanted, but at this rate, it's you who will suffer the loss of reputation. From the beginning, you've had a very detailed plan, so there should be no mistakes. This is just a temporary sacrifice, don't rush. The climax is coming soon. Both fan clubs were fighting, rushing at Shangxi, and he was bearing the brunt of this fatigue. Those Anifan bastards are going to kill you. Their punches unintentionally aimed at Shangxi, who sat helplessly, silent and unresponsive. The elderly couple, upon witnessing this scene, shook their heads. So noisy. Every day it's news about him. The old lady sighed. These young people are blindly chasing after someone. At the same time, a blonde reporter arrived and began discussing the current issue. Welcome to today's program. Earlier, our production team received a mysterious article, truly a hot piece of news, targeting the figure currently riding the wave, Zhu Shangxi. That stunning girl is eager to learn more about this story. Really? Let's take a look at the screen. The scene of Shangxi Hu Lan Wang was broadcasted. Lan Ling King is just a strand of hair. That handsome guy turned into hair. Can you believe it? Oh my, I'm about to collapse, but I must try to watch on with everyone. Not just Lan Ling King, look at your Zhu Shang. Can you see clearly now? He's the Monkey King. The way he fights demons is all self-directed, and everyone's feelings have been deceived by him. If you want to know more about the truth behind Zhu Shang, stay tuned for the next segment. Monkey King self-directed Is this really Zhu Shangxi's true face? At the same time, the Zhu Shang autograph session descended into chaos. Other reporters jostled to interview Shangxi. How do you explain this video? Is Lan Ling King really monkey fur transformed into a human? Human by day, monkey by night. How do you divide your time? Show us your true face. Shangxi awkwardly said those videos were indeed fabrications. Someone took off that bracelet and held it up, asking, "What was your purpose in impersonating Zhu Shangxi? To sell the bracelet? Can you perform magic to turn monkey fur into a person?" So many microphones were shoved in his face he couldn't fend them off. When I spoke, they began to suspect Shangxi's identity. "You're not an imposter, are you? After all, your imitation is so good. The Zhu Shangxi who appeared last time, was he the real one? Answer us." Experts have forensically examined those videos and found no traces of editing. How do you explain that? A barrage of questions bombarded him. Just as Yi Chang had said, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. He scowled in fury, could no longer contain himself, and shoved the crowd so they flew apart. A microphone still lodged in someone's throat. People toppled over one another, joints cracking as if about to break. He's killed someone. He's killed someone. Truly a demon. He's gone mad. Run for your lives. While they were in a frenzy, running away, Shangxi spoke up. Everyone, stay calm. If we haven't clarified yet whether the ones here are humans or monkeys, it's better that we do. Let's stop fighting for now. The woman with the red cloth quickly agreed. I agree. Despite tripping and falling face first, the reporter still managed to raise the microphone. Are their true faces about to be revealed? Shangxi stood still and blew the microphone away. He rubbed his head in annoyance and criticized them. You're all so heartless, just relying on this cheap trick to make everyone forget the great work Zhu Shangxi did to save Earth. That wasn't wrong. Zhu Shangxi deserved to be remembered. Unfortunately, on the screen, the monkeys, bound by bright ropes and hanging together in a bundle, appeared again, with the red-eyed monkey standing right in the center. You are nothing but a fake. Kang, 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 my lord, save us. Shangxi, taken by surprise, asked urgently, Who are you? What do you want with them? Seeing his reaction, the others were puzzled. Oh my god, what's going on? Is this real? The monkey, holding a saw, spoke softly. Seems like you care a lot. Don't worry, I just want to join them. The saw came dangerously close to them, causing them to scream in panic. Shangxi revealed his true form halfway and ordered, Stop. The reporter hurriedly captured the evidence. I've got it. This is his true face, and he managed to deceive us for so long. This might be the first time a human is being played with by a monkey. No, who exactly is he? How can we even know? I got the photo. Oh my god, do you have anything else to say? When his true identity was exposed, Shangxi didn't even realize it. He was so worried about his own people that it ended up like this. It wasn't until the shouting from the crowd that he touched his own furry face. The monkeys were hanging up, looking at the saw in operation, their eyes wide in fear. They screamed so loudly that cotton balls were stuffed into their mouths. But upon reflection, the little monkey had only intended to scare Shangxi into revealing himself, not to do anything else. It dropped the saw and hugged its head with both hands. It turned out that it was Xiao Xiao in disguise. She took off her hat as soon as she finished and successfully forced him to reveal his true face, so the effort of being a spy wasn't in vain. She grabbed the control module and pressed the red button, causing them to drop freely instead of hanging upside down. After all, animals were protected by the state, so she couldn't just mess with them. The reporters were gathering more and more. Fake, what's your plot? Do you want to dominate the world? What is it that you want? Why did you do this? Could you explain? Fraud. Give me back my youth. The young, obsessive fans cried out loudly. Fraud, give me back my youth. Down with him. Down with him, he doesn't deserve it. He's a monster. Wants to eat people. Save me. Shangxi, now tarnished by scandal, was bombarded with stones, banana peels, and clothes thrown at him. He felt heartbroken, thinking how just moments ago, they were praising his good deeds, and now they hated him so much they wished they could kick him. At this point, there was nothing he could do but smile bitterly. His true identity had been exposed. He laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha. They're afraid of what I might do, so they're running away. Crazy, crazy. The monster is about to eat people. Run quickly. The two women who had been arguing earlier now ran together in fear. Shang-Chi stood right in front of them, grabbed them tightly, and made a twisted expression. "What's the matter? You were just saying you wanted to give birth to my monkey child. Already turning your back on me so soon." She screamed, "You're a fake. I don't want to be a monkey mother. It's all just a case of the mountain on this hill being different from the mountain on that hill. Luckily, we had prepared in advance." With a sweep of his hand, everything around him, including people, was flung away. The pink-haired girl was fortunate enough to be caught by Yi Chang. "Are you all right?" Her eyes lit up. "It really is Zhu Shang. We can't let him stay in this form." Yi Chang helped her to her feet. He pretended not to know, acting like a chivalrous hero rescuing a damsel in distress. It had already gotten chaotic so quickly. The pink-haired girl felt guilty. "Mr. Zhu Shang, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that we wouldn't recognize you last time." But she was interrupted when he covered her mouth with his hand. His attention was entirely focused on the monkey in front of him. What does he want? This question was on everyone's mind, not just one person's. What does he want? Six-eared macaque from Asterisk Journey to the West Asterisk, task level B. What? By now, there was no need to hide anything anymore. His entire body had sprouted hair, transforming him into a complete monkey. "Come here. Let's turn part of you into a monkey first." The monkey transformation energy activated, and the forehead ring began to glow. The ordinary people, whenever faced with something unusual, would panic and scatter in all directions. What's happening? Run, quickly! What's going on? From the monkey's move, the bracelets they wore started glowing as well. They tried to take them off, but couldn't. Ah, what should we do if we can't remove the bracelets? Ah, the feeling of switching between heartbreak and being struck by lightning is so thrilling. It was time for Yi Chang and Nan Yu to step in. Nan Yu was getting ready to move. Humph. Again. He grabbed a golden weapon and rushed into hand-to-hand combat with Yi Chang. The defeated subordinates still dared to bring trouble to the doorstep. Yi Chang held a spray can in his hand, aimed, and sprayed directly into his eyes. The man thrashed in pain, screaming, "My eyes, they're burning." Yi Chang continued with his next move. "I heard your hearing isn't bad either." He struck the board loudly, making the man unable to withstand the noise. Both his eyes and ears were in pain, leaving him feeling miserable and uncomfortable. He was now like a person who needed to be sent to a psychiatric ward, struggling and kicking over tables and chairs, scattering them everywhere. "You are despicable, shameless, vulgar." When he decided to use this move, Yi Chang had already stuffed two small objects into his ears, so he couldn't hear anything anymore. "I am not as despicable, shameless, or vulgar as you." Eventually, when he was too exhausted to resist, he lay still, obedient. It was then that Yi Chang stepped forward and grabbed him. "Let's go, it's time to settle the score." He stepped on his head, and suddenly, a beam of green light shone down on the two of them from above. "What's going on?" He lifted his head and chuckled lightly. "Haha, the great plan of the monkey era has succeeded. It's too late to struggle now." Yi Chang was calculating but hadn't anticipated this situation. What? Everyone around them was transforming. What's happening? I've grown fur. This is so weird. They had all turned into monkeys, making the sound kang-kang, their voices and movements all resembling those of monkeys. In a city, at a supermarket, a child wearing that bracelet was also starting to grow fur. She noticed something was wrong with herself, so she grabbed her mother's dress and said, "Mom, I feel so strange." The mother panicked and felt her daughter confused. "Oh, what's happening?" Everyone who wore that bracelet had turned into a monkey, causing chaos. They ran around causing chaos, knocking things over, swinging from ropes and lights, creating a ruckus throughout the supermarket. It turned out they were chasing a girl dressed in a banana costume, promoting the store. The girl, unable to do anything other than run, could only say a few words. "Don't come here." But by now, they no longer understood human speech. The mother, worried and frozen, stood there in disbelief. Had everyone turned into monkeys? Her daughter had completely transformed, acting like a monkey, only able to utter kang-kang. She, too, chased after the monkeys. The mother reached out, calling, "My daughter," in vain. She tried to chase after her daughter. This incident spread beyond the city, and it seemed like almost everyone had transformed, with only a few humans left. The mother, desperate, could no longer stand and collapsed by the door, tears streaming down her face. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. The news on the TV announced, the Zhu Shang bracelet will gradually alter both appearance and mind, making people resemble monkeys. Across many parts of the world, monkey transformations were occurring at varying levels of severity. Yes, it's time to rise. My kind, that Shang-Chi, no longer cares. Sing, 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 sing. The era of monkeys has finally arrived. Excited about his plans, he was suddenly hit in the face with slippers and verbally attacked. The era of monkeys, don't dream. He was firmly strapped to the chair, even locked in for extra security. Yi Cheng reiterated once more. Our human race has evolved for thousands of years and climbed to the top of the food chain, not for monkeys to rule. After a few slippers hit his face, he stopped his frenzy, sitting still, giving him a half-eye glance. Yeah, his eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed, his nostrils flaring in arrogance, looking exactly like that person. That person was the great sage equal to heaven, famous far and wide. In the previous world, he and I were the same, equally skilled. Even the gods couldn't tell us apart. Yet even though we were completely identical, he was destined by the heavens, invincible, called the great sage equal to heaven, while I was just a fake, scorned by the world. It was because Buddha patriarchs declared that he was the real one. Although unwilling in the end, I could only accept my fate of being struck dead by the real great sage. And I, originally supposed to be shattered in spirit, suddenly arrived in this world, where fate brought me and him together. As soon as I saw it, I knew this kind of fruit, fragrant and delicious, contained a mystical power that could make one omnipotent. After eating that fruit, we became stronger, even stronger than the great sage. I thought it was destined for me to be a hero like Zhu Shang-Chi in this world, but I've had enough of pretending. The title of Zhu Shang-Chi is merely a stepping stone for me to carry out a grand plan, using the bracelet that infuses energy into the air, bringing about the age of the monkey. It will be a perfect world, one of absolute submission and praise, without any doubt. And I, the six-eared macaque, am the only hero in this world. Shang-Chi thought deeply. His arrogance led him to underestimate his opponent. In the end, he missed his chance at victory. While I have never been arrogant, I have always moved cautiously, step by step. Yu Cheng stood by, trying to help him remove the ring from his head to save the human world. But no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to get it off. In fact, this golden hoop was too tightly bound. Nan Yu, standing beside, carefully observed the ring, and indeed there was a source of energy within it that felt incredibly familiar, natural energy. As for Yi Cheng, yanking his head, he was about to lose his mind. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered the familiar natural energy. It couldn't be. He didn't expect himself to come to this conclusion. Directly stating that his name was Mu Yao. Imagining the shape, it was already ugly enough. He immediately dismissed it himself. No, that crown on his head suddenly started to shine brightly. The monkeys were crowding outside, making a mess near the door. Shang-Chi bared his teeth and smiled. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now it had come. The monkeys outside pounded on the door, shaking it until it cracked. Indeed, not long after, the glass shattered with a loud crash, forming a hole. Shards scattered everywhere as they charged inside. One was happy, two were sad. Yi Cheng, once again, had failed to anticipate the situation. What is this? Has his reinforcements arrived? They rushed in with terrifying expressions, jumping over obstacles, all targeting Yi Cheng alone. Seeing the victory within his grasp, Shang-Chi was overjoyed. Children, now show them the power of the Monkey King's era. From Kang, they shifted to ground grow. They didn't just break down the front door, but also the side door, attacking from every possible angle. On the other side, Yi Cheng and Nan Yu found themselves surrounded. There was no escape. Yi Cheng knew full well why they were here. Did they intend to surround him and rescue the Monkey King? But his resolve remained firm. No way. He raised his foot and kicked the mirror up to the ceiling, only to unexpectedly land it on a cage that trapped the Monkey King inside. The monkeys outside were stunned, completely caught off guard, rendering their plan a failure. They bit down on the iron bars, gritting their teeth and grimacing, clinging to it without letting go. Yi Cheng was no longer surrounded by them like before, but had shifted his focus to another target. Finally, you've resorted to this old cage. The Monkey King wasn't content being trapped like this, but could only vent his frustration through words, scolding him. Didn't expect you'd use such a despicable trick. Yi Chang didn't care about the methods he used, as long as they could save the world. Outside the door, everything had already been destroyed. The young man lay flat on his back, looking rather dangerous. There were still many other monkeys outside, swinging and waiting on the trees. In the brightly lit house, the monkeys were rushing in large numbers. Seeing this unstable situation, Yi Chang reminded Nan Yu to find a place to hide. In his hand, he had a weapon, a chair folded in half. It wasn't long before the other monkeys attacked. It seemed that if he didn't wipe them out today, the consequences would be dire. Yi Chang remained cool, swinging the chair to knock them away with ease. Tossing each monkey, he struck them without mercy. Haha, that's awesome. I've been suffocating to death these past few days. Yi Chang hit the target, and they fell, piling up high like a mountain. Nan Yu saw this, and immediately shouted, "Mr. Song, take it easy. Don't forget their true forms are human." Upon hearing this reminder, Monkey King chimed in. That's right, a true hero cannot kill. It was only at this moment that Monkey King was startled to see Nan Yu was there with him. "Ah, how come you're here too?" Nan Yu casually responded, "I've always been here." At this point, still tied up and restrained, Monkey King already had a plan in mind. He was someone with the ability to transcend space, which was quite a useful power, and if he could be subdued, it would be a big advantage. When it was just the two of them, Nan Yu moved closer and asked, "By the way, what is your relationship with Mu Yao? Why do you have the power of wooden heart?" He muttered the words power of wooden heart as if uncertain. At the same time, the sound of a flute echoed outside the house. He closed his eyes, feeling the melody rise and fall in a rhythmic flow. They suddenly realized that this flute sound also possessed some kind of power. Yi Chang hurried outside to check. Seeing this, Nan Yu exclaimed, "Mr. Song, deal with those troublesome monkeys first, before you run out of the house." Not sure what they had seen, but their expression showed a hint of surprise. Nan Yu didn't expect to crawl through the gap to get outside. "Mr. Song, wait for me." Monkey King had just begun to feel confused. Where did his ability to travel through time and space go? Why was everything so quiet all of a sudden? Seeing Nan Yu manage to escape while Monkey King still didn't understand what was happening, he kept calling out to him, "Hey!" Once outside, Nan Yu finally understood why Yi Chang had been in such a hurry. It was Mu Yao. She was sitting on the roof of the opposite house, playing a flute. Her music had the power to control them. Those monkeys were actually sound asleep out there. Yi Chang went straight to the point. "You are Mu Yao, right?" She stopped playing and looked at him, then stood up, holding her flute and pointing it to one side, creating a green circle. To everyone's surprise, trees began to sprout wildly. She created a staircase for herself with the branches and used it to descend to meet him. They were all astonished. That was impressive. When she got closer, Mu Yao spoke. "Riel, moonlit wine, it's been a while." Yi Chang's mood brightened instantly. "So it's really you?" Nan Yu silently pondered. Mu Yao's power must be controlling plants and animals. Could this situation also have something to do with him? Is Mu Yao an enemy or a friend? "I'm afraid it's still hard to judge," Yi Chang said with interest. "Brother, your ability is to control monkeys, right? Or could it be that you're not a brother, but a sister?" he asked. Mu Yao didn't answer his question, but instead raised another. "Haha, we should go see that greedy monkey first." Yi Chang, slightly disappointed but still obliging, replied, "All right, let's go. It's over there." The three of them then entered, but to their surprise, they'd froze in shock, their eyes wide open. The Monkey King had disappeared in the blink of an eye. The six-eared macaque had transformed into a mole and dug underground to escape. Muttering to himself, he said, "Fool, I know how to shapeshift. So what if I'm locked in a cage? I'll escape, I'll escape." As he dug, he also schemed, originally planning to use his own trick to kill Song Yi Chang, and then seize the bird's nest of Hu. But now, a flute player had appeared, which was truly troublesome. "I'll dig, I'll dig, I'll dig." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and stopped. "Ah!" The six-eared macaque then cried out in distress, holding his head. "No, no, the unusual behavior of the children is caused by the flute. We absolutely cannot listen to it. He struggled to continue digging deeper to escape, unaware that his tail had already been tightly entangled by an invisible rope. His mouth silently muttered, "If I move a little further away, he won't be able to do anything to me anymore." A moment later, in a place quite far off, the six-eared macaque had escaped the danger zone and crawled out to celebrate. "Now I'm safe." He transformed back into his original monkey form and smugly mocked, "Humph. As long as I create enough followers, even if there are more of them, they won't be able to do anything." Suddenly, a light melodic laugh came from behind him. "Ha ha, your optimism truly moves others," he exclaimed in surprise. "What? New Yao, I didn't expect you to be here." The figure smiled and teased. "Stealing my wooden heart fruit and using it for bad purposes. You're not a good monkey." Countless tree roots appeared from the ground, wrapping tightly around the six-eared macaque. He struggled in feigned ignorance, denying any wrongdoing. "What wooden heart fruit? I don't know anything about it." The monkey thought to himself, "I need to transform. He can't catch me." Before he could act, the roots had already covered him and tightened, causing him to spurt blood. How can it be tighter than this? Transforming is useless now. Yi Cheng, behind him, urgently intervened. "Wait, he can't die yet. The people he turned into monkeys can't remain monkeys forever. Maybe he has a way to recover." Mu Yo smiled and replied, "What's wrong with being a monkey?" Then he glared and raised his flute, saying, "After all, what's the difference between humans and monkeys?" The group immediately crushed the monkey with Yi Cheng looking on in astonishment. "He's dead." Then, within the mass of roots, a wooden heart fruit rose into the air. Mu Yo gently reached out to catch it. Yi Cheng walked closer and asked, "Where's the six-eared macaque? Did you really kill him?" Mu Yo smiled and replied, "Return to the earth, transformed into the nourishment for new life." Clearly, this is a good thing. Yi Cheng asked in confusion, "But what about those people?" Mu Yo explained, "They were never prepared to become nourishment for anything. Right now, they're probably dreaming of eating bananas. Humans are full of desires, truly unfortunate." Yi Cheng, enraged, grabbed his collar and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. This whole thing isn't some scheme of yours, is it?" Nan Yu, standing beside him, added, "Mom, their friends and family will surely be heartbroken." Mu Yo laughed, "Ha ha, you two truly understand the greater good, pitying all living beings, just like Kai Yao. The wooden heart fruit isn't about self-promotion." Yi Cheng clenched his fist and threw a punch at him. Immediately, the tree roots wrapped tightly around him, restraining him. Mu Yo spoke calmly, "Ri Yo, calm down, don't be hasty." Then, behind him, a large carnivorous plant sprouted, charging toward Yi Cheng and trapping him in surprise. "What is that?" Nan Yu shouted in panic. "Mr. Song." He thought anxiously to himself. The system that was supposed to block time travel hadn't activated yet, and Song Yi Cheng's abilities were still sealed. With that thought, he placed a hand on his chest, preparing for battle, fearing he might not be a match for Mu Yao. Mu Yo gently reassured, don't worry, little Ri Yao. Yi Cheng is currently trapped inside the carnivorous plant's stomach, cursing loudly. "Mu Yao, you bastard, let me out, it's too dark in here." Mu Yo held the golden band of six-eared macaque in his hand and continued, "I'm not like Ri Yao, who would immediately resort to violence to solve a problem." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual inside the carnivorous plant. And at that moment, a loud explosion rang out as Yi Cheng broke free. He had regained his strength and now wielded a spear, signaling a challenge to Mu Yao. "Cold-blooded madman, I warn you, make everyone return to their original state immediately, or we'll have to fight." The little system had also been upgraded, with the set of armor on his body. Kuai-ji said joyfully, "Haha, isn't it amazing how the system gets even better after leveling up?" Nan Yu was overjoyed when he saw this. "That's great. Zhu Shang-chi's mighty aura is back." Suddenly, a small monkey on Mu Yo's shoulder squeaked. He frowned and said to it, See, the violent demonic rage is here again." The monkey also made a face, and Mu Yo placed the golden hoop back onto the monkey's head, reassuring it, "But don't be afraid." Just then, the little system called out, having detected the time traveler. Yi Cheng froze for a moment, then turned to Mu Yo and asked, "Six-eared macaque isn't dead, right?" Mu Yo patted the little monkey's head and explained, "Such a cute little monkey. How could I ever bring myself to kill it? I just removed the energy from the wooden heart fruit inside it, and I even took a little extra out so it wouldn't cause any more trouble. Yi Chang covered his face with his hand and sighed, so we've all been played with. Right? 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 The little system also sighed in agreement. Yes, I thought so too. Nan Yu thought for a moment, then asked, so that's how it is. Mu Yao, if you can remove the energy inside six-eared macaque. Well, I guess it's possible to draw the energy from those people who turned into monkeys and return them to normal, right? Mu Yao crossed her arms and teased. Well, if it makes me happy, who knows, maybe it really can be done. Both Yi Chang and the little system were angry, and they rushed at Mu Yao to threaten her. Are you happy now? Yi Chang pressed the tip of his spear against Mu Yao's neck and spoke loudly. Mu Yao, turn those people who became monkeys back to normal. He sighed and reluctantly said, I'm scared of you now. Immediately, Mu Yao played a melody on her flute, causing a sprout to grow quickly, blooming into a flower, which then blossomed into a wooden heart fruit. Yi Chang remarked, the energy of the wooden heart fruit has begun. The wooden heart fruit started absorbing all the remaining energy from the six-eared macaque. Once the energy was absorbed, everyone returned to their original form, no longer monkeys. They woke up, confused, and asked each other, Whoa, how did I end up here? What's going on? It hurts. What happened? Seeing this, Nan Yu rejoiced. They all turned back. The energy of the wooden heart fruit has such great power. After completing the process, the flower began to close up, pulling the wooden heart fruit inside. Nan Yu happily ran over. Thank you. Thank you. Mu Yao gently replied. Just call me Mu Yin. Then he turned to Yi Chang and said, Rai Yao, the problem with the little monkey has been dealt with. Now it's time to talk about us. Yi Chang thought for a moment, then raised his hand to signal a stop. Wait a moment, I have something urgent. As for the level up, Song Yi Chang had recognized the Hai Wu wireless hero tower. At that moment, inside the system space, Yi Chang stood in front of the tower, muttering, The system didn't easily level up this much, and I haven't even had time to fully process the new functions. He turned to ask Little System, I don't see any changes over there. The level up you're talking about isn't related to your golden saintly outfit, is it? Little System responded, Do you want to take a look before we continue? Yi Chang followed the suggestion and walked over to open the door, but suddenly, Little System stopped him by holding his hand. Wait a moment. Before you enter, ask your heart. He was confused. Little System explained further. The original design of the system's time travel block was based on the will of the host, the room's owner. Therefore, after the level up, the form that the system presents will directly reflect the heart of the host. Yi Chang immediately understood. So that's how it is. But I hope the new system will help me control the Haixing energy. He opened the door and stepped inside, astonished. It's really formed, he thought. The Infinite Hero Tower. Inside the tower was a vast space with countless floating gates. He moved toward the beam of light ahead, and then asked, What is this? The moment he touched it, a strange formation appeared beneath his feet, leaving him stunned. This is a peculiar formation. Could it be the Caillou star formation that was used back then to seal Haixing? Immediately, 7 figures appeared at the 7 corners of the formation. He observed them for a moment, then asked again. There are still 3 people in Caillou that I don't know. That's why they appeared as illusions. But what is the meaning of this grand formation? The little system shook its head and replied, I don't know. The system is just recreating your thoughts. However, this star formation has a very useful function. Yi Chang was delighted and responded, Could it be that I can? Both of them spoke in unison. You can freely use its function and summon them at any time. He sighed and said, It seems I was overthinking. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Yao suddenly appeared before him. How do you summon them? Do you need to chant a spell? He sighed again. I thought I had finally found my teammates, only to realize they were just coveting our energy. Yi Chang scratched his face in confusion. Oh, just like Brotherland thought, it appears automatically. Nan Yu also quickly appeared behind him. This is the part where Mu Yao spoke while moving closer. But fortunately, I can say everything I want to say. Yi Chang immediately stopped him. You're too close. He placed his hand on Yi Chang's shoulder and seriously suggested, This time, you can't refuse me. Mu Yao began to recount. The border of Nation H has a vast forest, stretching nearly 1,000 miles. The ancient tundra domain, from the outside, looks like any other primeval forest. However, the moment you step into the ancient tundra domain, you will definitely notice something unusual that makes your skin crawl. Aside from the large green trees, there is no other living being in the ancient tundra domain. Don't even mention wild beasts, flying birds, or even snakes, scorpions, and insects on the ground. Everything avoids this forest. Over time, people gradually forgot its original name and simply referred to it as the Purple Domain, the Domain of Death. Yi Chang, upon hearing this, fearfully exclaimed, "You've searched for me across 1,000 miles. Was it just to tell me this story?" Mu Yo happily replied, "Of course not." Nan Yu, realizing something, said, "Could it be that the ancient tundra domain is?" Mu Yo continued, "Yes, that's the land where Haixing is sealed." After inheriting, one could immediately sense the change in the seal of the ancient tundra domain. Yi Chang thought to himself, it was precisely because of the change in the Haixing seal that brought us together once again. Perhaps the frequent appearance of the insect-type creatures was also related to this. He then asked again, "So what you want me to do?" Mu Yo then made a suggestion, "Of course, follow me. Personally, go to the Purple Domain to investigate." Outside the system space, a wing gradually appeared. The group of Lan Ling had returned. They were finally back. It was time to stretch their muscles. Ding Ji looked around, and then was confused. Why does the scene seem unusual? Lan Ling sighed. "It's been too long, and now I feel uncomfortable." Elephant Dragon also stretched out, lazily stretching its back. Ding Ji transformed back into her human form and quickly entered the tower. She cheerfully said, "I must go see what Song Yi Chang is hiding in here for." Suddenly, she shouted, "Ah!" Lan Ling, puzzled, asked, "Ding Ji, what's wrong?" The group approached and was stunned when they saw the scene inside. Yi Chang frowned, looking at the pile of sweets floating above his head, and then asked, "Is this what needed to be prepared in advance?" As they were about to set off, Nan Yu added, "Could it be food?" "What special function?" Mu Yo hesitated before explaining. "The special function of them is." He then laughed, finishing the sentence and adding motivation, which gave me a tremendous boost. Yi Chang, frustrated, turned to speak. "Nan Yu, we should just leave him behind. You must know the location of the seal." Nan Yu scratched his head and replied, "Sorry, I don't know. It seems that, for safety reasons, Mu Yo was given full responsibility for guarding the altar from the start." Mu Yo, looking pleased, chimed in, "Let's go, eat first, and then get to work." Lan Ling, who was behind, stopped them. "Wait a minute, if Brother Song can't leave, why are we setting off without waiting for me?" Mu Yo cheerfully agreed and took note. All right. Seeing this, Yi Chang turned and greeted him. "Oh, you're back." Lan Ling responded, "Yes." Ding Jai exclaimed, "Wow." Once Mu Yo finished writing, he tossed the note to Lan Ling and said, "The address is written here. Let's set off quickly." Lan Ling took it and swiftly mounted the elephant dragon, leaving upon receiving the order. Yi Chang, observing this, thought to himself, "Brother Lan must be really bored." Ding Ji, looking at the pile of pastries high up, excitedly said, "Heh, full after eating. Can't agree any further." He sighed to himself and muttered, "Forget it." Looking at Mu Yo, it seemed like eating until full was an easy thing to do. A moment later, Yi Chang, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, "I take back my words." At this moment, Mu Yo and Ding Jie were happily enjoying their sweets. "Ha! Delicious, delicious, delicious!" Ding Jie exclaimed, "Let's finish this shop, and then go buy some milk tea." Yi Chang, carrying a bunch of food bags, grumbled inside, "This is already the 29th shop, and these two can never seem to get full." Nan Yu comforted him. "It's all right, we're all too familiar with Mu Yo's nature." Then he turned and quietly asked, "But what do you think about heading to the ancient tundra domain?" Lowering his voice, Yi Chang answered seriously, "I have a strong feeling that by clearing up the Haixing seal, we can uncover the truth behind the time traveler. So we can't skip the ancient tundra domain." Nan Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, but Haixing inside you can't let anyone else know about, especially don't tell Mu Yao." While the two of them were whispering, Mu Yao silently observed them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Hey handsome, may I ask, how much sugar is in your milk tea?" Hearing the vendor's voice, Mu Yo quickly turned to respond. 50% sugar. Thank you. At that moment, atop the ancient tundra domain, Lan Ling, riding the elephant dragon, moved deeper into the area, simultaneously observing his surroundings and thinking to himself, "This is the legendary purple domain. The closer I get to the center, not even a blade of grass can survive." After landing and walking for a while, Lan Ling looked at the guiding note, puzzled. This path. Lan Ling stared for a while, then blankly recalled. Oh, back then, the ink hadn't dried. Suddenly, a noise from behind alerted Lan Ling. Someone was coming. He immediately moved away to another location and thought to himself, "Better safe than sorry." The stranger behind him called out in confusion, "Wait a minute." After running a long distance, Lan Ling stopped to observe, then sighed. "Finally, I've shaken them off." He continued deeper into the domain, thinking to himself, "The purple domain truly is a place where even insects can't survive." At that moment, the forest displayed strange signs, but Lan Ling did not notice. After walking for a while, he angrily exclaimed, "How is this possible? Another area I've never been to before. I clearly turned back on the same path earlier." Suddenly, the elephant dragon detected a spatial crack and began to roar in alarm. Lan Ling was shocked. There are multiple spaces that have fractured. He kept avoiding the cracks, but in the end, he couldn't escape and fell into them. This isn't good. Suddenly, a hand reached out to pull him back, leaving Lan Ling astonished. "Who are you?" Mu Yao, holding Ding Ji, who was peacefully sleeping on her shoulder, sighed. "Oh, I still want to eat some more." Unable to withstand Mu Yao and Ding Ji's clinginess, after a hearty meal, Song Yi Cheng took them to the amusement park. Everyone around focused on him, curious. Is he a star? He's so handsome. Yi Cheng, walking behind carrying the bags with Nan Yu, whispered, "Hey Nan Yu, why don't you use your fortune-telling abilities to locate the ancient tundra domain? Let's just leave these kids behind and head straight there." Nan Yu hesitated and replied, "Huh? That might be a bit difficult." Suddenly, Yi Cheng noticed an ominous sign. Brother Lan is in trouble. Seeing him approach with a serious look, Nan Yu asked, "Song boss, what's wrong?" Smack. Yi Cheng then quickly grabbed both Mu Yao and Ding Ji and urgently said, "Go quickly." Mu Yao, confused, asked, "Rai Ri, what are you doing?" He shouted loudly, "I know the location of the ancient tundra domain. We need to go there immediately." Everyone watched as they soared into the sky, bewildered. "Look at the sky. What's that?" "They're flying." A moment later, they arrived at the ancient tundra domain. Mu Yao and Nan Yu were hurrying to catch up with Yi Cheng and called out to him. Ri Yao stopped, unable to continue forward. The dead zone was not a place one could recklessly enter. Yi Cheng looked around, pondering. The dead zone was indeed strange. Despite the trees being withered and dry, they still twisted as if they were alive. If his instincts were right, Brother Lan lost contact somewhere near here. Mu Yao, frustrated, summoned tree roots to hold him back and shouted, "Right now, this dead zone is filled with dark energy and temporal rifts. Any wrong move could kill you in an instant." Yi Cheng, upon hearing this, anxiously exclaimed, "What are you saying? Isn't Brother Lan barely holding on?" Immediately, he used his spear to cut through the roots restraining him, then rushed deeper into the zone. The slash tore Mu Yao's hand, causing it to bleed, and he winced. Ouch! Mu Yao thought to himself, "Humph, I clearly sent Kwa Young Master to reinforce him. What on earth went wrong?" Nan Yu, worried, shouted, "Brother Song, be careful." Mu Yao added, "Serves you right, you've just hit the most violent time storm." Yi Cheng faced the rifts alone, when suddenly one of them broke a branch of the nearby tree, catching him off guard. "What? Isn't over?" Nan Yu rushed over in a panic to help. Just as the boss was about to pull into the crack, Mu Yao pulled Yi Cheng away. Nan Yu chased after them and shouted, "Hurry up, let's get out of the death zone first." Mu Yao immediately ran ahead, leading the way. "Follow me." With no other choice, Yi Cheng reluctantly followed. Once they reached the safe zone, Yi Cheng suddenly threw Mu Yao into a tree, clutching his wound as he spoke. "Ri Yao, It's not right to be so rude to the one who saved your life. Yi Cheng glared and asked, "Tell me honestly, you clearly knew that the ancient tundra domain was filled with dangers. So why did you push Brother Lan into a death trap? What exactly is your goal?" Mu Yo thought to himself, "It's not easy to get out of the village for a trip, and I haven't even had a chance to have fun before I'm already heading back. But this time, it seems like things have gone a bit too far." After thinking for a moment, he replied, "But the path I showed him clearly wasn't through the death zone." Yi Cheng shouted angrily, "You definitely didn't give him the right directions. And what's the deal with this death zone?" Mu Yo turned back to look behind them and explained, "Actually, the death zone has been expanding over time. While it expands, time storms cause secret rifts in the space-time fabric within the zone, coupled with the deadly dark energy, creating unpredictable dangers." Yi Cheng immediately questioned, "Why is it only now that you're thinking of involving me in the investigation?" He continued, "It wasn't until a few months ago that Mu Yo asked for my help, and I discovered the existence of the seal in the dead zone. What's more, I found a pattern. Every year, during the lower intelligence period, the time storm in the dead zone halts for several days. It's only during that time that we can infiltrate and investigate." Both Yi Cheng and Nan Yu suddenly understood. So that's why he had been dragging us around, wasting time. It wasn't just on a whim. Then he scolded again. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Mu Yo pouted and replied, "I was afraid that if I told you everything, you wouldn't take me out to eat delicious food anymore." Yi Cheng started thinking deeply. If what Mu Yo said is true, then Brother Lan's disappearance in the air is likely related to that tear in time and space. Does that mean we'll have to wait for the right moment? Suddenly, Nan Yu, who was behind them, pointed at something and exclaimed, "Everyone, look! There's a strange symbol here. Could it be a hidden entrance or something?" Mu Yao immediately praised, as expected of someone with divination abilities. "You really are sharp, far more so than some others." Yi Cheng approached and asked, "A hidden entrance?" Suddenly, he remembered something, slapped his hand to the back of his head, and accidentally touched the seal on the tree, shouting loudly, "That's not right, you almost got missiled. The matter earlier is still unresolved, so confess honestly if you want to receive leniency." Looking at the collar, which suddenly glowed as if activated, he awkwardly said, "Huh? This? Oh!" The roots beneath their feet suddenly swelled, creating a deep dark passage. The two of them fell in astonishment. Why is it so dark? They had been falling freely for a long while, and Mu Yao quickly followed suit. Eventually, they landed on the ground. Suddenly, Yi Cheng screamed, "Ah! There's a ghost crawling on my shoulder, and it's covering my eyes." Nan Yu also shouted loudly, "Don't look back, I just felt something disgusting." Mu Yao opened a glowing leaf and smiled, saying, Heh, you two, who've experienced so much in life, are still so innocent and adorable. That's really rare." At this moment, Nan Yu was sitting on Yi Cheng's shoulder, covering his eyes with his hand. He immediately removed it and chuckled awkwardly. "A misunderstanding? It's all just a misunderstanding. Ha ha." Yi Cheng opened his eyes, looked around and asked, "Huh, where is this?" Mu Yo promptly introduced, "Right in front of you is my home." The three of them boarded the wooden boat and advanced into the depths, accompanied by the melodious sound of a flute. Shortly after, at the cave's entrance, Mu Yo spoke, "We've arrived." Yi Cheng gazed at the small village and the surrounding white, sorrowful landscape, sighing in amazement. It was unexpected that outside the dead zone, there was a place like this. The locals greeted them warmly as soon as they saw them. "Hello, Alliance Leader Lord, you're back." He chuckled and added, "Haha, isn't this the Peach Blossom Garden from the legend?" Mu Yao, surprised, quickly asked, "How did you know? My family's village is called Peach Blossom Village." Yi Cheng casually replied, "I still remember very clearly the literature from the 8th grade. How come you don't know this? Haven't you passed the grade yet?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mu Yao sighed. "You hit the nail on the head. I grew up in the village. I didn't get to attend school in the city. Feel free to laugh if you want." Nan Yu comforted her. Don't cry." Yi Cheng awkwardly said, "I didn't mean it that way." Nan Yu asked again, "Are you denying it?" Yi Cheng replied with a sigh, "It's not that I meant to." Suddenly, someone's voice was heard. "Mu Yinzi, you're back." Mu Yo quickly jumped ashore and cheerfully shouted, "Village chief." Both of them looked around in confusion, wondering, "Where is the village chief?" The village chief swept a leg and made both of them fall over. As the person bent down, he smiled and said, "Who's this? Are these friends of the child of Mu that you brought along?" "Truly, such polite children, even performing rites, my old lady will be absolutely smitten." Yi Chang gritted his teeth and replied, "Haha, greetings, senior." In his heart, he thought, "This little old lady is no simple person. Where does she get such strength?" She continued teasing, stepping on his head with her foot and then adding, all right, no need to kneel like this." Yi Chang tried to resist, but she pressed him firmly down onto the ground. "Ah, thud," she exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, this boy is quite tough." He cursed silently to himself. "Old madam is so annoying." Mu Yo gently held the gift with both hands and spoke. "Village chief, here's some durian cakes I brought from the city for you. They're really delicious." She stomped firmly on Yi Chang's head before jumping up to take the gift. Then, she spun around to return to her seat, eating while speaking. "Mu Yinzai is really filial. By the way, yesterday I received news from Hua Young Master, saying he met your handsome friend with purple hair." Yi Chang, who was beside her, reached out to listen. "Ha! Your handsome friend with purple hair?" Then she added, "But unfortunately, right after that, we lost track of him. It really made me worry." Mu Yo then explained, "It's very likely that my subordinate, Hua Young Master, and your brother Lan both got lost in a time rift. No one knows the situation inside the time rift of Peach Blossom Village, because those who have wandered in there have never returned." Then he reassured, "But don't worry, Hua Young Master is very capable. He is the only one who has ever successfully jumped through living matter in the dead zone, known as the hope of the whole village, the miraculous young man, Hua Young Master." Yi Chang frowned and replied, "Hearing you say that, I'm even more worried. Do you know that? A few hours ago, in the ancient tundra domain, just as Lan Ling was pulled back by a hand, he suddenly shouted, 'Be careful, there's a rift behind you too.' His heart was filled with anxiety, thinking to himself, 'No, it's too late. The rift has pierced through him. He'll die.' Then he pulled the stranger into the time rift with him to avoid the danger. Both of them appeared in midair before falling into an unfamiliar place. Lan Ling held his face, looking around while muttering, 'An ancient road, ancient clothing. Where is this? Did I leap again?' Then he looked at the person who had reached out to save him, thinking, 'So it turns out he's a young martial artist. I dragged him into this mess when he was trying to save me.' He quickly called out to him, 'Little brother, wake up. Do you know what's happening?' Hua Young Master woke up, panic-stricken, and jumped away quickly. Lan Ling gestured for calm and explained, 'Little brother, don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I just want to ask if you know what the current situation is.' Then he clasped his hands together to thank him. 'Also, earlier, the chivalrous hero who helped Lin Jun, I express my gratitude here.' Hua Young Master was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Suddenly, he reached behind him and drew his azure great sword. Lan Ling immediately spoke up. 'Little brother, don't act rashly.' Lan Ling continued, 'Little brother, please calm down for a moment.' It turned out that the azure great sword was actually a writing slate, and Lan Ling awkwardly said, 'I misunderstood you.' Watching Hua Young Master begin to write on the slate, Lan Ling thought to himself, 'Huh, could it be that he can't speak?' The man held up the slate and bowed his head in apology. 'I was originally sent from the clan of Lord Mu to assist you. But at the time, I couldn't reach you, which led to this situation. I sincerely apologize.' Lan Ling immediately understood. 'So Miguel sent you to help me. I was just so worried at that time. I had a feeling I was being followed.' Suddenly, a group of guards marched over behind them, shouting loudly, 'Summon the troops! Summon the troops under imperial order!' Nan Ding stood up firmly. One of the men punched a child aside and shouted, 'Don't block the way.' Lan Ling muttered, clearly annoyed, 'These people don't look like soldiers at all.' He stood in the way, and the two soldiers approached, cursing as they came closer. 'Are you deaf or what? Where's Nan Ding from your family? Get out here.' As soon as he spoke, the soldier passed right through him as if he weren't there. 'How can you treat women and children like this?' He held the elderly woman inside the house and shouted, 'Old woman, Hand over your son. Lan Ling froze, then tried again with another soldier, thinking to himself, is this an illusion? The soldiers dragged an old man outside, laughing. You're still alive, old man. If you don't have a son, then leave. The elderly woman cried and pleaded. Please, spare him. The grandson grabbed the soldier's leg and shouted, let go of him. The soldier immediately kicked the boy away. Seeing this, Hua young master rushed over in concern and exclaimed, please spare him. Lan Ling turned to explain. Little brother, it won't help. This is an illusion. Hua young master was stunned when he saw the soldier pass through him. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and water surged up, causing both of them to fall. Lan Ling looked at him falling and lying on the ground, then anxiously asked, little brother, are you all right? Suddenly, he saw giant drops of water falling down, and he looked up stunned. He glanced at Hua young master, then thought to himself, could this illusion be a manifestation of little brother's thoughts? Is this his soulmate? Why is she crying so sorrowfully like that? The giant woman stopped crying and used scissors to cut off her long hair. Immediately, the space began to change again. Lan Ling saw this and said, the illusion is changing. At that moment, both of them had an elevated view of the miniature battlefield. He was stunned and exclaimed, it's so chaotic. Farmers fighting against armored soldiers like this. It's like leading troops to their death. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face among the soldiers, and turned to ask Hua young master, is this little General Yuan Yu? He looked at him, silently turned away, then blamed himself. I spoke out of turn. As a soldier, I have no right to refuse battle. The scene continued to shift. A colossal factory was constantly moving weapons along a production line. Lan Ling observed the surroundings and muttered, what a strange place. So many weapons. What are they going to do with them? He felt like he was about to fall. So he jumped up with Hua young master and observed. So that's it. These weapons were supposed to be sent to the battlefield to kill enemies. But they're being destroyed here, turned into a pile of scrap metal. What is going on? Then he looked up and pointed at the stranger in the sky. Who is that? The man spoke in a calm voice. It's been thousands of years. I'm almost home. Hearing this, Hua young master immediately drew his sword and charged forward to attack. Calamity-causing enchantress, go die. Lan Ling immediately understood. It seemed that she was the culprit leading to the defeat. The calamity-causing enchantress turned to block the blow, and then grabbed the neck of Hua young master, sneering. Hemph, you want to kill me? A mere lowly officer is so confident. He spat in his face, and then cursed. You rely on your national power to collect metal weapons for this cursed array, causing harm to the country and the people. You want to kill me? Why even need confidence? He muttered. Heaven and earth grand array, merged together. Kill you to make some contribution. That's it. Seeing Hua young master being thrown into the furnace pit by the calamity-causing enchantress, Lan Ling rushed over in worry. Little brother, the demon master exclaimed in delight when seeing the crack that had appeared. It's successful. We can indeed create a passage. Lan Ling was stunned and exclaimed, a tear in the fabric of time and space. After Hua young master fell into the tear in time and space, the surroundings immediately began to shift. Lan Ling draped his arm over his shoulder and carried him through the forest, silently telling himself that they had not yet escaped. It was yet another illusion. Hua young master suddenly coughed. Lan Ling gently placed him down on a nearby rock, thinking to himself that although this was an illusion, the heat from the molten furnace still had some effect on the human body. He looked at him, trembling and groaning, full of concern, his expression showing great pain, unsure whether he had been burned inside. He immediately helped him remove his clothes, then suddenly suggested, maybe soaking in water might help ease the pain a little. Lan Ling, seeing the bandage wrapped around his chest, wondered, his chest is so high, yet it's bandaged. Could he have other injuries? If there are other wounds, he shouldn't soak in water, or maybe I should just wipe him down. While tearing a piece of cloth to bandage, a book fell from Hua young master's clothes. He picked it up and began reading the Tomb Raider's diary. After reading for a while, Lan Ling suddenly exclaimed in surprise, isn't this the formation from Brother Song's Infinite Tower? A strange diagram drawn with exquisite detail. Why would a Tomb Raider's diary have this kind of formation? Moreover, the paper material is clearly from modern times. The owner of this notebook must not be this little brother. Lin Junlu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not only was there a formation, but many other strange things. The records detailed various mechanisms and paths of the ancient Tomb of the Seven Times, along with much information related to the Purple Domain. There might even be a way to escape the illusion. The voice of Hua Young Master, faint and distant, caught Lin Junlu's attention. He quickly placed the book aside and ran over to assess the situation. After a moment, he forgot, realizing that taking care of little brother was more urgent, so he decided to wait for him to wake up and then ask. He swiftly helped Hua Young Master up, ensuring to clean his back as well. But a small gap in the bandages appeared, and Lin Junlu was startled for a moment. Hua Young Master mumbled, "Let go of my father. Can't you see the suffering of the people? You're not qualified to be the national teacher." Even though he had seen it, he hadn't realized it before. It turned out the boy could speak, though his voice was rather frail. However, in the military camp, a man who was weak and delicate like this would be ridiculed. Over time, did he stop speaking because of this? Suddenly, Lin Junlu fell silent. To be judged by outward appearance, it was truly a case of mutual understanding. Lin Junlu was indeed misunderstanding things. After a while, he sighed in relief. It seemed that Hua Young Master was looking more stable now. He then picked up the book beside him, intending to read a little more. Hua Young Master's clothes were already adjusted. Lin Junlu calmly sat beside him and resumed reading. The notebook first mentioned the ancient tundra domain in the summer of last year. It was dated June 2019. Today, prompted by the advice of a wise person, the next target was the ancient tundra domain. Once this task was completed, escaping would be the final step. He immediately turned the page, the map drawn by the master of the notebook, who had just gone through it and recreated it. The instructions from the mysterious expert, though crucial at the moment, were very vague. This expert's words were direct, almost like a fortune teller. Suddenly, a page caught his attention. It's a record, probably about the fire seal. Even the mechanisms within the seal are recorded. He turned to the next page, but there was nothing written further, only the fire seal was mentioned, and the rest of the page was blank. Suddenly, the book was jerked away from him. It was Hua Young Master who had woken up. She gripped her sleeve tightly, her face darkening, causing him to feel uneasy. "Little brother, you're awake?" she asked bluntly. "Do you already know everything?" Lin Junlu answered plainly yes. He thought that, because of the rift in time and space, he had also crossed into this world, just like her. That might explain why he hadn't spoken earlier. Though it hadn't been intentional, she must have known everything by now. But she asked something else. His confirmation made her almost spit smoke in frustration. Clearly, she had already removed her outer robe, yet he still put on a righteous expression. Then she reflected. But just now, in the hallucination, he had been the one to save her. Seeing Hua Young Master's expression, Lin Junlu felt as though he had been struck by Cupid's arrow. "What's happening to me?" he thought. "Why do I feel so weak-hearted?" He pretended to empathize. "Little brother, you don't need to worry. Actually, I am in the same situation as you." He added, "I promise I won't tell anyone your secret." She wasn't sure if she understood what he meant, but being in the same situation as her, he was a woman disguised as a man. Yet he imagined himself as Lin Junlu's female counterpart. If he misunderstood once, she misunderstood 10 times. She could barely make out the figure, yet couldn't guess what it really was. It was true, with such an outstanding face, she should have recognized it sooner. She truly admired his figure. Even as a woman disguised as a man, his presence was much more impressive than hers. Lin Junlu suddenly changed the subject. Your body seems fine, so we should hurry up and figure out how to escape this illusion." He pointed to the notebook in Hua Young Master's hand. "Is that book going to help us?" Hua Young Master was honest. "Actually, I found this notebook when I first arrived here, but it doesn't contain anything related to the illusion." Just as Lin Junlu had guessed, the notebook contained her serious notes, which centered on the dead zone and recorded how to enter the seal. Peach Blossom Village, the teaching place of Wooden Wine. Wooden Wine pointed at the board with square and round characters. At first, the Kaiyo cultivator, in order to prevent the seal from being damaged, had set up many mechanisms and trials on the Kaiyu formation platform. Many people also sat there quietly, listening to the lecture. The purpose of this action was to investigate the truth behind the loosening of the seal. Mu Yo had also carefully selected the teaching materials, based on the long-term records from the Peach Blossom Village headquarters and the description from the only experienced person, Hua Young Master. The Alliance had made efforts to compile a strategy guide. The staff in Mu Yo's hand also transformed into a gesture pointing to the crowd. The strategy guide was distributed to everyone. Please turn to page 404, Mu Yo announced. At noon tomorrow, the time-space storm in the Purple Domain will stop for about 3 days, and 90% of the time-space rift will disappear. This is the best opportunity for us to cross from the Purple Domain to the Sealed Land. The material in Song Yicheng's hands was thick, and he struggled to read it. Meanwhile, Mu Yo's lecture continued. Of course, the danger in the Purple Domain still exists. We must think of ways to avoid the dense mist in the area. Suddenly, he paused and noticed Song Yicheng. Master Song, is there something unclear? It was only then that he noticed there were people in Mu Yo's class who were well into middle age. Song Yicheng involuntarily read a sentence from the book, Nation H. Lu's Cultivators Alliance. After those words, a series of congresses appeared before the Nation H. Lu's Cultivators Alliance, the 2333rd Congress, the Elder Congress of the Nation H. Lu's Cultivators Alliance, the 233,333rd Congress, Elder Congress of the 233,333rd. Song Yicheng couldn't close his mouth. Nan Yu looked at him sympathetically. It seemed that the name of the alliance had really stunned Boss Song. Suddenly, he had another thought. Nation H. Lu's Cultivators Alliance. That name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it before, but just can't recall where. Mu Yao seemed to have heard his thoughts. Didn't I mention it before? Peach Blossom Village is the headquarters of Hua Ming. Both of them indeed had never heard of it. Shaking his head, an image of a group of powerful figures, deeply revered by the disciples, appeared in his mind. To outsiders, Hua Ming seemed like a scattered martial arts organization, but in reality, it was established by Kaiyo cultivators to protect the Haixing Seal, a mission-driven organization. Mu Yo said solemnly. Of course, the secrets of Seal Land are known only to the core elders. Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng fell into deep thought. Kaiyo cultivators must have arranged everything carefully. It's just that my being chosen by Haixing was beyond expectations. He suddenly became resolute. If the exploration plan for Seal Land is already clear, quickly explain the plan. Just do it, brother. On this matter, Mu Yao seemed somewhat reluctant to speak. Of course, I should explain. However, his words were cut off midway, and it was clear that they had gotten caught in a rift in spacetime. This situation truly resembled the image of the two of them being projected onto a large screen with a solution plan for Hua Young Master and Lin Junlu entering the rift in spacetime. Mu Yao seemed unwilling to linger in that rift, hoping they could return as soon as possible. Let's pray for them. These words ignited Yicheng's fury. Praying? What a bunch of fools. Even Nan Yu followed suit. The group really began praying, their prayers mixed with the raging flames of his anger, which only made him even more furious. He charged forward, scolding Mu Yao. Pray to hell with that. Is there really no other way that works? The door to the lecture hall burst open, and a panicked voice rang out. Not good. A villager ran in with urgent news. This is bad, elders. The water in the stream at Taohua has turned black. The cave where the water flows out is also covered in black. Even the animals that drank a little are lying motionless by the shore, let alone the fish. The expansion of the Purple Domain has suddenly increased rapidly. Everyone was utterly astonished. Mu Yo was worried. If this continued, Peach Blossom Garden would be seized. The village chief was quick-witted and immediately issued an order. Hurry and inform everyone to prepare for evacuation. Without saying a word, Song Yicheng had already run to the area contaminated with the blackness. By the time Mu Yo realized what was happening, it was already too late to stop him. He shouldn't have touched those black bones. Suddenly, the bones seemed to move with some kind of control and rushed toward him. Mu Yao sensed something was wrong. He was done for. Nan Yu could only exclaim, Song boss, the people around us are even faster. They're all running away. The black bones clashed together like the claws of a giant beast wrapping around Song Yicheng, and the mist engulfed him. The black fog twisted around him, swallowing him whole. Inside the mass of bones, Song Yicheng could only curl up in defense. The bones swirled and flew away. Just moments ago, his silhouette could still be seen. Now all that remained was a column of black bones enveloping a corner, while the villagers scrambled in a panic, trying to flee. Only then did Mu Yao speak up. "Everyone, fall back." He unleashed his power. The branches from several orbs he conjured shot forward with great speed. Nan Yu, shouting over the chaos, asked, "In situations like this, does anyone have experience? How can we save Song Boss?" Mu Yo didn't know how to respond, and just as she was about to say something, the village chief slowly walked over. "According to old Madam, there's no need to save him." Both of them looked at the village chief in confusion. "Huh, truly someone with a keen eye. Look at him. Isn't that kid clearly enjoying himself?" Both of them froze and turned to look at Song Yicheng. The black bones had not only decreased, but were also being drawn into his body. Whoosh, whoosh. Nan Yu, with sharp eyes, quickly realized that he was inhaling the black bones. Mu Yao was also astonished. The black bones had really decreased. The black bones now seemed like faint smoke in the sky. The village chief was in high spirits. "Good, good, good. With someone like a vacuum cleaner around. Tomorrow, when we go to the purple domain, we won't have to worry about anything." Mu Yo finally smiled with relief. So this was the power of Kai Yo's ultimate skill. After absorbing all the black bones, Song Yicheng landed on the ground. The scene reminded him of something familiar. Just like in the otherworldly realm, the black mist that others couldn't avoid was a great tonic for him. Was the reason for this due to that person? Nan Yu hurried over to ask, "Song Boss, are you okay?" Song Yicheng smiled and reassured them. "I'm fine." He looked at the crowd of people not far away and wondered, is there something worth celebrating now? The crowd danced joyfully because the issue had been resolved smoothly. "Haha, that's great. We're safe now." Nan Yu could only smile awkwardly. "Haha, they must be happy that you're safe and sound." Then the group began to disperse, heading back. If the purple domain didn't have the time-space rift and the deadly black aura, it would be no different from any regular forest. They felt lucky. Good thing that person was here. It's really great. A vortex of black bones began to form in the forest, and Song Yicheng became excited. I've gotten used to the black aura entering my body. I can even feel a strange pleasure from it. He even unleashed his power, using the very black bones as his material, and could even convert them into his own abilities. Suddenly, he sensed something. Where did the system come from? He brushed away some of the black bones surrounding him, his eyes focused firmly on the distance. "Do you feel it too?" he asked, confirming. "Yes, it's around 10 o'clock, about 500 meters away." They looked towards the forest, which had shed all its leaves, leaving only the trunks behind. Song Yicheng quickly ran off, while the black bones still surrounded him. "I need to go see if you're all waiting for me here." Hearing that, Mu Yao and the village chief simultaneously ordered the halt. The person at the front could still hear, but those behind were so engrossed that when the sudden stop came, they immediately crashed into each other, accidentally stepping on my foot. They piled on top of each other, causing the whole group to tilt to one side. "Why did we stop all of a sudden?" they yelled. Mu Yu found it troublesome. "Village chief, don't you think we brought too many people?" The people behind continued complaining. "What's going on?" The village chief grimaced and jabbed his staff at the person behind. He quickly denied Mu Yu's words. "Not too many. Not too many at all. Once we're inside the sealed land, it's not just the dark mist we have to worry about." Nan Yu was puzzled. But what is Boss Song doing? In the time-space illusion, the two of them trudged through the scorching desert. They sighed in exhaustion. How long have we been trapped in this illusion? Hua Young Master was extremely tired, unable to stand steadily. Are we really going to be stuck here until we die? Lin Junlu still had some strength left and hurriedly supported her. No. Thinking this, the heat around them grew more intense, and Lin Junlu's veins stood out from the pressure. This illusion was not dangerous. The danger lay in the wavering will, in it dissipating entirely. Suddenly, Hua Young Master noticed. "Lin Jun, look over there, a tree standing alone in the desert. That tree looks so familiar." Lin Junlu quickly remembered. "So that's it. The tree from the tear in space that day is exactly the same as this one." Hua Young Master also recognized it. When we fell into the space-time tier, that tree was right next to us. At this moment, Lin Junlu felt a surge of energy. He grabbed Hua Young Master's hand and walked towards the tree. Going through the exit is right next to it, he said. It's just that she's still misunderstanding. She calls me brother, but in her heart, it's sister. Lamb's sister is both beautiful and strong. Why hide her true identity? As the two of them neared the tree, Lin Junlu's feet reached the doorway. However, they were suddenly pulled into a void in the air, returning to the forest where they had played leaf throwing. They had successfully escaped the illusion and returned, but their momentum was lost, and they landed on their backs. Lin Junlu looked around. Sure enough, they had returned to this spot. Both were momentarily stunned, unable to rise. Suddenly, whoosh! At that moment, Song Yicheng was still searching. He could clearly sense that they were nearby. The system detected two people over there. Song Yicheng excitedly ran over to Brother Lan, but he froze when he saw the two of them sitting together, suddenly becoming dazed. Oh, I must have mistaken someone. He quietly called out to Lin Jun. Lin Junlu was overjoyed to see him. Brother Song. The two greeted each other with the most brotherly hug they could muster. That's great, but in the eyes of Hua Young Master, it was a different story. Could this person be? She blushed. Is he husband of Sister Lan? Lin Junlu enthusiastically introduced him. Brother Song, this is the person Hu Meng sent to assist me. Song Yicheng warmly introduced himself. Hua Young Master, right. I've met your leader, and I've heard stories about you. He was quick on his feet. Lin Jun and she seemed to have a good relationship. This mission should be easier to handle now. The introduction of Hua Young Master appeared. Hua Mulan, task level E, a legendary figure from another dimension. Meeting the real person in the flesh, it turned out that the Hua Young Master mentioned by the villagers was none other than Hua Mulan. Suddenly, he noticed, wait a minute, Brother Lan, and she get along so well. Surely he must know her true identity as a girl disguised as a boy by now. A new misunderstanding began to rise. Brother Lan is usually cold and aloof. It's very rare for him to be this close with anyone, let alone a girl. It's really unexpected. He looked puzzled. Could it be that there's something going on between these two? Lin Junlu pulled his hand away from Hua Young Master, speaking up to ask, Haha, Brother Song, are you planning to head towards the Sealed Land? Song Yicheng didn't deny it. Yes, Mu Yao and his people are also staying over there. A few villagers rushed over. You're fine. That's a relief. Hua Young Master. They were even happier to see Hua Young Master. It's Hua Young Master. We found him. What a stroke of luck. Thank goodness. Nan Yu was thrilled. This time, they could finally feel secure about entering the Sealed Land. Hua Young Master carried the village chief on his back gently. Village Chief Granny, we need to hurry up and set off. Lin Junlu, unaware of his feelings, blushed when he saw Hua Young Master. Suddenly, a confusing thought pulled him back. What's wrong with me? He's just a kid, and moreover, he's a guy. Song Yicheng declared. All the brothers are gathered. Let's head out to the Sealed Land's Sacred Hall. As they traveled further, the forest grew darker, colder. They followed Song Yicheng along the trail. The black bones still scattered from his body. Clearly, he had reached the heart of the purple domain. Yet the black mist was gradually weakening. He realized that he had already mapped out the path in advance. He ran to the edge of the cliff in front of him and looked down at the sharply pointed mountains below, numerous and varying in size. Is this sealed land? Nu Yao was also quite surprised. It was supposed to be sealed, but why has it been exposed so much? Hua Young Master also added to it. Initially, I was accidentally transported inside the mountain. Suddenly, a sound came from below the cliff, forming a black smoke. Around it, black drops of water began to fall. Song Yicheng quickly sensed that something was wrong. A large cloud covered the sky, and raindrops fell from it, creating thick black smoke everywhere. Everyone quickly realized that the rain was black. The rain continued to fall relentlessly. Song Yicheng turned and ordered, everyone, retreat quickly. This rain is black mist. But the rain only poured onto him, and the others remained frozen, not moving. At that moment, his mind couldn't process it quickly, and he snapped. What are you all standing there for? Suddenly, A beam of light shot down from the sky, shining on Mu Yao, Nan Yu, and Song Yicheng. The moment they were hit by the light, they seemed to disappear, as if they were being dissolved. The village chief immediately explained. The sealing formation took them away. Sealed land only accepts the heirs of Kai Yao, Huaiyang Master. Taking advantage of the moment when Song Yicheng only vanished halfway, gave her notebook to them. Take this, it might help you. Everyone chores, Mu Yin Zi, come back within 3 days. Wishing you all the best, strong master, be careful, stay safe, we'll be waiting for you. Come back safely. The 3 of them disappeared before everyone's eyes. The space was quiet, eerily so. The 3 appeared in that space, with the moonlight so bright it illuminated the whole area. Beneath their feet was a water level reaching their ankles, and it seemed to be just the 3 of them. Was this the interior of sealed land? They were momentarily confused. Water splashed up continuously. Stepping forward, he suddenly remembered the notebook Huaiyang Master had given him. That's right, the tomb raiding journal. He opened it to read, and the owner of the journal had already been there. Looking at the contents, he also had some guesses. No wonder she said the journal might be useful. The 2 of them suddenly rushed up to him. Nan Yu acted a bit overly excited. Song boss, where did you get this notebook from? Song Yicheng didn't understand. Huh? Is he worried? Xiao Yu asked, her face puzzled. Xiao Yu, why did you react like that? But he still showed Nan Yu the notebook. Song Yicheng said, from what I can gather by glancing through this notebook, it seems to be the record of a tomb raider about the thunderous phenomenon of sealed land. Nan Yu pondered. Song Yicheng also had a few words of praise, truly worthy of being an expert in exploration. Every page is packed with survival methods. Mu Yao disagreed slightly, saying, that's not quite right. Sealed land clearly only allows the Kai Yao successors to enter. Could this person also be? Song Yicheng hurriedly presented his evidence. No, look ahead. This person entered because they were guided by a master. As for the identity of this master, the notebook has a drawing similar to the mountains that everyone saw on April 7th, where the master pointed out the entrance to the secret realm. Nan Yu seemed to recall something, then said, I know someone. The name was uttered. Jin Yao. Both of them were startled. Jin Yao? Nan Yu didn't deny it, only replying, right. As far as I know, he and Tu Yao were both caught in the space-time rift during that great battle. Song Yicheng recalled Lin Junlu's words. Brother Song, in the illusion, there is a person called Jin Gushai. This Jin Gushai has been constantly attempting to create rifts in time and space, likely in an effort to return to Earth. So is Jin Yao, the Jin Gushai mentioned by Nan Yu. According to Nan Yu, Jin Yao is in another world, so how could he be in contact with the tomb robbers on Earth? Nan Yu also added an explanation. Unlike Tu Yao, Jin Yao is a cultivator with a relatively deep obsession. If he found a way to return, it wouldn't be strange. Mu Yao also had some inkling. From what he said, it seemed that the tomb robbers, the rifts in time and space, and the expansion of the purple domain were all caused by this Jin Yao. Nan Yu wasn't entirely sure, though. It was just a guess. Song Yicheng took the notebook from Nan Yu. Thinking about this now wouldn't help. It was better to head to the sealing center as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Mu Yao hugged him. I didn't notice earlier. Don't you feel uncomfortable? There's probably some dark energy here. Right? He flipped to another page. If the notebook wasn't mistaken, the person was nearby. Seal of water. As soon as the words ended, a loud noise suddenly echoed, followed by another, and then, just as suddenly, everything fell silent, coming to a halt. Mu Yao sensed something was wrong and quickly reminded, we can't stay here any longer. We need to find a way out. What's written here, exactly? Song Yicheng read but couldn't quite understand. It seemed to suggest how to conceal oneself and escape, maybe? The notebook was filled with strange images, and it said, Fang Qi concealed himself, guiding the breath into his dantian. The white tiger's tail met the sword's light, while the azure dragon's head touched the waters. Mu Yao was confused and said, why does it say he should hide even when reading it? I know all these characters, but when put together, I can't make sense of it. Song Yicheng appeared concerned. I've seen this symbol in films before. It looks like a feng shui divination. He then passed the responsibility to someone else. Nan Yu will definitely understand. Nan Yu also looked serious and said, the divination relies heavily on timing and circumstances. The conclusions drawn from then to now probably no longer apply. Moreover, the methods in this notebook exploit fleeting openings, using detours for gain. If we follow it, it'll be difficult to adjust the ceiling condition. Song Yi-chang seemed skeptical. Are you sure it's not that you're just too lazy to calculate it all from the beginning? Then he stuffed the notebook back into his robe. Enough. He also decided that if he could not rely on inner power, he would rely on real strength instead. With that, he conjured a purple sword, though its original form seemed to have been a spear, now broken. My overlord spear. Mu Yu fell silent. Is this truly Ryo's colossal spear? Little System added. The overlord spear was damaged by the temporal rift in the purple domain. But Little System has already reassured you. There's no need to worry. With the system here, there's no fear of lacking weapons. From the quadrangular mark on her body, a radiant glow burst forth, and from it extended a golden spear. His eyes widened in shock. Song Yi-chang immediately grasped the spear and thrust it toward the sky. Suddenly, where it struck, crimson blood began to flow. All at once, the surrounding waters surged into waves, then rose into a towering tide ready to crash down upon the three of them. Careful. Song Yi-chang raised a protective barrier around them. The waves came crashing down, yet they noticed another sound. This was not the noise of water pounding against the barrier. It was the sound of retching. A creature like a fish, but with arms, its face covered with countless eyes and a mouth constantly spewing water. The three of them had managed to jump to a spot where the water couldn't reach them. Are you guys okay? Its voice startled everyone. The fish quickly crawled toward them, seemingly angry. While everyone was still dazed, Nan Yu realized that it wasn't just anger. This was a sealed beast. One of its arms turned into a floating stream of water, completely tainted by dark energy. Then, the stream transformed into a water axe, which immediately swung down on the three of them. The force of the water axe made their legs feel heavy. Is this really made of water? Some droplets detached from the axe and morphed again. The droplets surrounded them and instantly turned into darts, all flying toward the gaps in their protective shield. The water darts whizzed through the air, and then suddenly they changed from liquid to solid form. The ice darts sped toward them faster. Mu Yo tried to block the darts with his plant powers. However, there were too many of them, and he was slashed in several places. Crackling. The protective shield made of plants couldn't withstand any longer. It shattered, and he was at a disadvantage as the darts continued to strike. Song Yi-chang felt his heart burning with rage as he saw this, his body trembling violently. Suddenly, ice protruded from beneath his feet. Crackling as sharp ice mountains rose up everywhere. Song Yi-chang was anxious. Mu Yo, Nan Yu, he muttered, trying to activate the traditional powers of the heaven and earth mirror to see if it would work. The ice rose together, creating a loud noise. Nan Yu couldn't launch an attack, and he struggled to avoid the darts. It was useless. Inside this sealed room, spatial skills couldn't be used. The ice continued to encircle them. Meanwhile, the fish suddenly swished its tail. It leaped into the air, filling a vast area with sharp ice spikes in every direction. Looking at the ice spikes, Song Yi-chang suddenly realized. That's it, this monster has been tainted by dark energy. The ice continued to grow, the sound of cracking echoing around. He suddenly laughed. What luck, just in time for me to subdue it. With that, he touched an ice block. Snap! The fish immediately sensed it. Song Yi-chang quickly absorbed the dark energy. The icebergs, with nothing to rely on, immediately exploded under the force, and the other icebergs followed suit. Before long, nothing remained. Song Yi-chang, however, was reinvigorated. Nan Yu was overjoyed. The dark energy in the ice had been absorbed. Mu Yo praised. His shadowy constitution is really useful. The fish angrily let out a shrill cry, writhing in defiance. It refused to give up and immediately swung both of its axe-like hands down to attack. Of course, Song Yi-chang wasn't in a hurry. You're on your last legs, still trying to struggle. He conjured dark energy around him. As soon as the fish's hands made contact, they exploded. Then, he gathered the ice fragments, creating a gentle whirlwind of dark energy. In the end, he absorbed all the dark energy from it. The fish plunged straight down to the ground. The other two, witnessing the fish's unexpected movement, simultaneously shouted, "Song boss, be careful." The fish didn't do anything further. It merely let out a few soft cries and closed its eyes, as if resigned to its fate. They rejoiced, shouting, It really has surrendered." Song Yicheng spoke. "Don't rush, it's almost over." He placed his hand on the fish, and the dark aura was slowly drawn out, buzzing softly. The more the dark aura was drawn, the dimmer its gloomy color became. Buzzing, it seemed the dark aura inside him was too much, and a few dark marks appeared on his face, startling him. The fish also began to change. A long hair appeared, and a beautiful woman emerged gracefully, sitting silently in one place. Song Yicheng was somewhat surprised. So this was her true appearance. She was Shuai Yao. When she saw him, she smiled gently. "Ri Yao, you're the one who has removed my seal." He suddenly blushed. "Oh, so you're Shu Yao." Nan Yu came closer to get a better look. "Shu Yao," Mu Yo complimented. "You're so beautiful." She extended her delicate white hand and placed it on his face. "I'm so happy you still remember me." She then corrected herself a bit. "But I'm not actually Shu Yao. I'm just a spiritual fragment left by Shu Yao to maintain the seal here." Whether Song Yicheng heard it or not, his face had already turned redder than before. Her other hand touched his chest, and suddenly, water began to flow. A stream of cold tears poured onto him. Song Yicheng felt as if he was merging with the water. It feels truly magical, smooth, warm, and vast, incomparable to anything else. It's as though the entire body, bare and unguarded, is wandering through a quiet sea in the afternoon, hiding nothing. Shu Yao is somewhat difficult to understand, truly miraculous, as the internal energy in his body and the energy of Ri Yao seem to blend and coexist. He watches the water that surrounds him, and at that moment, Mu Yo politely inquires, "Shu Yao sister, you're not doing anything harmful to Xiao Ri, are you?" She reassures him, "Don't worry, that won't hurt him. I'd like to ask you all a few questions. Back then, when Kai Yo strategically placed the seals here one after another, did you all know the purpose of that?" Song Yicheng instinctively repeated, "Placed continuously," as he remained submerged in the flowing water, the sound of it gently trickling. Now he realizes, could it be that in addition to sealing Haik Sing, there was another purpose? She turned around and walked away, and of course, the seal on Haik Sing is the most important. But beyond that, there's another purpose. The sound of the water still lingers around them. Her face suddenly became serious. It's to help Kai Yao in carrying out the plan together. Then, she spoke with deep implication. After all, otherworldly powers are mesmerizing, drawing the heart in. Who can say that one will never change their heart? Nan Yu truly couldn't understand the meaning of this statement. Shu Yo blew a gust of wind down. "Rai Yao, take this." The wind surrounded both Song Yicheng and the stream of water. The water around him gathered in his hands, transforming into a water sphere. Inside the water sphere, a quiet blue fish swam. Song Yicheng mischievously poked at the water sphere. "What is this?" she explained while conjuring a small wisp of smoke. "This is my treasure, the reading artifact." As the smoke thickened, Shu Yo's image became increasingly blurred. "As for its function, you'll understand later." The voice of the smoke echoed, and eventually both the figure and the smoke disappeared. Mu Yo was left dazed. Little sister disappeared. Nan Yu was also quite surprised. These divine senses existed to maintain the seal, and could not exert the power of the ancient cultivator. Song Yicheng muttered the words of Shu Yao. "So we will understand when the time comes." Immediately, the water sphere flew into his head. His eyes widened as though he could see the 7 luminary star formation clearly in Song Yicheng's sea of consciousness, with a large wave continuously crashing in. The water sphere floated in midair above the battlefield, spinning endlessly as if it were about to transform. Swish, 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 swish. Then the sphere split apart, revealing the fish within. Outside, the mountains had already begun to tremble. An illusion appeared, as though trying to merge all the mountains together. The sound of the wind grew stronger and stronger. Whoosh! They reached a staircase where boulders kept crashing down in pieces. Mu Yo conjured a moving house, carefully descending the steps. Song Yicheng praised him. "Mu Yin, this ability of yours is truly convenient." The legs of the house clattered noisily as it moved. Mu Yao feigned reproach. Could you two be any more relaxed and carefree? Looking at the scene ahead, Song Yi-chang couldn't help but worry. We won't be carefree for much longer. The seals descend layer by layer, and we're not far from one now. The footsteps of the house suddenly blended with another voice. Mu Yao suddenly felt it. This aura, it's so familiar. Song Yi-chang, unable to hear clearly, asked, "What did you say?" The surrounding vines suddenly stirred, making no effort to hide, as they produced a sharp, unmistakable sound. Even the very sound that the house made was suppressed. Suddenly, a massive vine struck down from above, piercing straight into the house. Song Yi-chang barely had time to pull Manhwa out before the vine gained the advantage, carefully pressing forward. The vine now clung tightly to the house, its tendrils stabbing into the transparent walls, creeping inside. He asked Nanyu, "Did you see Mu Yao just now?" Nanyu hadn't had the chance to observe either, so he only shook his head. No, that made Nanyu anxious. This place, it might have been sealed by Mu Yao. Hearing that, Song Yi-chang frowned. The earlier attack hadn't felt violent at all. Mu Yao's life shouldn't be in danger. Then he heard that sound again. It came from beneath their feet. Tiny wooden figures stood there, with glowing bulbs atop their heads. Is this Muji's seal? All of a sudden, they leaped onto the two of them. Don't tell me these nasty things are Muji's sealing beasts. The wooden figures kept jumping onto them, again and again. Song Yi-chang shouted loudly, "You hateful things! What do you want?" But they didn't want to harm them. They could only say one word. Nanyu noticed that it seemed like they wanted to take them somewhere. So they followed the wooden figures, but he stayed alert to the surroundings. Where exactly is Mu Yao? They were led to a large door heavily decorated with leaves. Nanyu observed, and it looked quite similar to the main hall of the Seal of Water. Song Yi-chang noticed, the doors open. The door opened with a creaking sound. They were surprised when they looked inside. What is that? It was a tree that seemed to grow upside down, from the ground up. But what caught their attention were the human-shaped figures hanging on the branches like decorations. Song Yi-chang's sharp eyes spotted Mu Yao. The people on the tree all looked the same, and it was Mu Yao, though her hair had turned white. Nanyu stood frozen. It really looks like some kind of sacrificial ritual. Song Yi-chang quickly jumped up. Who? He rushed toward one of the figures on the tree. Mu Yao. He used his spear to cut the cord that was suspending Mu Yao, but he couldn't catch Mu Yao in time. Mu Yao plunged down and immediately slammed into the ground, shattering into pieces. The wooden limbs immediately rushed toward the broken fragments. He widened his eyes in shock. That wasn't Mu Yao, it was just a fake corpse. Then, in a fit of madness, he rushed to cut down all the vines that were suspending people. No, none of this was real. At this moment, panic set in. Where exactly was Mu Yao hidden? Nanyu watched as each person fell, and a sudden suspicion arose in his heart. This Muji seal was strange. It had taken Mu Yao, but didn't actively attack. What exactly was the purpose behind this? Then he noticed the dark leaves on the tree had suddenly turned green. The black mist on the tree was weakening, and suddenly, an image of Mu Yao flickered before his eyes. Cautiously, Nanyu was taken aback. Mu Yao. He called out happily to Song Yi-chang. Song boss, this is Mu Yao. Mu Yao is back. Upon hearing the call, Song Yi-chang immediately stopped what he was doing. Really? This Mu Yao seemed incredibly light. Right Yao, come down here. He added, I already got Gubu Yao's approval earlier. Let's go to the next seal quickly. Song Yi-chang was overjoyed. Okay. But he wasn't easily fooled. Was it really Mu Yao? Mu Yao kept urging him. Hurry, let's leave this place now. Song Yi-chang was naturally on alert. That bastard received the approval of the ancient cultivator and remained so silent. It was truly suspicious. At this moment, Mu Yao's true face had been fully revealed. Finally, he could leave this cursed place. Suddenly, he heard something and turned his head. Song Yi-chang took his spear and decisively struck hard into the back of Mu Yao. A few more moves. Would it be okay? This fake gritted his teeth. His thorn-covered vines counterattacked, slamming into Song Yi-chang. Asterisk whip. Whip. Whip asterisk, he mocked. Woot's my bad. I used too much force. Sorry. His blow made Song Yi-chang realize, indeed, he was not Mu Yao. The trunk of Mu Yao was much softer than this one. He immediately used his spear to cut off the vines. I should be the one apologizing. Earlier, I didn't even use my full strength. Now, it's time for us to reveal ourselves. Speak honestly, where did you hide the real Mu Yao? The fake's face twisted, and the veins in his eyes appeared, full of hatred. But he quickly changed his expression and said, Actually, I am the true Mu Yao. Upon hearing this, Nan Yu recognized the divine consciousness of Mu Yao sealed in Mu Jai, similar to Sha Yao from earlier. This fake name spoke up to compliment. Haha, that was a pretty quick reaction. He spoke while his eyes were looking upwards. So what do you think? Isn't Gu Mu Yo more capable than that bastard? Isn't it a 2-in-1 deal for me to join? Song Yicheng noticed. What's he looking at? He glanced over too. Isn't it your job to protect this place? He quickly guessed, seeing the look in his eyes. Mu Yao was indeed still up in the tree. He immediately leaped up the tree to find Mu Yao. Before leaving, he instructed Xiao Yu not to let him escape. I'll go look for Mu Yao first. Nan Yu was surprised. Huh? Me? Seeing Nan Yu's weakness, Mu Yao's fate persona immediately threatened. Xiao Ri Yao, don't be as stupid as Ray Yao, not knowing what's good for you. But he was warm and eager, proposing that they work together to go to the Central Seal and share Hai Xing. Nan Yu saw through his scheme. No wonder he was going around, trying to steal Mu Yao's body, speaking so much without taking any delay in action. Nan Yu pretended to agree. Fine, he looked towards the door. Let's talk as we go, and don't mind that original person. He also pretended to flatter and said, being sealed and confined in this vast hall for so many years, it really is tough. Must be hard for you. You took Xiao Mu Yao's body. Wanting us to release you from the sealed mood, I understand. Mu Yao can't wait any longer, so let's go quickly. That Rai Yao is not easy to deal with, he urged. Come on, lead the way. Nan Yu quickly understood, but Nan Yu grabbed his shoulder and said something with a hidden meaning. Mu Yao, after all these years, you still haven't changed, ha. A heart full of evil intentions, written all over your face. Mu Yao was momentarily confused. What do you mean by that? Nan Yu shoved him hard, causing him to stumble and fall. On the ground in front of the door were numerous talismans stuck down. Rai Yao, whom he had seen earlier, had seen these talismans, but it was now too late. It was over. The restriction on his divine sense had been triggered. The talismans activated their function, crackling, and a bolt of lightning struck him, throwing him out of Mu Yao's body. He flailed in midair, and, before disappearing, cursed. I won't forgive you. Nan Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, if you want to be the bad guy, you can't let it show so easily. In the end, he let out a cold laugh. Song Yicheng suddenly noticed him and called out to check on him. Nan Yu, are you okay? Nan Yu immediately pouted in displeasure. Haha, just now you pushed me away. I didn't see you worried like this, she teased. Song Yicheng didn't quite understand at first. Huh? What are you saying? Nan Yu didn't blame him further. Instead, she glanced at Mu Yao lying outside the door. It's nothing. That imposter fell at the door, triggered the spiritual barrier, and has already turned to smoke. Song Yicheng complimented her. Well done. But Nan Yu wasn't happy. Huh? You're being too careless about this. She turned to look at him. Don't you want to know how much of an impact Gu Mu Yao's spiritual power disappearing will have? Seeing Song Yicheng had found a hollow in a tree. Huh? What is that? He was delighted. Finally, found it. He's in here. Mu Yao was holding someone, lying in a large bundle inside the hollow. He remained silent and motionless. Han immediately jumped in. Mu Yao, wake up. But as soon as she touched the bundle, her hand immediately retracted. Nan Yu stopped her from below. Don't touch him. Gu Mu Yao brought him here precisely to use him to provide energy for the seal. If you pull him out directly, the seal will collapse. Seeing Mu Yao like this made him reluctant, but Mu Yao wasn't a practitioner of ancient powers. With his energy being drained like this, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Nan Yu had no other choice. Perhaps we should go to the Central Seal first, solve the Hai Xing problem, and then come back. But he remained adamant. No, I can't leave him here. The wooden figures lifted something in their hands. They quickly carried Mu Yao, who was lying at the door, up to the tree. They lifted Mu Yao up here. Song Yicheng recognized this as the shattered pieces from earlier. Then they covered Mu Yo's body with the shattered pieces. But what did they want to do? Everything was silent. Only the synchronized chanting of the wooden figures could be heard. The Mujai were diligently picking up each white shard and placing it on Mu Yo's body. These white shards still carried Mu Yo's aura. Song Yicheng didn't quite understand, but seeing how gentle the Mujai were, he thought, it seems like they don't have ill intentions. Let's just wait and see. The Muji continued to pick up the shards, chanting. Only a moment later, with their chanting, Mu Yo's entire body was covered in the white shards. Nan Yu exhaled in realization. So that's what they're doing. This is to protect Mu Yo's body from injury. The Muji appeared to be rejoicing, celebrating among themselves. Song Yicheng smiled and said, this time, Mu Yo's soul can finally return to its rightful place. At that moment, a Muji suddenly pointed urgently in one direction to its companions. Several Mujai were trying to fill in the remaining gaps on Mu Yo's body. When Mu Yo's body was fully sealed, Song Yicheng suddenly realized that the body and soul were beginning to absorb each other. Mu Yo was sprouting tiny plant buds on his body. Just a few minutes later, his body transformed into a blooming flower. The energy that had been sealed began to emit a brilliant golden light. It surged into Mu Yo's sealed body, starting to merge with him. It didn't take long before the energy had completely merged with the body. Once it was done, the Muji began to act. They slowly moved Mu Yo's body out of the hollow tree, making constant clicking noises. Song Yicheng, still bewildered, asked Nan Yu, is it done now? Nan Yu nodded, seeming to think so. Mu Yo's body had already been moved outside. Song Yicheng walked over and tried calling, Mu Yo, can you hear me? There was no response. The white layer on the outside was making crackling sounds, and then it shattered completely, revealing Mu Yo's body. However, Mu Yo's eyes were still tightly shut, and there was no sign of movement. Song Yicheng anxiously said, why hasn't he woken up yet? Nan Yu guessed that perhaps the soul and body needed a bit of time to merge. Just as they were speaking, a loud explosion echoed from above. Song Yicheng looked up in alarm. What was that? The ground beneath them began to crumble. The Muji group quickly shouted while pulling Mu Yo's body away. Song Yicheng grabbed Nan Yu by the waist and started to leap. We need to get out of here, fast. The moment they jumped, the seal collapsed completely. Broken pieces flew out, scattering rapidly through the air. About 5 minutes later, everything fell silent. All that remained was the white smoke that surrounded them, gradually dissipating. Song Yicheng coughed uncontrollably, while Nan Yu glanced around and said, separated from the protective energy of Mu Yo's consciousness, the Muji seal has indeed collapsed. His expression suddenly became serious as he continued, this is not a good omen. We need to speed up. Both of them looked toward the exit, seeing the Muji group rushing out. Song Yicheng shouted after them, Mu Yo, these little bratty bottom boys. He said this while running toward the direction the Muji group had gone. Nan Yu's face was full of confusion as he said, why is it different from the result of the divination? Song Yicheng ran after the group of Muji, and the further he ran, the more something fell off. After a while, he suddenly stopped in shock. In front of him appeared a series of doors, each with a different shape. He shouted, what kind of seal is this again? With so many doors, which one did Mu Yo enter? He scanned all the doors, his gaze stopping at the faint shadow of a Muji stuck at one of them. The creature was struggling, trying to crawl inside. Song Yicheng stepped forward, pleased with himself, and said, trying to take the wrong path. Huh. Got caught by me, getting you? He moved closer and pushed on one of the doors. To his surprise, the door could rotate in 2 different directions. When Song Yicheng pushed on the right side, the left side simultaneously pushed out, causing him to lose his balance and stumble into the door. Meanwhile, Mu Yo was pushed out in the opposite direction. Song Yicheng fell heavily, crashing to the ground in pain, and was then knocked on the head by a Muji that followed after him, almost causing his head to snap. Outside, Mu Yo was shoved out along with the Mujai. The two were separated. At this moment, Mu Yo seemed to have regained consciousness, sitting up and rubbing his head. Nan Yu, who he'd been chasing after, arrived just in time and shouted at Mu Yo, why are you alone? Where's Song Boss? Mu Yo rubbed her head, her face confused as she replied, I'm not sure either. Everything happened so suddenly. Was there an earthquake just now? At that moment, there was a loud bang-bang sound at the door. Song Yicheng's voice could be heard shouting from inside. Mu Yao, are you guys out there? Hurry up and open the door. I can't get out once I'm inside. Nan Yu pressed close and shouted back, Song boss, we're outside. Just push a little, and we'll come in. With that, he pushed against the door. It creaked, and a faint light began to shine through. Nan Yu, Mu Yao, and the others from the Mu family stepped inside, but there was no one to be seen. Nan Yu called out loudly, Song boss. Mu Yao said, he's not here. They looked around the room, and suddenly Mu Yao pointed to one side and said, there's something on the stone slab. There the two of them also noticed some tools. They didn't rush to take them immediately, but first examined the instructions on the back of the stone slab. It read, Seal of Earth, Road of Fortuity, the long and arduous path of picking through, the desperate path of urgency. This could be a fated path. In another space, Song Yicheng was also reading a stone tablet. Is this the trial of the Seal of Earth? Using the faint light of the Muji following me, he read. The dull, long road stretched endlessly, the desperate, hopeless road, or perhaps the road to a deadlock. Life and death are all part of fate. After reading for a while, he sighed in frustration. What is all this mess? For 2 days, there's not even one person to discuss things with. Suddenly, he exclaimed as he remembered something. Doesn't the 7 luminaries, star formation in the infinite tower summon teammates? Can't I just call Nan Yu and them over here? Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. The path he chose could only be paved with his own feet. Not only could he not make contact, but this line of text also appeared in his head. Song Yicheng, frustrated, slapped his hand against the wall and shouted, What the hell is this? Does the Seal of Earth also take care of encouraging the spirit? His hand trembled, a little scared, then he tried to reassure himself. Isn't it just walking alone in the dark? Just walk, who's afraid of what? Suddenly, the piece of the wall he had just hit gave way, startling Song Yicheng. The piece of the wall started melting into a liquid. What's going on? Song Yicheng wondered, confused. A moment later, the ground below his feet grabbed his legs. At this moment, the ground was no different from a swamp, preventing Song Yicheng from pulling his foot out. The entire room rustled and began to whirl violently, causing Song Yicheng's body to be buried. Song Yicheng screamed loudly. A large green creature was tightly wrapping itself around his body. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, wondering, what is that? It's so slippery. The green creature swished its tail, then broke free from the mud. It wrapped tightly around Song Yicheng and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, lunging at him. Song Yicheng screamed, Who arranged that tentacle to pull me in? Meanwhile, in another section of the door, Nan Yu and Mu Yao were following the directions. Now they were walking straight ahead, using their hands to feel their way forward. After reading the stone tablet, they took out tools, and now used those tools to clear the path. The group of Mujie were yelling as they worked together to move the earth aside. Nan Yu stood aside watching Mu Yao use a shovel to dig and said, Tu Yao clearly wants to dig the path ahead with his own hands. Mu Yao snorted coldly and replied, Who told us we were unlucky? The stone tablet said there are many different kinds of paths. After a lot of effort, they finally dug through, and Wooden Wine turned to Nan Yu and said, Shall you? It's your turn now. Nan Yu reluctantly replied, But Mu Yao, you've only been digging for 2 minutes. Mu Yao's face darkened, and he said nothing. The rest of the group, including Mu Ji, glared at Nan Yu. Reluctantly, Nan Yu picked up the shovel and started digging. He muttered, I don't even know how Boss Song chose this path. He took Mu Yao's place and began to dig. Inside Song Yicheng's room, there was a loud commotion. He held a weapon in one hand, fighting off the monster while trying to free himself from its restraints. He shouted, Don't come near me. Then, with a strong swing of his weapon, he severed the creature's tail, successfully breaking free from its grasp. Sweating heavily, he muttered, Damn, that was close. Just as he sighed in relief, Song Yicheng tensed up again. Despite being cut into 2 pieces, the monster wasn't dead yet. It resurfaced and attacked again. Song Yicheng leaped into the air, preparing to unleash his power. Then let's try this move, he shouted. Chief Annihilator. The powerful force immediately choked the monster, making it scream in agony. Even the thick, muddy soil around them began to dissolve. The monster was struck down, disappearing completely. The room was cleared of dirt, with only a deep hole left in the ground. Song Yicheng glared and said, "No matter how big it is, it's just a worm." Without hesitation, he started walking toward the tunnel nearby. Should he go this way? Mu Ji hurried after him, and the two of them entered the dark tunnel with not a shred of light. After walking for a while, Song Yicheng slowed his pace. Ahead, the path split into two. Song Yicheng sighed and said, "Another fork in the road. Looks like it's time to use that strategy." He gestured between the two paths, began to analyze them like a general considering his troops, and finally pointed to the right path, confirming that it was the right one. Just as he was about to step forward, something tugged at his leg. Mu Ji kept pointing toward the left path, urgently calling out. Song Yicheng picked it up and said, "I won't forget about you, you fat little thing." Not understanding its intention, he continued walking down the right path, ignoring Mu Ji's frantic struggles and protests. He even spoke to it. "Don't worry, with me, the protagonist always laughs and luck is on our side." 5 minutes later, Song Yicheng collapsed and shouted, "I was wrong, I'm sorry." Ahead of them appeared a horde of massive mutated cockroaches. Song Yicheng ran backward, repeatedly pleading, "I'm sorry for the trouble, please let me go." After running for a while, he successfully shook off the group of small bullies. Song Yicheng sighed in relief. It was so terrifying. A single hit and he would have been smashed to bits. He ran a bit further, then helplessly shouted again. Another split, and it's in 3 directions this time. The small bullies were thundering behind him, and Song Yicheng started to panic. If he took the wrong path this time, he was done for. But there was no time to think anymore. The group of small bullies were charging toward him like a gust of wind. By the time they reached the intersection, Song Yicheng had already vanished. The little bullies started discussing in detail. One of them decisively ordered the others, and each of the 3 little bullies took a different route. Song Yicheng silently laughed at himself, his hands trembling as they gripped the ceiling tightly. He waited until the little bullies had entered those paths before jumping down. He dusted off his hands and said, "Well, that's one escape down, but which path should I take next?" Mu Ji patted his shoulder and pointed ahead, calling out. Song Yicheng looked at him and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Looking in the direction Mu Ji was pointing, Song Yicheng skeptically asked, "This way, but there's no path here." Mu Ji jumped down from Song Yicheng's shoulder with a thud, continuously calling out. It used its tiny little hands to repeatedly strike the wall. Its gaze was extremely determined and resolute. Its small arms began to sprout a series of tiny branches, embedding deep into the wall. Song Yicheng laughed. "So it turns out you've grown up." The wall was punctured by Mu Ji, and with a loud crash, a new path opened up. Mu Ji called out with a smug expression on its face. Song Yicheng couldn't help but praise, so there really was a way through. "Little fatty, are you a genius?" Mu Ji called out again, signaling with its actions for Song Yicheng to follow. At this moment, Song Yicheng trailed behind Mu Ji, not daring to object. The path they followed was lit by small glowing orbs. Song Yicheng, puzzled, asked, "What's that glowing thing on the wall?" He curiously approached and grabbed one, only for it to crack. It was a piece of black glass. Song Yicheng looked around in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that this whole place is made of black glass?" Mu Ji called out once more. It led the way, frowning in apparent displeasure. It trotted toward the end of the path, while Song Yicheng looked at its eyes in surprise. "What is it thinking? Did that little sapling just look down on me?" He stepped behind, loudly scolding Mu Ji. "Dared to look down on me again. Clearly, your little sprout doesn't know what's good for it." Suddenly, his steps faltered and his eyes widened. He stared at the sparkling things before him and exclaimed, "Is this a treasure trove? No wonder it's being looked down upon." At this moment, Mu Ji stepped forward, climbing up a pile of gold next to a sword. It kept pointing at the sword, shouting. Song Yicheng moved closer, but his gaze was directed towards the wall behind, in awe. Incredible, how can a place that never sees the sun still have flowers blooming? He was marveling at a kind of plant on the wall, which clearly made Mu Ji feel annoyed for being ignored. Curious, Song Yicheng reached out to pick one of the flowers, but Mu Ji was quick, plucking it before him. It looked at him with delight, grinning and shouting. Mu Ji held the flower in its hand, began to tear off the surrounding petals, revealing a stamen inside that resembled a kind of fruit. It put it in its mouth, chewing eagerly, looking extremely pleased. Song Yicheng glanced at it and quickly followed suit, picking a few flowers for himself. He eagerly imitated Mu Zhai, plucking a few petals. He shoved all the flowers into his mouth, chewing them at once. The next second, his whole face stiffened as if he had swallowed poison. Holding his head, he groaned, "I'm doomed." At that moment, tiny purple specks of dust floated out from above Song Yicheng's head. The muscles on his body suddenly swelled to an abnormal size, ripping his clothes apart. Song Yicheng let out a loud roar, his body transforming more and more with each passing moment. His shirt tore open, revealing well-defined 8-pack abs. Mu Ji, with the small stone above her head, stared at him in shock. Covering her face, she cried out, "Oh no! Oh no! He ate too many flowers! He's about to explode!" Boom! Song Yicheng's foot slammed on the ground, leaving a deep crater. Not only was his body transforming, but his hair also grew unnaturally long in an instant. Mu Ji froze as she looked at him. Song Yicheng now loomed taller, broader, radiating an overwhelming presence with his massive frame. Mu Ji exhaled sharply and said, "So he didn't explode after all? What are you saying?" Suddenly, Song Yicheng arched his brows and questioned Mu Ji. Mu Ji stopped crying out and began replying in human speech. "What I said just now was that the green stone flower you ate is actually a supreme, invincible treasure that can comprehensively strengthen your entire body." Song Yicheng lifted Mu Ji with one hand, giving it a sharp look before asking calmly, "So what do you mean by saying I'm about to explode?" Mu Ji explained patiently, "This kind of green stone flower is a potent tonic, a complete remedy. Ordinary people absolutely cannot consume it. Dying from an explosion is the natural result." Song Yicheng glanced at his reflection in the black stone beside him and mused, "I see. So I'm the one you're trying to flatter. A man with refined bearing and extraordinary talent wouldn't explode. Instead, he would grow stronger." Reaching out, Song Yicheng picked a few more green stone flowers from the wall. Mu Ji's voice sounded again, reminding him that the strengthening effect of the flowers was not permanent and taking too many would only give temporary results. Song Yicheng gave a small nod. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, something occurred to him. Pausing, he frowned and asked, "Wait, something doesn't add up. Why can you suddenly speak?" With a helpless tone, Mu Ji answered, "I've always been able to. It's just that before your evolution, you couldn't understand our language." Song Yicheng recalled the frustrated expression on No Fengyi's face, the naive look when he was trying to find his way. He frowned and said, "You seemed to look down on me earlier. So why did you bring me to such a nice place?" Mu Ji forced a smile, thinking to himself, "I won't tell him that I actually wanted to come here myself." He started to flatter him, saying, "Actually, I've long seen your extraordinary status." Suddenly, Mu Ji felt something and hurriedly said, "My lord, we need to leave here quickly. Treasures are often protected by something. And if we take its treasure, we're bound to face disaster." No sooner had he finished speaking than a monster appeared from the wall beside them, charging toward them. It looked like a scorpion with two large, dark purple pincers. Mu Ji screamed in fear, "It's here! I didn't mean to say that." Clearly, the scorpion was the guardian of the treasure, rushing out to defend it. Song Yicheng said nothing. He kicked the scorpion with one leg. Before his foot could even land, the scorpion turned and scuttled away. But Song Yicheng wouldn't allow it to escape. With a single kick, he sent it to its death. He sneered and said, "Such a small, harmful insect. It's too easy to crush it." Mu Ji stood up on Song Yicheng's shoulder and asked, "My lord, where shall we go next?" He pointed to a path and answered, "Of course, I'll just follow my instincts." He didn't care whether it was a proper road or not. He just charged ahead. With just one firm step, his whole body surged forward like the wind. After eating that kind of flour, Song Yicheng ran without tiring. Even a wall couldn't stop him. He simply smashed through it and kept going. On the other side, the group of Nan Yu and Mu Yao were still diligently digging. Nan Yu was hunched over, digging while reciting a poem. "May I ask, where is the shore?" Mu Yao sat beside him, cheering him on. "Xiao Yu, keep it up." It had been a long time, but the two of them had only dug a tiny bit. What no one expected was that their path and Song Yicheng's were only a few meters apart. Song Yicheng, while charging through the underground, just happened to avoid crossing paths with them. He dashed through this road, and that, not knowing how long he'd been running, nor caring what was along the way, he just kept running at full speed. As he ran, he casually killed a few bugs, even using insect spray to poison them to death. He even encountered some creatures that looked human but were easily crushed in his hands. Reaching a confined space, he struck the ceiling with a stone slab, then punched it, immediately opening a path. Was the road of Fortui now unblocked? As soon as he entered, he muttered to himself, "Is this the seal of earth? Did Swanjen old man open the water for himself? No, this is only his spiritual consciousness, so he probably doesn't know me. But the Grand Hall of Tu Yao has a really unique style." A strange space with layers of doors appeared before him. Mujai looked around for a moment, and then said worriedly, "Something's wrong, my lord. There's a dangerous aura here." Song Yicheng glanced at him and asked, "Didn't you say it was fine earlier? You found it without a hitch, and even came across a treasure." Mujai waved his hand to signal him to stop, "But even if there is a treasure here, we can't approach it." From another corner, suddenly a howl of some creature echoed. Song Yicheng glanced over and asked, "What's that sound?" He went directly toward the creature, thinking to himself, "What treasure can't be touched?" At first, he saw one creature, but soon after, a swarm of massive ants began emerging. In less than half a second, they had completely surrounded Song Yicheng. He screamed in panic, "Oh my God, where did all these ants come from?" Looking at the swarm of ants and the structure around him, Song Yicheng suddenly thought, "Could this be?" The ants kept crawling out. Their heads were huge, and their pincers were sharp. Looking closely at this swarm of ants, Song Yicheng, somewhat frightened, shouted, "Scorpion ants, this isn't the seal of earth, it's clearly the seal of insects." The weapon was immediately summoned, and he swept it over the swarm of ants. After a few moves, the ants started to swarm together. There were too many of them, and Song Yicheng couldn't react in time. One agile ant bit deeply into his thigh, causing him intense pain. The pain made him realize he had been bitten. He kicked them away and, angrily, said, "You're forcing me to kill." The ants didn't retreat. In fact, they became even more aggressive and transformed into larger forms. Song Yicheng was terrified. Why had they suddenly grown larger? Muji, standing beside him, also startled Song Yicheng. Muji said, "They haven't grown bigger, you've gotten smaller. These ants are venomous, causing the magnification effect on you to wear off quickly." Song Yicheng, panicked, shouted as the ants charged at him. He had been too careless. He hadn't expected these ants to be venomous. If these giant pests kept swarming him like this, he was in trouble. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted out, "That's right, use that move. Little Banshee, stay close to me." Song Yicheng assumed an attacking stance, muttering the words of the sword technique. With a loud thud, his body leaped forward, one hand gripping Muji tightly, while the other swung in a downward motion, striking the group of ants. With a self-satisfied look, Song Yicheng said, "There's no way to hold the cup. But when it comes to ants, I strike swiftly and decisively, shallow and brief, with the 4 harvests of the sword." After a few moves executed with lightning speed, he surveyed the remaining ants and laughed mockingly. "Now you know how formidable I am, right? You won't dare to come any closer." Song Yicheng pulled Mujai by a hand, leading him to flee. On the other side, Muji shouted, "Wait." Standing in a corner, Song Yicheng sneered, pointing at the ants. "Ha! Just look at them." He even stuck out his tongue in mockery. "You think your little poison can bother me?" Muji didn't look at the ants, but instead glanced behind him. He slapped Song Yicheng's shoulder in panic and cried out, "It's coming, it's coming." Song Yicheng turned around, his expression quickly turning grim as he saw the monstrous, terrifying figure before him. Stammering, he said, "Yee-hoo, this bizarre creature." He looked at Muji, noticing the plant-like appearance, and then glanced back at Song Yicheng, as if passing judgment. Muji directly grabbed Song Yicheng and shouted, "Don't eat me, I'm just an old log, there's no nutrition here." It tried to pull Song Yicheng along, but noticed that he was frozen stiff and refused to move. He stared at the terrifying Yee-hoo and said, "I keep feeling like you resemble someone I know." Muji trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Oh my God, could you at least choose your conversation partner carefully? Do you really think you can speak to him like that?" Both of them glared at Muji, and it immediately waved its hand, saying, "Sorry to bother you two, Please continue. The Yuihu of this ant group began to grow larger, its whole body lifted high, and it started preparing to attack. Just as it stomped down, Song Yicheng nimbly dodged, leaping to approach the enemy from behind. From this angle, a faint white object could be seen inside. Song Yicheng narrowed his eyes, carefully observing, and soon discovered something inside its abdomen. It seemed that Yuiho had noticed that Song Yicheng could see what was inside. It immediately opened its mouth wide and shot out a stream of greenish, slimy fluid. Song Yicheng swiftly dodged and managed to avoid the attack. The fluid, upon contact, corroded whatever it touched. Song Yicheng marveled. As expected of the Yuihu, its poison is no ordinary thing. At that moment, it was his turn to counterattack. A jump combined with a thrust aimed directly at Yuihu's abdomen. What was unexpected was that Song Yicheng's attack was deflected by the tough skin of Yuihu. Song Yicheng shouted, "Why is it so hard?" Yuihu did not stop, continuously releasing poison. Song Yicheng dodged while trying to find a way to counterattack. Yi Hao seemed to be tough, but unfortunately, his weakness was too obvious. Suddenly, he laughed, then began to taunt his opponent. "Come on, shoot me. Come on." He dodged the poison from left to right, while casually mocking. "That's really scary." Meanwhile, Muji stood on the side, stunned, exclaiming, "Chang brother, what are you doing?" Song Yicheng shouted, "Look closely." The poison approached, and he knew the moment had come. This was the time. How terrifying. He mocked Yuihu and dodged the poison. The trajectory of the poison flew exactly as Song Yicheng had hoped. He blinked, took a step back, and the poison aimed directly at Yuihu's abdomen. It seemed Yuihu had realized this plan, but there was nothing he could do. The poison landed and made a sizzling sound as it corroded. Song Yicheng rushed forward, weapon in hand, aiming directly at the spot where the poison had corroded. He thrust downward. This time, the strike landed cleanly, making the Yuihu let out a chilling, agonized shriek. Song Yicheng pulled out his weapon, and the slime from the creature's abdomen spurted outward. Mujai recoiled in fear, dodging the foul liquid that sprayed in all directions. Her sharp eyes quickly caught sight of something that had fallen out. It was a white object, resembling a cocoon. Inside, a human body was tightly wrapped. In haste, Mujai called out to Song Yicheng. "Something just fell out over there." Meanwhile, the Yuihu lay motionless, its limbs rigid and unmoving. Suddenly, the human-shaped cocoon burst forth with a radiant green light. Standing beside Mujai, Song Yicheng whispered, "Someone's about to come out." As expected, a faint silhouette appeared within the green glow. Moments later, a face emerged, becoming clearer with each passing second. Song Yicheng looked at the figure, astonished, and exclaimed, "Tu Yao." At that very moment, the ground around them began to collapse, and a massive gate rose up before their eyes. The one called Tu Yao stretched leisurely and said with delight, "It's been so long since I felt this refreshed." Song Yicheng stared at him, his thoughts racing. Is this really Tu Yao? Why does he look so young? Then he hesitantly asked Tu Yao Xuanzhen, "You don't remember me?" Tu Yao looked at Song Yicheng, furrowing his brow and asking, "Is your aura that of Ri Yao?" But immediately after, "He fao fo 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 fo, this is not Ri Yao. It is indeed the hare. Ri Yao has already perished in battle." Suddenly, Muji, who was standing beside them, spoke up, "Time within the Feng and Chai territory is frozen. The spiritual consciousness of the Kai-Yo cultivators inside the seal does not age, and naturally, they will not have memories after leaving their original bodies." Tu Yao stepped towards Song Yicheng, speaking with a playful tone. "You're still young. Have you met my original body before? Seems like I'm doing quite well." Song Yicheng scratched his head and replied, "Actually, when I met you in the alternate world, you had already been dead for a long time. But you were still very powerful. You founded the largest immortal cultivation sect in that world and were revered as a patriarch by thousands." Tu Yao shook his head, laughing. "Haha, that's not true. It was a stroke of luck that Xuanzhen survived the great battle. That alone was enough." Then Tu Yao gestured. "Let's talk about your matter first. You helped me out of a difficult situation, so of course I'll lend you a hand." Song Yicheng said, "Actually, I'm here to investigate the truth behind the activation of the seal, and to deal with the expansion of the purple domain." Tu Yao pondered for a moment and replied, The truth behind the initiation of the Grand Formation is that it was created by Kaiyo's combined efforts before the final battle with Haixing. The energy that drives the Grand Formation comes from Kaiyo's spiritual consciousness, harmonized with the seven-star sky. Unless something unexpected happens, the sealing power of the formation could last for 10,000 years. However, 2 years ago, there was an uninvited guest who appeared. Song Yicheng asked in surprise. The uninvited guest from 2 years ago? Surely it wasn't the owner of this notebook, right? He took out a notebook from his chest pocket and pointed to it. Tu Yao took the notebook and immediately confirmed. It's him. The grave robber. How did this end up in your hands? Song Yicheng replied. It's a long story, but first, please tell me what happened that day. Tu Yu began recounting. 2 years ago, it was a day when the 7 stars linked pearls, which only appear once every 10,000 years, were active. The 7 stars linked pearls weakened the sealing power, and our Kaiyo's spiritual consciousness seemed to fall into a deep slumber. That person chose that exact moment to infiltrate, and I don't know what methods he used to bypass the dangerous traps of the seal. I could sense his presence, but I had no way of stopping him. What's strange is that since that day, he must have tampered with the core of the seal. Song Yi listened while thinking to himself. The timing and method of that person's appearance were too suspicious. Moreover, could it really be true, as Nan Yu said, that this person was connected to Jin Yao? He immediately asked Tu Yao, could it be Jin Yao? It seems like he's just like you, falling into a rift in time and space during the Great War, and entering another world, constantly trying to find a way back. Tu Yao scratched his head, trying to recall Jin Yao. Given his childish nature, it wouldn't be surprising if he did something like that. But how could he have done it? Song Yicheng's face darkened as he couldn't find anything useful. He changed the subject, patting Tu Yao's shoulder, and said, by the way, tell me about your precious heaven and earth mirror. Tu Yao questioned him in confusion. I've been meaning to ask, don't you need to go to the Central Investigation Office? Why haven't you left yet? Song Yicheng threw his arm around Tu Yao's shoulder and smiled. I forgot to tell you, I'm still waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Tu Yao asked. Song Yicheng pointed at the door with dozens of other doors and said, you tell me first, are the regular exit doors of the Road of Fortuity all over there? Meanwhile, Nan Yu was lamenting while digging the road. Oh my gosh, how far do I need to dig before I reach the end of this road? Mu Yo also tiredly said, the village chief usually tells me to exercise more, but I'd never listen. Nan Yu, her eyes blurry with fatigue, added, my constitution just doesn't allow me to become a muscular man. Suddenly, a strong tremor shook above their heads. Mu Yo cried out in alarm. It can't be an earthquake, Cat. Nan Yu screamed along. We must have dug incorrectly according to the construction standards. It's about to collapse. The ground beneath them suddenly caved in rapidly. Something that looked like a human finger broke through the soil, and a massive hand appeared between Nan Yu and Mu Yao. Both of them now trapped within it. Both of them screamed in fear. What is this? The giant hand suddenly lifted the two of them up. The familiar voice and face of Song Yicheng echoed. My old friends, I finally dug you two out. Mu Yao, startled, yelled out, Xiao Ri, how did you end up like this? The two were safely placed on the ground by Song Yicheng. Mu Yao laughed and said, looks like your road of fortuity really has some fate after all, huh? Song Yicheng smiled and gradually shrank in size. Mu Yao, curious, asked, where did you get this giant strength from? You can grow big, shrink, and even look more handsome. Song Yicheng replied, what kind of power do you think I have to overturn the heavens? It's just the effect of this red pill here. He spoke while laughing, pointing towards Tu Yao. Tu Yao is so enthusiastic, he definitely has to give me a gift when we meet. A few minutes earlier, Song Yicheng had whispered, Tu Yao, my brother, don't your fellow cultivators have a lot of treasures? Looking at you, you seem to come from a wealthy family. Actually, I'm not a greedy person, but copying the original really is a lot of hard work. After being persuaded by Song Yicheng for a while, Tu Yao couldn't bear it and said, all right, these things are for you. This is vitality flower, much more effective than the vitality herb you ate earlier. Thinking back to that scene, Tu Yao's heart ached, and he could only sigh. Tu Yao furrowed his brow and called out, if you gathered everything, then don't delay any longer, go quickly. The fire and metal elements in Kai Yao were the most aggressive, and with the two major seals ahead, the challenges would be much more difficult. Confident, Song Yicheng charged ahead. Leave it to us. Nan Yu struggled to keep up, barely able to run anymore. Mu Yu followed as well, hastily calling out, "Wait for me." Tu Yao watched them disappear, their figures gradually fading. He muttered to himself, "The transmission method is vastly different from the main body. Yet only he has never changed at all." The group of Song Yicheng left. On the way, Song Yicheng reminded, "By the way, the effect of that blue crystal flower is only temporary. If you want to use it, you need to be careful." He paused. "Huh? Where are they?" The two people behind couldn't be seen at all. After a while, Nan Yu and Mu Yo finally arrived, panting heavily. "I can't run anymore." Nan Yu looked ahead, her voice tired as she spoke. "Everyone, look, the road ahead is blocked." Ahead of them was a dead end, with a stream of flowing lava blocking the path. Everyone gasped. "That's lava." The lava was emitting an enormous amount of heat. Mu Ji panicked, shouting, "It's too hot, too hot. We're going to get burned alive." Mu Yo anxiously said, "The Seal of Fire's trial. It can't be that we're supposed to be caught in this lava, right?" Nan Yu spoke up. "That's not it. Maybe. Could it be that the collapse of the Seal of Earth is affecting this?" Song Yicheng examined the situation for a moment before speaking in doubt. "Why is there a sign of life within the lava?" At that moment, Muji cried out, "It's appearing. Something's coming out." Something with shimmering golden scales emerged from the lava. A Jinshi snake rose up from the molten rock. At the same time, a firebird charged forward to attack. Song Yicheng, full of doubt, asked, "Why are the Jin Yo and the firebird entangled like this?" The two creatures attacked each other fiercely, their roars echoing. Nan Yu exhaled, saying it seems that outside the sealed territory, the restrictions are no longer effective. Mu Yao was trying to figure out the connection between Hu Yao and Jin Yao. Why are Hu Yao and Jin Yao fighting each other? The battle between the two creatures began to cause everything around them to shake. Suddenly, Muji spoke. "Since they are fighting among themselves, we might be able to get through." He signaled to the other Mujai, "Prepare for me." The group of Muji gathered at their boss's feet. One curious one asked, "Is the huge figure the boss?" The others replied, "Of course yes. Let's get out of this damn place." "Hey, what are you doing?" Song Yicheng shouted when he saw the Mujai rush toward the lava. They shouted and charged, with some of the smaller Mujai being thrown far away by the flying rocks from the battle. The large Muji did not stop, using its branches to block the incoming lava flow. Suddenly, Jin Yo stopped attacking and began to charge in another direction. Jin Shi also abandoned the fight, chasing after it. Both were heading towards Song Yicheng's group. Mu Yo said in fear, "It's over. It's over. We've become completely unified against the outside." Jin Shi let out a hissing sound, and one head suddenly multiplied into dozens of heads. The Jin Mi then simultaneously exhaled a fiery blast. "You all retreat." Song Yicheng shouted at the two people, while he charged forward. He slashed down, directly striking Jin Yo's body. Jin Yo's head was torn apart, but gradually healed itself. Behind him, Song Yicheng shouted, "This firebird has no physical form. Attacking it will be useless. Be careful behind you." When Song Yicheng turned around, he saw that the Jinshi, which was about to attack him, had been bound by Mu Yao. But unfortunately, one of its heads lunged forward and bit into Song Yicheng's arm. A moment's distraction gave Jin Yao the opportunity to unleash another fire blast at him. Mu Yao struggled to pull Jinshi back, shouting, "Get out of the way." The intense heat surrounding them made Song Yicheng recall Shu You's words, and as for the function of Lang Shengju, he would naturally understand when the time came. He realized this was it. He almost forgot that water could counter fire. He closed his eyes and silently called for Lang Shengzhou to appear, sending his gratitude to Shu Yao. As soon as he mentally called for it, Lang Shengzhou appeared. Song Yicheng pointed toward Jin Yao and gave an order. Immediately, a torrent of water surged toward Jin Yao, extinguishing the flames and surrounding it. The stream extinguished Jin Mi completely, turning the firebird into an ice bird. "Your turn." Song Yicheng grabbed the Jin Shi that was biting his shoulder. He yanked it away to reveal the large bite marks the Jin she had left. Several heads lunged in succession. Using both hands, Song Yi-chang slammed the snake heads down onto the ground one after another. The Jin Shi's heads were beaten so savagely, they looked like their brains were about to be destroyed. Nan Yu and Mu Yao sighed for the Jin Shi's fate. It had been minding its own business, and now suffered such brutal brain injury. After a while, Song Yi bundled the Jin Shi back into a lump. His gleeful, clownish laugh rang out again. At the same time, on the side where Jin Yao had been frozen and was silently thawing, a figure wreathed in flames appeared and asked, "Stinky brat, where did you steal Lang Shengju from?" Song Yi-chang frowned and replied irritably, "Stolen? Shu Yao gave him to me, obviously." The questioner was Hu Yao. He asked in surprise, "You've met Shu Yao already?" He suddenly grew angry, his fist aimed at Song Yi-chang as he spat. "You call yourself worthy of being Shu Yao's, and you dare steal Lang Shengju from her? I'll beat the snitching dog that follows your household to death." Song Yi-chang, furious, hurled the Jin Shi toward Hu Yao and shouted, "Have some shame. Look properly. I am Ri Yao, and you're the snitching dog." Jin Shi draped himself over Hu Yao's shoulders, stunned, and said, "Ha! You're Ri Yao, and there's also Ri Yao and Mu Yao." Nan Yu and Mu Yao simultaneously slapped their foreheads and sighed, saying, "This idiot has finally come to his senses." 5 minutes later, everything was clarified by Hu Yao. He nodded thoughtfully, as if understanding everything. He became more reasonable, and said, "If you help me regain my clarity, I will naturally lend a hand." Suddenly he barked loudly, "But I advise you not to get too attached to Shu little sister or else." Before he could finish his sentence, his words were cut off by a sharp pain. Without him noticing, Jin Shi had bitten into his lower body, making him widen his eyes in shock. Song Yi-chang, across from him, sheepishly said, "Sorry, I slipped up." At that moment, Nan Yu had a new idea and said to Hu Yao, "Hu Yu brother, why not use your foot flame to wake Jin Shi up?" Hu Yao, gritting his teeth in pain, looked down at Jin Shi and said, "That's the right move." Hu Yao grabbed Jin Shi's head, shouted loudly, and a surge of strength and fire shot directly into Jin Shi's body. Song Yi-chang, shocked, nodded in agreement, saying, "Truly a warrior. Dare to burn down there yourself." Mu Yao pointed towards Jin Shi and said, "Look over there. Jin Shi is transforming." At that moment, Jin Shi lay flat on the ground, looking no different from a piece of dough. Then, the shape shifted, turning into a complete human form. Jin Yao did not expect it to resemble a young boy. Hu Yao spoke up first, "Jin Yao, you're awake." Looking at Jin Yao, Song Yi-chang was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, "No way. This little brat is Jin Yao. He doesn't resemble the Jin national master that Fu young master mentioned at all." Mu Yao then walked over, teasing, "How old are you this year, little buddy? Your face looks stiff, but it's soft when touched." As he spoke, he reached out to pinch Jin Mi's cheek. Jin Mi glared and cursed at Mu Yao, not holding back. A moment later, he even pointed a weapon at Mu Yao's face, threatening him. Jin Yao's temper was indeed fiery, which startled Mu Yao and made him retreat a little. Just as Jin Yao was about to teach Mu Yao a lesson, a firm hand suddenly blocked in front of his forehead. It turned out that Song Yi-chang couldn't hold back and stepped in. He found Jin Yao utterly detestable. Furrowing his brows, he snorted and said, his voice clearly holding back anger, "Your real body ran off to another world, crazily tearing through the fabric of space-time, causing even more trouble for the seal. I haven't even had the chance to question you about that yet, and you're throwing a tantrum." Jin Yao was momentarily startled and asked again, "Did I really do that?" Everyone fell silent, but their expressions tacitly acknowledged what Song Yi-chang had said. However, Jin Yao quickly began to justify himself. "Then there must have been a reason for it. If you don't let me go, don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, Hu Yao walked over from behind and reminded him, "Qiu Jin, this person is Ri Yao. We're powerless against him right now." Jin Yao stubbornly refused to believe it and denied it. "He is not Ri Yao. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge that. My older brother Ri Yao is sophisticated and knowledgeable, the most respectable and trustworthy person in the world. Compared to this dog that appeared out of nowhere, it's like heaven and earth apart." Song Yi-chang, angered by the comparison to a dog, immediately shouted back, What did you say? You're the filthy stray cat in the mud. Mu Yo couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Toot shell re, biting a child isn't exactly a good thing. Song Yi Chang shouted loudly in response. Who bit him? Jin Yao shouted at the same time. Who's the child here? It wasn't until Nan Yu spoke up that they finally calmed down a bit. He said, if Jin Yao and Hu Yao have both completed their transformation, then let's continue moving forward. Let's get down to business. Hu Yao exclaimed in surprise. What? Do you still want to go further into the sealed area? Jin Yao also couldn't believe their abilities and said, that's too reckless. The seal is already so damaged. You think you can deal with Haixing inside with just the few of you? Song Yi Chang replied with determination. Of course, we are determined to succeed. He frowned mysteriously and said, if the mental barrier isn't effective, maybe you can just grab Jin Mi and say, you all come along. Jin Yao struggled and yelled, put me down. Mu Yao stood aside, deliberately provoking them. Do you really think they can make it? They probably won't even get halfway before turning into foam and disappearing. This remark immediately ignited the fighting spirit of both Jin Yao and Hu Yao. They simultaneously said, dare to underestimate us. In the end, they successfully joined the team. At this moment, Nan Yu muttered to himself, I should start making my move. They continued to go deeper. Song Yi Chang walked behind Nan Yu, observing his expression, thinking to himself, next, it's probably going to be the Seal of Moon. After a while, they reached a space that was exceptionally clean and quiet, and they couldn't help but exclaim, the Ryo Hall is really quiet. Hu Yao looked around and spoke up. Something's not right. Why can't I feel Ryo's divine consciousness at all? Song Yi Chang lightly patted Nan Yu's shoulder and asked, Nan Yu, do you know anything? Nan Yu didn't answer, but instead said, you all wait here. After saying that, he walked straight ahead. Hu Yao, confused, asked, what does he want to do? Nan Yu touched the top of his head, and a crescent-shaped mark appeared. Everyone behind them was stunned. Look, the mark has enlarged and revealed a path leading to another space. Song Yi Chang, worried, called out, Nan Yu. At that moment, Nan Yu was about to step into the space, but he paused for a moment, smiled, and said, we'll meet again. With that, he vanished into the space, and the door closed immediately, both the person and the path disappearing in an instant. Mu Yao, puzzled, said, where did he go? Why did he leave without saying anything? At the same time, a cracking sound came from the Ryo temple, and the entire temple began to collapse rapidly. Hu Yao, worried, shouted, we don't have time to worry about him now. The Seal of Moon is about to collapse. A moment later, the entire floor collapsed, revealing a massive pit that seemed bottomless. By the rules, what lay beneath should be the Sun Seal. Song Yi Chang thought to himself, am I about to meet the one most trustworthy within the Sun Seal? Everyone followed behind him, slowly descending into the depths of the earth. Mu Yao spoke uncertainly, it's so quiet. Could it be that even Ryo's consciousness isn't here? Hu Yao immediately shook his head. That's impossible. From the very beginning, when Ryo designed this great formation, the Sun Seal itself became the stronghold, finally sealing Haixing. Without Ryo's consciousness, the seal would never have endured. Song Yi Chang added, that's right. Tu Yao once said that 2 years ago, when the 7-star alignment appeared, Kaiyo's consciousness weakened for a time. Jin Yao nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's true. A human somehow managed to slip inside. At that time, we were all in deep slumber. Hearing this, Song Yi Chang realized Jin Yao was not the mastermind. The one pulling the strings behind the grave robbing was someone else entirely. Suddenly, the sound of something snapping echoed right beside them. Looking up, they saw themselves surrounded by towering black pillars. Song Yi Chang shouted, everyone, be on guard. No sooner had he spoken than the black pillars came crashing down like a storm of rain. Song Yi Chang fell to the ground, his face contorting in pain. The remaining members, panicked, scrambled to avoid the black pillars. The power was too strong, easily shattering Song Yi Chang's golden armor. The situation below was still unclear, and he had to rescue them first. However, for reasons unknown, the spear he summoned immediately disappeared and couldn't be used. Song Yi Chang anxiously realized that it was Haixing, The black pillars all carried the aura of Haixing, and it was they who caused his system's energy to lose control. Grinding his teeth, he tried to stay calm and think of a solution. Don't panic. Without the system, he could still rely on himself. The black pillars fell and piled on top of each other. Taking advantage of this, Song Yicheng leaped onto the mound of black pillars. When he looked up, he was startled by what he saw. A creature with scales as dark as the black pillars. It was a dragon. The dragon let out a roar, revealing its fierce nature. Song Yicheng gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, just a one-on-one with a great dragon. Who's afraid of who?" The dragon roared, shaking everything around them. It opened its massive jaws and lunged, and in that instant, Song Yicheng disappeared from sight. The group watched in stunned silence. Jin Yo cried out, "I can't see Chao Ri anywhere." Hu Yo anxiously said, "Ri Yo surely hasn't been eaten, has he?" Jin Yo angrily cursed, "This damned ceiling beast has gone dark. It doesn't even recognize its own master anymore." Hu Yo smiled slyly and asked, "Oh, weren't you unable to recognize Ri Yo just now?" Jin Yo grumbled, "Ha, you have to pay attention to the little details." At this moment, Mu Yo attacked with vines, but was struck by the dragon's tail several times, letting out a loud yelp. Jin Yao shook his head and said, "Trying to save someone from the dragon's mouth, but relying on him alone won't work. The dragon is getting more and more vicious, swinging its tail relentlessly at the group in front." Jin Yo then shouted, "Fire strategy combination. With me." At that moment, both Jin Yo's weapons and the fire strategy combination launched an attack on the dragon. The two of them aimed directly at the tail, successfully embedding their weapons into the dragon's flesh, continuing to apply force. Jin Mi and Hu Yao shouted in unison, their combined strength ensuring that the weapons stayed firmly embedded in the dragon's tail, despite its frantic attempts to thrash and strike. The dragon glared at the group with hatred, accompanied by a loud, agonized roar. Hu Yao shouted a signal to Mu Yao. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yao immediately sent out a vine, grabbing the dragon's upper jaw, keeping its mouth wide open. Mu Yao shouted loudly into the dragon's throat. Xiao Ri did not respond, and Mu Yao realized he was not here. Looking deeper, all she saw was a vague space inside the dragon's throat. Song Yicheng was probably somewhere within the dragon, lamenting and preparing to fight the great dragon, only to be swallowed by it. Doesn't the protagonist, me, deserve any dignity? Planning to probe a bit, a streak of light suddenly appeared behind him. Turning around, Song Yicheng saw that it was a special sealing orb. The familiar aura was overwhelming, and Song Yicheng cautiously approached the orb. Suddenly, a pair of legs emerged from within the orb, followed by the silhouette of a man. Song Yicheng clearly felt unfamiliar with this person. He furrowed his brows and asked warily, "Who are you?" The shadowy figure reprimanded in a deep voice, "You're using my power and still don't recognize me. You're really heartless and ungrateful." The name Haixing flashed in Song Yicheng's mind. He cursed inwardly. "Haven't even met Ray Yao yet, and this bastard shows up first." Haixing moved closer, sneering as he said coldly, "What's with all this distance? We've been one for a long time. It's just that I'm stronger than you." Haixing blinked and, with a swift motion, stabbed his bare hand straight into Song Yicheng's chest. In a moment, he was caught off guard, blood pouring from his chest and mouth, turning bright red. Haixing swiftly pulled his hand back, laughing coldly as he said, "It's time to stop resisting in vain. Let me be the master." As he spoke, Haixing extended his hand towards Song Yicheng, as if trying to merge with him. Song Yicheng jumped up, escaping Haixing's claws, and ran behind him, slapping his chest and calling, "Over here, you evil thing! Stop hiding!" Haixing growled. Just as he was about to turn and attack, he was knocked down by a leg sweep from Song Yicheng. The wound on his chest had almost disappeared without a trace. Song Yicheng appeared full of energy. He raised an eyebrow at Haixing and said, "The brightest light creates the darkest shadow. But the shadow will always remain just a shadow. The true self has accepted your existence, so wouldn't it be better to be obedient?" Haixing raised his head, smirking, and his words were laced with the meaning, "You forced me to be this way." He sat cross-legged on the ground, his black aura spreading around him. It twisted like serpents, wrapping around Song Yicheng. Hai-Xing's eerie voice echoed. From now on, you will have to accept your completely new self. Song Yicheng struggled to peel away the black layers from his body. However, Hai-Xing's invasion was too swift, and Song Yicheng's cry was choked in his throat. Hey, what are you doing? After his shout, Hai-Xing's voice rose. Give up, accept all my power, and you can become strong. What is this nonsense about blocking time travel? You can't possibly think you're a hero, can you? Have you admitted it yet? Everything you've done along this path was just to satisfy your own desire to become stronger. Song Yicheng, unwilling to accept this, shouted, No, it's not like that. I didn't enjoy it. I did it for. His voice faltered. Hai-Xing sneered, questioning. For what? For others? Or, just like I said, for your own desires? What Hai-Xing said made Song Yicheng doubt himself. Who exactly was he? Zhu Shangxi, Song Yicheng, or? While questioning himself, the sphere in front of him suddenly lit up. Song Yicheng froze. What was that? It was so bright was that the light of Riyao. Outside, the dragon was surrounded by the other three. Essentially, the dragon was at a disadvantage, but Jin Yao appeared quite dissatisfied, saying, Why is it that I'm only responsible for the dragon's head, while you two get to act so imposing? Mu Yao, with her massive frame, tightly held onto one side of the dragon, replied, Xiao Ri only gave me 2 pieces of the green spirit flower. It would be such a waste to give them to someone as small and short as you. Hu Yao, from the side, yelled, Both of you stop talking. What should we do next? Do we need to kill it? Mu Yao immediately responded, No, Xiao Ri is still inside it. We can't strike now. Jin Yao, anxious, said, You don't even know the duration of the Hua Sheng Ting. We must seize this chance to kill it. Hu Yao, act now. Mu Yao forcefully blocked her. Wait, Nan Yu will definitely come to rescue us. Hu Yao shook his head, his fists repeatedly striking, replying that they couldn't wait any longer. At that moment, Mu Yao's body suddenly shrank. Hu Yao, too, was affected, and the 2 of them fell off the dragon. Reluctantly, the 2 of them screamed, The Hua Sheng Ting has worn off. Oh my, does it have to be now? Jin Yao struggled to hold the chains in his hands and said, I told you, didn't I? A couple of useless fools. The dragon, no longer controlled, began to counterattack, its blood-red eyes glaring in all directions. Jin Yao cried out in panic. It's over. This is about to turn into a huge disaster. Suddenly, the dragon's body began to disintegrate. A golden light orb appeared, floating in midair. Jin Yao shielded his eyes from the light with one hand and said, The aura of Riyao is indeed the aura of Big Brother Riyao. Hu Yao carefully observed the orb and added, That brat is inside as well. Mu Yao continued, Xiao Ri, he's really still alive, but it seems like he's not in a good situation. Song Yicheng is now entangled by those cords. Hai-Xing coldly whispered into Song Yicheng's ear, Give up, stop fighting. Song Yicheng responded with a faint smile, Don't pretend. Surrounded by Riyao's power of purification, it's you who should give up. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from Song Yicheng, startling Hai-Xing. How do you know about Riyao's power of purification? Song Yicheng's voice, calm and dignified, rang out. Because I am Riyao. In the chaos, I obtained all of Riyao's inheritance, came the reply. So what? Hai-Xing suddenly became intrigued, tightening his grip on Song Yicheng even more. Every time he exerted more force, Song Yicheng's muscles tensed under the pressure. Watching his captive squirm, Hai-Xing gleefully remarked, Why choose such a difficult path? We have the whole world together. Isn't it the most beautiful thing? Song Yicheng replied with disdain. I can understand, but I don't swallow it. Moreover, I am not like you, with an insatiable greed. Hai-Xing growled in anger, foolish and stubborn. Then there was nothing left to do. With a snap, Hai-Xing tightened his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Song Yicheng was shredded into pieces of flesh. Song Yicheng. Mu Yao cried out in horror. Seeing Mu Yao about to take action to save him, Jin Yao quickly stopped her. Don't act rashly. Riyao's body is formidable. Furthermore, Hu Yao looked up, suddenly smiling and said, It seems this situation is accelerating his absorption of Riyao's energy. Inside the sphere, Each piece of Song Yichang's flesh seemed to sprout roots, connecting piece by piece and reassembling. As Song Yichang's body gradually restored itself, Haixing screamed, "Impossible, impossible." At the same time, the aura surrounding Song Yichang expanded, pressing down heavily on Haixing. Haixing's wails gradually faded into silence, and Song Yichang's body returned to its original form, flawless, followed by a series of positive phenomena. The dark clouds in the sky began to disperse, and the warm sunlight shone down on the flourishing sprouts. The aura of Song Yichang seemed to bring life to the entire area. Before long, the dense forest was once again covered with a fresh, vibrant green. The people on the side of the village chief looked at the scene, embracing each other in joy and shouting out loud. "The problem has been solved. The purple domain has revived. We don't need to move anymore." The village chief, tapping his staff, walked up to Hua Mulan and asked, "Xiao Hua, what do you think the young master is thinking right now?" Hua Mulan stared into the distance and replied, "I wonder if they are safe. What is the situation inside right now?" Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky, soaring through the air. Everyone who saw it was struck by its brilliance. The village chief sighed and said, "The storm hasn't passed yet, and another one is already coming." The streak of light shot straight toward Song Yichang's group. "It's Nan Yu," a voice said, a grin appearing on his face. "Song boss, shouldn't I be calling you Ryo now?" Song Yichang, in the identity of Ryo, responded, "Finally, you're back." "Nan Yu," Mudio interjected, his tone filled with frustration. "Hey, what's with the calm demeanor from both of you? Nan Yu, where did you run off to? Do you have any idea how dangerous it was just now? Ryo, tell me, what was the purpose behind all the tricks you've been playing all along?" Muyo's question made Nan Yu lower his head, his expression darkening. Ryo also spoke up, urging, "Ryo, speak up. What was your intention for the entire journey you spent scheming?" Nan Yu suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! You've inherited Ryo's traits. Your mind is indeed much clearer now." He ground his teeth, looking extremely resentful as he said, "Since you already know everything, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I want to wait." Muvio interrupted, "I can more or less understand now. Nan Yu, are you hiding and planning to betray us? If you're truly a great traitor, then you have the duty to explain the origin of everything. If not, even if the readers have no objections, I still won't agree." Nan Yu glared, hissing through clenched teeth. "Do I really have such a duty? This is exhausting." Mu Yo and the two brothers stood beside, waiting for an explanation. But Nan Yu still refused to offer one. "Haha." Ryo stepped forward and covered Nan Yu's mouth, and with a laugh, said, "Xiao Yu, if you want to switch roles, don't force it too much. This face doesn't suit you. Let me explain what happened back then. The final battle that year, Kai Yo and we fought with all our might, but we received a disastrous outcome. We watched as our comrades either fought to the death or fell into the rift of time. I, as the leader of Kaiyao, ultimately lacked the ability to completely annihilate Haixing. I could only suppress him while heading toward certain death, preparing the grand formation to seal the ancient tundra domain." Upon hearing this, Nan Yu smirked and interrupted, "Hemph? Ray Yao, you really are a forgetful one." Ryo responded, "I haven't forgotten. Due to the unique nature of Ryo's magic, you didn't directly participate in the battle. Instead, you stayed behind to perfect the sealing formation." Nan Yu furrowed his brow and added, "Right, you guys said I wasn't good at combat, didn't allow me to join the fight, and told me to ensure the grand formation couldn't fail." Hu Yo looked at him with suspicion and exclaimed, "Couldn't it be that, in the end, you still—" Nan Yu chuckled lightly, Indeed. I was weak, and joining the battle would have only caused more trouble. So even though I wasn't willing, I still followed your decision and devoted all my efforts to the grand formation. On the contrary, what came was a mountain that would never let me move. And now, Ri Yao, you've sealed me alive within this eternal prison." Time seemed to stop after that, because it was a barrier I personally designed. Each step I took in that place without sunlight wasn't for 5 years, nor 10, but for 1,000 years. Some of you have already reincarnated. Somewhere in another world, there are people who are cheerful and happy. But what about me? I have become a prisoner, forgotten by the entire world. If I hadn't suddenly remembered the heaven and earth mirror from years ago that was lost on the battlefield, if I hadn't been checking omens every day, Calculating the events of 2 years ago, with Kaio and Lianzhou, I might have been locked here forever, doomed to become something I don't know, something no one remembers, something no one cares about. Alive, but as if already dead. The more he spoke, the crazier Nanyu became. Muyo silently thought Gu Muyo is just a consciousness fragment who couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to escape, let alone. Ri Yao is a living person. Jin Yo nodded after hearing this, so that's how it is. Ri Yao leaned against the half-moon heaven and earth mirror, connecting with the Tomb Raider willing to take the risk. Hu Yo added, at 7 stars-linked pearls, the Tomb Raider took advantage of the weakening seal and the added destruction, while Ri Yao seized the opportunity to escape. Ri Yao had been silent the entire time, not saying a word. Nanyu stepped forward and said, why isn't Lord Ri Yao speaking? Surely you're not ashamed, are you? Suddenly, Ri Yao hugged Nanyu tightly and, with emotion, said, I'm sorry. It's all because of your mistake that you had to suffer. But Ri Yao has never forgotten you. Nanyu's eyes welled up with murky brown tears. He cried as he spoke. Ri Yao, it is I who should be apologizing. I was the one who hired people to dig up the tomb and destroy the seal, which allowed Haixing to escape. The energy of the seal weakened, and that led to the confusion of the beings, with those who crossed over causing harm everywhere. It's all my fault. I even used all sorts of schemes to find you, approach you, and bring you back to this dangerous place. At this point, his hand suddenly clenched so tightly that his veins popped. But I have absolutely no regrets, and I will never forgive you. Nanyu swung his fist at Ri Yao. Ryu blocked the punch with one hand, still trying to persuade him. You've been so careful to get here. Surely it's not just to take my life, right? Quickly, hand over the Haixing black core. Nanyu sneered coldly. Ri Yao, holding the Haixing stone, sighed deeply and said, as expected of Ri Yao, even this newly made little toy was part of your plan. Nanyu looked at the Haixing stone, grinning cruelly, and said, little toy, who are you trying to deceive? This is the Black Star Core, purified by Ri Yao's power of purification, through the most stable and powerful energy source in the world. Absorbing the black node, I am the strongest person in this world, no longer the weak and powerless scholar who is bullied by others. The sun dipped low, and the wine stretched lazily. Indeed, I was the weak scholar, fully aware of the significance and danger of this item. How could I possibly hand it over to you? Nanyu too took something out and began to speak in a warning tone. It's normal if you don't agree now. After all, I can't fight you, and forcing a theft wouldn't be realistic. But I believe that you won't be able to find my offer immediately. After speaking, he tossed his object into the air. Hu Yao watched it, curious, and asked, what is that thing in the sky? Mu Yao answered with a trembling voice. A wormhole opens, releasing a series of black cocoons. Familiar faces of family and friends appear here, shouting loudly. Where is this, Nanyu? What happened? Could it be that my son is in danger? Chuan Koi, if you're capable, open the door. Ri Yao saw the frantic cries of loved ones. Mother, Xiao Xiao. Mu Yao looked at Nanyu's indifference, furiously questioning. Did you disappear earlier to create these cursed cocoons? Ri Yao, moved, rushed towards Xiao Xiao's figure, but passed through it like air. This is not a wormhole, it's just a spatial projection. Ri Yao looked towards Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid, I will rescue you right away. Xiao Xiao stammered, pointing ahead, and called out, Mom. Ri Yao was horrified to realize that the space they were in was rapidly shrinking. He shouted, Mom, but my mom is busy struggling with the shrinking space. She can't respond. Ri Yao thought the only thing he could do was reach into heaven and earth. Realizing Ri Yao's intentions, Nanyu sneered and said, Don't say I didn't warn you. If you touch the cosmic mirror now, be careful. The unstable space could take their lives in the blink of an eye. Ri Yao paused, hesitating. He feared that Nanyu was just trying to scare him. But how could he risk their lives? Seizing this opportunity, Nanyu made an offer. Give me the black core, and I will allow you to reunite with them, to love and cherish each other. Ri Yao faced Nanyu, taking the black stone. Nanyu nodded and said, That's right. Just as Ri Yao was about to take it away, his hand suddenly clenched. Nanyu frowned, showing signs of impatience. Ri Yao gritted his teeth and grabbed Nanyu by the neck. With a tense voice, Ri Yao said, Release them now, or else I will. Nan Yu sneered. You keep forcing others into extremes. Don't forget that when the seal expanded back then, and Haik Sing slipped through the crack, I was the first one to have the chance to absorb Haik Sing's energy. The only thing was, at that time, Haik Sing's energy was too violent. My body wasn't strong enough, and I didn't have the means to consume it. But after you purify it, the energy of the black core is no longer the same as before. Not only is it the most compatible with me, but for Haik Sing, you, the one who inherited the sun and moon legacy, are no longer suited for it to parasitize. The energy of the black core has no choice but to choose me. With that, Nan Yu's body merged with the black energy of the black stone, releasing a burst of overwhelming aura. What's happening? Hu Yu asked, panicked. Ri Yao explained. Ri Yao, he's actively merging with the black stone. The energy brought by the black stone was immense, and the entire area seemed about to be blown apart. The sky, which had just cleared up, was now filled with a column of dense black smoke. At the same time, nearby mountains were cracking under the pressure. The valley was torn open, and the ground formed deep ravines. The powerful aura of Nan Yu surged out from this crack. His body soared into the air as his form began to change. His nails grew longer, and his legs radiated with a dark, ominous aura. His eyes, his face were cloaked in a black aura, brimming with murderous intent. Nan Yu no longer bore the trace of a gentle scholar. At this moment, he looked like a demon. He gave a cold, guttural laugh and said, "This power finally belongs to me." A wild, savage burst of laughter echoed. Ha ha! Those trapped inside the cocoons writhed in agony under the pressure, groaning. It hurts so much I could die. Rai Yao shouted at Nan Yu, "Let them go." Nan Yu smirked and glanced at Rai Yao out of the corner of his eye. Clenching his fists, he gathered his aura in his hands and stared at Rai Yao. He said, "I'll make you regret ever looking down on me. Regret it to your death." At his words, all the cocoons shattered completely. Ryu froze, his eyes reflecting loss and shock. Nan Yu delighted in that expression and roared with laughter. "Ha ha, now they're all dead. Don't you just want to kill me right now?" Nan Yu, Ryu bellowed, his whole body erupting with fury. Both of them lunged at each other at the same time, clashing in combat. Riyao shouted, "Nan Yu, I'll never forgive you. Then die." Nan Yu struck as he curled his lips into a grin. Mu Yao, still desperately trying to save him, cried out to Nan Yu, "Ri Yao, get a hold of yourself. Don't let Haik Sing control you." Nan Yu snorted and immediately launched a palm strike. Mu Yao was knocked down. Fortunately, when Nan Yu's second strike was about to land, Mu Yao was caught by Hu Yao, who transformed into a bird to intercept her. Mu Yao exhaled, looking at her teammates. "Is Hu Yao one of you?" Hu Yao replied, "It's too dangerous here. You all need to leave quickly." Mu Yao protested. "No, how can we leave Ri Yao to fight alone?" Jin Yao sighed and spoke the truth. "Our strength is far too weak. Staying here would only be a nuisance, and if we get injured, it will only distract Rai Yao." Suddenly, Mu Yao thought of Hoa Mulan's group and the village chief. It hit her. Perhaps they were in danger too. As the gorge was about to collapse, they mounted Hu Yao's back and soared away. As they escaped, the entire mountain collapsed with a deafening crash, leaving the villagers stunned. The explosion was terrifying. "They're dead. The seal has broken." The village chief pointed at the sky, calling everyone over. "Look, that's Mu Yao." Mu Yao was waving at them. Mu Yao landed and asked, "Village chief, Granny, are you all right?" The village chief joyfully responded, "Mu Yin Zi, it's so good to see you're safe." Everyone was anxiously asking questions. "Leader, what happened?" Hoa Mulan also asked urgently. "Leader, clearly Purple Domain just revived earlier. How could it explode again? And what about them? Are they being fertilized?" Mu Yao, with a serious expression, reminded them. "This is a long story, and also quickly evacuate everyone from here." Jin Yao stood on the back and asked, "Mu Yao, you take responsibility for protecting these people. We must go fulfill our mission." Mu Yao asked, "But you?" Jin Yao interrupted. "The Great Sealing Formation has been destroyed. Perhaps we won't last much longer." Hu Yao added, "Better use our remaining strength to assist Ri Yao a bit." Hu Yao, Jin Yao. Mu Yao called after them, but they had already flown off. "Go on." Jin Yo managed to say those two words before flying straight away. Meanwhile, Ri Yo and Nan Yu were fighting fiercely, from the ground up into the sky. Thanks to the assistance of the Haixing stone, Nan Yu's strength had visibly increased. One of his palm strikes was enough to send Ri Yo crashing down, unable to retaliate. Ri Yo was coughing violently. He exhaled in frustration, his mind in turmoil, still unable to contact Little System, as expected. When receiving the inheritance of Ri Yo, it was completely expelled along with Haixing. Even the mind space shattered. Brother Lan, Ding Ji, and the others. At this moment, the opposing faction of Nan Yu charged forward like a demon. Ri Yo, at last I am stronger than you now, die, he shouted into the sky. Ri Yo stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and snorted with contempt. Kitsch, it's just that I'm not used to controlling Ri Yo's power yet. Rai Yao, the voices of Ku Yo and Jin Mi sounded nearby. We're here to give you a hand. Nan Yu sneered. Struggling before death, how pitiful. With a sudden surge, Ri Yo's aura spiked, the life spear appeared, and his body no longer wore just an ordinary cloak. The feathered cloak fluttered in the wind, and with the spear, Ri Yo was far more powerful. Having a weapon really made things a lot easier. He lunged directly toward Nan Yu. The first strike sent Nan Yu's jaw flying. Nan Yu quickly attempted to counter with his fastest speed, but he missed. How can he be this strong? I was clearly the strongest. Give up. Nan Yu turned to see Ri Yo coming from behind, swinging the spear. After a series of rapid strikes, Nan Yu's strength waned, and he was gasping for air. Half of his face had already been claimed by Haixing. It spoke. Ri Yo, your body is fundamentally incapable of unleashing my power. Leave now, it will be too late for revenge. Once I have fully recovered. Nan Yu was unconvinced. He shouted, stop talking, give me more power. Haixing was not blind. It knew that this madman's body had already reached its breaking point. The only thing keeping him going was a bit of hatred, enough to endure thousands of years. This wouldn't work. If things continued like this, both of them would die together. Haixing began to urge the exchange. Kid, quickly surrender your entire mind and body to me. I will help you seek your revenge. Nan Yu barked. Shut up. I have lived this long only because of my grudge with Ri Yo. If I don't kill him with my own hands, my life will have no meaning. Seeing Nan Yu's inner conflict, Ri Yo realized that Nan Yu's consciousness was about to be swallowed by Haixing. He couldn't just leave him like this. Ri Yo directly buried the Great Sun Spear, launching a powerful strike. The deafening explosion echoed across the area, and the villagers around the village chief shouted, Everyone, be careful, is it over? Haixing's body was sent flying from Nan Yu. It scrambled to get up, muttering angrily, it's all that useless fool's fault, to let me fall into such a situation like this. Song Yi Cheng, if you want to pursue to the very end and wipe me out, then let this world perish with me. Don't even dream of it. Ri Yo shouted in response, slashing down with every strike. Haixing, you can't stop me, we'll die together. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. A massive wave of energy surged, causing Haixing's entire body to feel immense pain. As the explosion subsided, the sound of helicopter blades could be heard approaching the site of the blast. Up above, Zhao Ling and the others were stunned by the explosion. What exactly is this explosion? How could it change the entire terrain of this area like that? Chang Fatty asked anxiously. Still no news from boss? It must have been that Nan Yu's doing. Back then, he trapped us in a black mist formation, claiming he wanted us to help him with a small matter. In the end, he used us to threaten boss. However, after that, for some unknown reason, the black mist formation suddenly dissipated, and we were able to escape. It turned out that after escaping from Nan Yu, they were rescued by the helicopter and taken away. Shang Fatty turned to reassure the girl beside him. Xiao, don't worry, boss doesn't need to be concerned anymore. He will definitely win. Zhao Ling thought to himself. Nan Yu has likely gained Haixing's abilities. This battle will probably be hard to win. The walkie-talkie in Zhao Ling's hand crackled with a voice calling out. This is Team A07. Team 407, here over. Zhao Ling hurriedly asked, have you found Song Yi Cheng? The voice on the other end replied, the target is still being searched for, but we've found some other survivors. They belong to the group following Mu Yeo and the village chief, and they're receiving help from the rescue team. Zhao Ling and the others descended from the helicopter, scanning the area. Nu Yao? Did he also participate in the battle? Seeing Zhao Ling's group safe, Mu Yo breathed a sigh of relief. They're fine. In the end, Nan Yu still has a bit of kindness in him. Mu Yo answered Zhao Ling. No, we barely observed the battle from a distance. When the explosion occurred, I barely had time to use vine branches to protect my teammates. Then we were blown away by the strong wind, and everyone lost consciousness. Now not only have we lost track of Rui Yao, but we can't even recall the events that happened during the fight. The scene fell silent, with everyone worried about Song Yicheng. Song Yicheng's mother murmured to herself, "That boy is a little powerhouse. He won't die from a fight. Besides, don't be fooled by how he looks. In fact, it's just an obsession with life. There's absolutely nothing to worry about." Chang Fatty nodded and echoed, "Right. What is there to be afraid of? The boss won't lose to that despicable little man." Xiao Xiao lightly squinted her eyes and said, I also trust Yi Cheng." Zhao Ling stepped onto the helicopter, her voice firm. "Then let's quickly continue the search." Mu Yao looked up at the gloomy sky, feeling heavy-hearted. Hai Xing had ultimately said he wanted to destroy the world, but thankfully that hadn't happened yet. Maybe Ryo had done something to stop him. On Ryo's side, he had lost consciousness after the explosion. He didn't know how long had passed before he slowly regained consciousness. His eyes opened to find himself surrounded by complete darkness. He wondered where he was. His mind buzzed for a moment before he remembered. That's right, he had been fighting against Ryo, and ended up being completely consumed by Hai Xing, who wanted to self-destruct and destroy the world. After that, he had caught him, and used all his strength to bind him tightly, preventing Hai Xing's power from leaking out. After that, he had no memory. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Song Yicheng, you indirectly caused Hai Xing's self-destruction, bearing the crime of the world's annihilation. The crime is unforgivable. The path of a beast. Quickly choose an animal to reincarnate into. Song Yicheng, in Ryo's form, was knocked down. Ha! So I really died, and even turned into an animal. But thinking about it, these days raising pets is quite popular. Maybe with some luck, life like this could even be more comfortable than being human. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, why does this place feel a little familiar? He decided to wander around, following the mysterious voice he had heard. At the moment, the choices are only to be reborn as a dog or a pig. But seeing your situation, if you are willing to offer a treasure, take a chance, there might still be a way to change your fate. As the voice faded, Song Yicheng finally found its source, a small fox. The little creature was lifted into the air by his hand, startling it. The fox squeaked nervously and hurried to explain. No, it's not me. They were the ones who insisted on making the bet. Nearby, the familiar sound of the system echoed. Who told you to mess up the storyline? Now nobody can even tell who the winner is anymore. Lan Ling, sitting to the side, replied. But looking at Brother Song's expression, I think he'll probably choose to be reborn as a dog. After all, that seems to suit him best. Seeing them, Song Yicheng was overjoyed. You're all safe. That's such a relief. At that moment, the system fell silent, raised a hand, and light spread across the entire space. Once everything was settled, she said, That's right. This is your internal mind space. Previously, when you received the Ryo inheritance so abruptly, a lot of the data was wiped out along with the dark energy. It took me quite some time to allow the system to accept the Ryo energy within your body. After the reconstruction was completed, it was realized that the battle had already ended. But fortunately, the system allowed Song Yicheng to view the results. Now, outside, after the explosion, the world remained intact. Hai Xing had disappeared, and everything was more or less resolved smoothly. Song Yicheng, slightly dazed, asked, Oh, did I neutralize part of the explosion's power? So after I lost consciousness, you brought me here to avoid the impact of the blast? The system responded, No. When I went outside, you were in some unknown space. Only then did I bring you back here. By the way, there's also this. She took out the heaven and earth mirror for Song Yicheng. He thought for a moment. It couldn't be Ryo. Maybe it was my survival instinct that triggered the heaven and earth mirror to self-rescue. Through the screen outside, they saw people approaching. It was the helicopter from Zhao Ling's group, along with Song Yicheng's mother, Xiao Tiu. Seeing them, Song Yicheng exclaimed in joy. Zhao Ling, Xiao Xiao, and Mother, none of them were harmed. Outside the warehouse, a group of people were moving. This was the final area within the blast radius. Zhao Ling signaled to the helicopter crew, instructing the rescue team to continue searching underground, even if they had to dig 3 feet deep to pull him out. The rescue team received the order. Yes. Zhao Ling was holding the walkie-talkie, preparing to report back to headquarters, notifying Team C11. Huh. Someone noticed something, and immediately cut in, spotting a moving target, a tiny figure below desperately waving their hand. That's none other than Song Yi. Try harder, I'm here. As the helicopter lowered the ladder, Xiao Xiao couldn't hold back and slid down. She rushed to hold the man, calling out repeatedly, Yi Cheng. Song Yicheng's mother came down, pinching his cheek and scolding loudly. Does this have anything to do with that weird monk? And so, the world returned to the peace it once had. Song Yicheng lay back on the couch as his mother's voice rang out, calling after him, Come eat, you little rascal. All you do all day is play on your phone. He was scrolling through the news, and then no further actions appeared. It seemed that Haik Sing had finally resolved the issue. After the massive explosion, no more wormholes were detected internationally. But the remaining wormholes were still a mystery. No one knew what would happen with them. He would still have to head to the investigation bureau later. Suddenly, a voice from the system rang in his head. Hurry into mind space. Something's happened. Song Yicheng sighed wearily. Can't catch a break, can I? Upon entering mind space, he saw a formation that had already been set up. The system pointed at it and said, Kai Yao showed some abnormalities earlier, and the positions of Ku Yao and Shu Yao have shifted slightly. It's possible that a new valley is coming. Song Yicheng coldly replied, Whether it's an ally or an enemy, a trit will make it clear. With the spear in his hand and his mother's furious voice echoing, Song Yicheng stepped forward. You blocked the transmigration departure.